What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was the reincarnation of the moon-breathing Kokushibo. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 2. A few days had passed since Issei's awakening, and now, deep within a secure conference chamber, the leaders of the three factions sat around an ornate table. The atmosphere was tense but controlled, as representatives from heaven, the devils, and the fallen angels gathered to discuss a growing concern. Surzich's Lucifer sat with his hands clasped before him, his crimson eyes sharp as he listened. Michael, the seraph leader of heaven, exuded a calm aura, while Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, leaned back in his chair, seemingly relaxed but fully engaged in the discussion. Enemu, Azazel's trusted assistant, stood nearby, her sharp gaze analyzing the situation. The Chaos Brigade has been more active recently. Michael spoke, his golden eyes filled with concern. Their movement suggests that they are planning something significant. We cannot afford to underestimate them. Azazel exhaled, rubbing his temple. Yeah, those bastards always have something up their sleeve. But what's more puzzling is that during the last attack, we weren't alone. A brief silence fell over the room. Surzich's nodded. The Moon Hunter. At the mention of the name, the gathered representatives exchanged glances. The mysterious warrior had appeared during the ambush on their previous peace treaty, cutting down enemies with almost inhuman precision. Yet, he had disappeared just as quickly as he arrived, leaving only questions behind. What do we know about him? Michael asked, folding his hands together. Not much. Azazel admitted. No known affiliation. No clear motive. But what's strange is that he helped us. He could have easily let the old faction slaughter us that day, yet he intervened. Surzich's narrowed his eyes. The question remains why. Why did he assist us? Before anyone could answer, the large doors to the chamber opened. All eyes turned as Yusaka, the leader of the Kyoto Yokai, entered gracefully, flanked by her personal guards. Her golden hair shimmered in the light, and she radiated both elegance and authority. She stopped before the gathered leaders and offered a respectful nod. Surzich's, Michael, Azazel, it is a pleasure to see you all. Yusaka greeted, her voice smooth yet firm. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but I come with an important request. The three faction leaders exchanged glances before Surzich's gestured for her to continue. Please, speak freely. Yusaka took a breath before stating. I wish for Kyoto and my Yokai to become part of this peace treaty. The world is changing, and with the Chaos Brigade growing bolder, I can no longer remain neutral. My people need allies, and I believe uniting with the three factions is the best course of action. Michael nodded solemnly. A reasonable request, given the circumstances. Kyoto has long been independent, but with enemies like the Chaos Brigade, standing alone is dangerous. Azazel smirked. Never thought I'd see the day when the Yokai sought alliance. But I have to admit, it's a smart move. Surzich's gave Yusaka a warm smile. Your presence would only strengthen our cause. We will discuss the terms, but I believe we can come to an agreement. Before she could respond, the entire building shook violently. An explosion tore through the outer halls, sending a shockwave that rattled the chamber. The doors burst open once again, this time with guards rushing in, weapons drawn. The Chaos Brigade is here. One of the guards shouted. The room fell into chaos as everyone prepared for battle. Surzich's immediately cloaked himself in his overwhelming demonic power, Michael's golden aura flared, and Azazel summoned his light-based weapons. As the dust settled from the explosion, figures emerged from the smoke. Volley Lucifer stepped forward, her piercing blue eyes locked onto Yusaka. Kuroka stood beside her, her cat-like grin unwavering, while Krom Kruich, the mighty Dragoness, cracked her knuckles in anticipation. Behind them, Cao Cao, the wielder of the true Longinus, exuded an air of deadly confidence. LeFay, Arthur, and other key members of the Chaos Brigade spread out, surrounding the chamber. Cao Cao smirked, resting his legendary spear on his shoulder. We're here for Yusaka. Hand her over, and we'll leave peacefully. Yusaka narrowed her eyes, stepping forward defiantly. I will never go with you. Then you leave us no choice. Cao Cao lunged forward, true Longinus crackling with divine energy as he aimed straight for Yusaka's heart. Before he could land a strike, Surzich's moved, his overwhelming demonic power forming a barrier that stopped the attack mid-air. Michael's golden light erupted, forcing back some of the Chaos Brigade's members, while Azazel smirked, summoning a light spear in each hand. Azazel's gaze lingered on Volley, a rare sadness appearing in his golden eyes. So, you chose this path, huh, kid? His voice was laced with disappointment, the weight of their shared past heavy in his words. Enemu, standing beside him, frowned as she watched the exchange. She had been there alongside Azazel when he had taken Volley in, raising her like a daughter after she had suffered at the hands of her abusive father. Seeing her now, standing against them, left a bitter taste in her mouth. Volley's expression remained unreadable, but a flicker of emotion passed through her eyes. She knew Azazel saw her as family, but she had her own path to walk. Looks like you picked the wrong place to start a fight. Azazel taunted, regaining his usual demeanor. Volley grinned. That's what makes it interesting. Cao Cao wasted no time, charging forward with the true Longinus in hand, aiming straight at Surzich's. The Devil King's aura flared, his power distorting the very air around him. Their weapons clashed, the force shaking the entire battlefield. Azazel rushed in to support, his light spears clashing with Cao Cao's divine weapon, while Michael engaged Crom Cruach, his holy energy colliding with the Dragoness's overwhelming physical strength. The battlefield erupted in chaos, with each faction leader giving their all against the Chaos Brigade's strongest fighters. From afar, two figures watched the unfolding battle. RIZEVIM live and Lucifer leaned against a ruined pillar, his ever-present smirk widening as he observed the chaos. Beside him stood Office, her expression unreadable. Quite the show, isn't it? RIZEVIM chuckled. Our dear Volley is making things interesting. Office, arms crossed, simply stared ahead. This does not concern me. RIZEVIM laughed. Oh, but it will. Everything is moving as planned. Office remained silent, her gaze fixed on the battle below. Meanwhile, Seraphol, Gabriel, and Graphia confronted Volley. Tiamat, watching from the sidelines, exhaled deeply before finally stepping forward. I suppose this could be entertaining. She murmured. Volley smirked, activating her dividing gear. Let's see how long you can keep up. A flash of blue flames erupted as Tiamat joined the fray, her draconic aura clashing against Seraphol's ice magic. The battle had truly begun. The battlefield was a storm of chaos. Explosions shook the Grand Hall as battle raged between the forces of the three factions and the Chaos Brigade. Every clash of steel, every burst of magic, and every roar of power sent shockwaves through the air. The once majestic meeting chamber was now a war zone. Surzich's, Michael, and Azazel focused their power on Cao Cao and Crom Cruach. The wielder of the true Longinus grinned as he parried Surzich's demonic energy with divine precision, his spear shimmering with a blinding light that clashed violently against the overwhelming demonic aura of the Lucifer. Azazel weaved between their strikes, using his agility and cunning to keep up with the brutal strength of Crom Cruach, whose dragon scales shimmered with golden might as she countered with raw power. Michael called upon his divine radiance, launching a barrage of holy light spears at Cao Cao, who expertly deflected them with lightning-fast movements. You wield the weapon of the heavens. Michael stated, his voice steady. Yet your heart is filled with corruption. Cao Cao smirked, lunging forward. Power is meant to be used, Archangel. The weak cling to outdated ideals. Across the battlefield, Seraphol, Leviathan, Gabriel, and Graphia faced off against Volley, Kuroka, and Penemu. The air cracked with magic as Volley utilized her divine dividing to continuously steal power from her opponents. Each time Gabriel unleashed a wave of divine energy, Volley countered by halving its strength, frustrating the Seraph. Kuroka danced through the battlefield with deadly elegance, hurling bursts of dark magic at Graphia, who countered with precise deadly spells of ice and destruction. Penemu struck from above, her dark wings slicing through the air as she clashed with Kuroka in midair. Betraying the fallen, siding with them. Such a shame, Kuroka. Kuroka smirked as she dodged a light spear, countering with a barrage of condensed magic spheres. Betrayal. No, I'm just following my own path, Nyahaha. Seraphol gritted her teeth as Volley evaded yet another one of her ice lances. Damn it, you're fast. Why don't you just slow down and talk instead of running away? Volley grinned. That would be boring. Tiamat, the Dragon Queen, remained seated atop a fallen column, watching the chaos with mild amusement. Ah, the foolishness of the young. And yet, how entertaining. Kuroka, seeing an opportunity, moved swiftly through the battlefield, her feline agility allowing her to dodge incoming attacks as she made her way toward Yasaka. The Kitsune leader remained resolute, her golden eyes watching Kuroka's approach carefully. You're coming with us. Kuroka purred, her hands glowing with a restrained yet potent energy. I promise we won't bite too much. Before she could move further, a deep rumble filled the air. A new presence had arrived. The battlefield stilled for a brief moment as an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, his aura unlike anything they had ever felt before. Kokushibo had arrived. The Chaos Brigade immediately turned their attention to him, their instincts screaming danger. This was not their first time facing him, and they knew better than to act recklessly. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes, gripping his spear tightly. So, the legend himself finally shows up. Without a word, Kokushibo stepped forward, his 6 eyes glowing ominously. The Chaos Brigade adjusted their stances, moving cautiously, coordinating without a word. This time, they wouldn't be reckless. Cao Cao moved first, thrusting his true Longinus forward. A blinding spear of holy energy erupted toward Kokushibo, but instead of a direct counter, Kokushibo sidestepped with supernatural speed, the spear narrowly missing him. Prom Cruich followed up instantly, releasing a torrent of draconic energy. Kokushibo raised Shi blade, slicing through the attack midair, dispersing it like mist. Cao Cao gritted his teeth. Even with their careful approach, Kokushibo moved like a phantom, slipping through their coordinated assault with terrifying ease. His blade never wavered, slicing through their attacks as though they were nothing. Prom Cruich snarled, scales glowing as she lunged again, claws wreathed in destruction. Kokushibo met her head-on, his katana flashing. A single precise slash struck Prom Cruich's wrist before she could react, forcing the dragon back as his clawed hand trembled from the impact. Georg attempted to warp space around Kokushibo with his dimension magic, but before he could complete the spell, Kokushibo appeared before him in an instant, the edge of his blade resting against Georg's throat. The magician froze, cold sweat running down his face. Cao Cao lunged again, his true longiness brimming with power. He aimed for Kokushibo's heart, but the ancient demon swordsman merely tilted his head, the spear grazing past his shoulder. With a swift counter, Kokushibo struck Cao Cao's wrist with the back of his blade, forcing him to drop the true longiness. Before Cao Cao could react, Kokushibo's foot connected with his chest, sending him crashing into the ground. Leonardo and Siegfried tried to flank him, but Kokushibo moved faster than they could process. His blade swept across the battlefield in a blur. Siegfried's demonic swords were shattered in an instant, while Leonardo collapsed, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of Kokushibo's presence alone. Vali, seeing an opportunity, activated her divine dividing, attempting to drain Kokushibo's power. However, the moment the energy began to transfer, her expression darkened. She couldn't take anything. What? She gasped, pulling back just in time to dodge a precise slash that cut through the air where she had stood. Kuroka chanted quickly, forming a powerful spell circle beneath Kokushibo, but with a single step, he was behind her. A thin cut appeared on her sleeve, showing he could have ended her in an instant if he wanted to. Too slow. He murmured. Several other Chaos Brigade members launched a barrage of magic, fire, and light spears. The battlefield flashed with chaotic energy, but Kokushibo stood unmoving, his blade dancing through the air with precise calculated movements. Every attack was either deflected, dissipated, or cut down before it could reach him. Cao Cao grit his teeth, lunging forward again with renewed aggression. Let's see you handle this. He activated a secret technique, the true longiness glowing with an overwhelming power. The golden spear of divine light shot toward Kokushibo at speeds imperceptible to the human eye. Yet, as fast as it was, Kokushibo was faster. His sword moved once. The golden spear shattered mid-air, and Cao Cao was sent skidding backward, his arms trembling from the force of the counter. The battlefield was silent. Kokushibo exhaled, lowering his blade slightly. "You are all lacking," he stated, his voice calm yet absolute. A slow, mocking clap echoed through the air. Well. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised." A ripple of power spread as RIZEVIM Live and Lucifer stepped forward, his usual smug grin in place. His silver hair shimmered under the light, and his draconic eyes gleamed with amusement. "I must say, you certainly live up to the stories, Kokushibo." RIZEVIM smirked, tilting his head. "But I can't let you have all the fun now, can I?" Kokushibo's 6 eyes shifted toward him, unblinking, unreadable. He took a step forward, his blade humming in the air. RIZEVIM chuckled, raising his arms dramatically. "Oh, no words. That's fine. I prefer action anyway." Power crackled around him, dark energy warping the space around his hands. The battlefield fell silent as the Chaos Brigade and the 3 factions backed away, understanding that this fight was beyond their level. Kokushibo and RIZEVIM circled each other, the tension in the air suffocating. The battle had just begun. RIZEVIM's smirk widened as he studied Kokushibo, his draconic eyes filled with amusement. "I must say, it's rare for someone to make me feel even a tiny bit cautious," he mused, rolling his shoulders. "But let's see how well you handle this." With a flick of his wrist, a surge of dark energy erupted from his palm, warping the very air around it. The energy twisted unnaturally, distorting space as it surged toward Kokushibo like a living nightmare. Kokushibo didn't flinch. His 6 eyes followed the chaotic mass with precision. Then, in a single smooth motion, he raised his blade and slashed. The moment his katana made contact, the attack was severed. The energy that should have distorted reality itself split apart like mist before a storm, dissipating into nothingness. RIZEVIM's eyes widened slightly, his grin faltering for a brief second before returning. "Oh, you can cut that too. Now you're just showing off." Kokushibo stepped forward. His movement was deliberate, each step sending a ripple of silent pressure through the battlefield. RIZEVIM chuckled but didn't retreat. Instead, his aura expanded, the ground beneath him cracking. The 2 warriors stopped circling. Then, they moved. Kokushibo vanished. RIZEVIM barely had time to react before Kokushibo reappeared before him, blade already descending. With an amused chuckle, RIZEVIM raised his arm, dark energy condensing into a shield. Clang. The impact shook the air, sending shockwaves rippling outward. RIZEVIM staggered back, his shield cracked from a single swing. He glanced at it and whistled. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kokushibo pressed forward, his blade flashing again. This time, RIZEVIM didn't block. Instead, his body flickered, vanishing in a blur of chaotic energy. He reappeared behind Kokushibo, a sphere of destruction forming in his palm. Before he could unleash it, Kokushibo spun, his blade carving an arc through the air. RIZEVIM barely managed to leap back, the edge of Kokushibo's katana, slicing through a lock of his silver hair. TCH. RIZEVIM clicked his tongue. You're really no fun, you know that. Kokushibo didn't respond. He simply raised his sword again, his stance unshaken. RIZEVIM's grin returned, though there was a flicker of annoyance beneath it now. Alright then. He said, cracking his neck. Let's see what happens when I stop holding back. The air grew thick with power. The battlefield trembled as the two monsters prepared to clash once more. The real battle was only beginning. RIZEVIM took a slow breath, his smirk returning despite the cut across his chest. His silver hair flowed wildly as his chaotic energy flared, twisting and distorting the air itself. He wasn't the type to rush in recklessly, no, he was a Lucifer. He fought with strategy. He studied Kokushibo. The swordsman had overwhelming strength, speed, and technique. His attacks were absolute. A direct exchange wouldn't work. But that was fine because RIZEVIM didn't play fair. RIZEVIM chuckled and wiped the blood from his chest. Alright, I see how it is. His wings pulsed, releasing another wave of chaotic energy. This time, the energy didn't lash out in a direct attack, it spread across the battlefield, shifting everything. The ground twisted. The very air vibrated. Space itself began to break, creating countless mirror-like distortions across the battlefield. Kokushibo narrowed his eyes slightly. His 6 pupils flickered as he analyzed the chaotic shifts, but before he could act, RIZEVIM was gone. Then, without warning, boom. A massive blast erupted directly beneath Kokushibo's feet, shattering the ground and sending him flying into the air. RIZEVIM reappeared above him, a spear of concentrated chaos already in his hand. Draconic chaos. Abyss Fang. With a wide grin, RIZEVIM thrust the spear downward. The attack pierced through Kokushibo's body, sending a shockwave that split the battlefield apart. A massive explosion followed, engulfing Kokushibo in a storm of chaotic destruction. The impact sent dust and debris flying in all directions, covering the entire battlefield in a thick impenetrable cloud. RIZEVIM landed lightly on the cracked ground, brushing off his coat. His grin widened. And that's that. The Chaos Brigade and the 3 factions watched in tense silence. Had they just witnessed Kokushibo being taken down? RIZEVIM exhaled dramatically. Man, for all that hype, I thought he'd last longer. He turned toward the dust cloud. I guess even legends can't survive when the battlefield itself is against them. The dust remained thick, obscuring everything. The silence stretched. Then, a deep chilling voice cut through the air. You think you won? RIZEVIM's smirk froze. His pupils shrank slightly. The dust began to clear. A silhouette stood within the fading debris. As the last of the dust settled, Kokushibo was revealed completely fine. The only damage? His kimono, slightly torn across the chest. His 6 glowing eyes locked onto RIZEVIM. His voice was cold, unwavering. All you did was tore down my kimono. The battlefield fell silent. RIZEVIM blinked. Then, for the first time in centuries, he felt something unfamiliar creep up his spine. RIZEVIM's grin faltered for just a moment before he forced it back. He let out a laugh, trying to mask the unease creeping into his mind. Only your kimono, huh? He crossed his arms. Come on now, you're not even a little pissed. That attack should have torn you apart. Kokushibo remained silent, his 6 eyes locked onto RIZEVIM. The tension in the air grew suffocating. Then something changed. A pulse of dark energy irradiated from Kokushibo's body. His muscles tensed, and his presence already overwhelming became utterly monstrous. His demonic nature flared to the surface, the wounds inflicted by RIZEVIM closing instantly, as if they never existed. The Chaos Brigade and the 3 factions watching from a distance felt it, the sheer, suffocating power of something beyond them. Even the strongest among them, beings who had fought countless battles, felt an instinctive shiver run down their spines. Kokushibo's hand tightened around the hilt of his blade. The air around him twisted, a black and red aura swirling as his katana began to change. His blade, once smooth and refined, began to twist and grow. The steel blackened, lengthening unnaturally as veins of crimson pulsed along its surface. The edge became jagged, its shape reminiscent of something alive. A grotesque, almost organic texture spread across the weapon, making it look like a fusion of sword and flesh. Shing. The low, inhuman sound echoed as the transformation completed. The weapon in Kokushibo's grasp was no longer just a katana, it was a monstrous extension of his very being. RIZEVIM's eyes flickered with something between amusement and wariness. "Oh. Now that's new." He tilted his head. "Didn't expect you to go full monster mode. Should I be honored?" Kokushibo finally spoke again, his voice deep, layered, and cold. "You should be afraid." In an instant Kokushibo vanished. RIZEVIM's eyes widened, he couldn't track him. Then. Slash. A massive gash split the battlefield apart, stretching for hundreds of meters. The shockwave obliterated the ground where RIZEVIM had been standing. But RIZEVIM, relying on pure reflex, had teleported at the last second, appearing midair. His smirk returned, but now it was forced. "Well, shit." Kokushibo turned his head, his 6 eyes glowing like death itself. He raised his transformed blade. "Now." Kokushibo said, stepping forward, his voice colder than ever. "Let's see how long you last." RIZEVIM tensed, his instincts screaming danger. Kokushibo stood still, his monstrous blade humming with raw power. The transformation wasn't just cosmetic, the very essence of his technique had shifted. Then, Kokushibo moved. With a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his blade. The air around him grew heavy, as if reality itself recognized the weight of the attack about to be unleashed. The once pink and yellow crescent slashes of his moon breathing were gone. In their place, a deep purple energy surged along his blade, crackling like restrained lightning. As he swung his sword, a new crescent moon slash erupted from the blade, glowing with an ethereal light blue hue, its edges shimmering unnaturally. Moon breathing. 7th form. Mirror of misfortune, moonlit. The slash tore through the battlefield, far larger than anything he had released before. The ground beneath it split apart, leaving behind a jagged trench. The sky above shattered like glass where the energy passed, warping as if the heavens themselves feared the attack. RIZEVIM barely had time to react. He teleported again, but. Slash. Blood sprayed into the air. RIZEVIM reappeared a distance away, clutching his side, where a deep gash ran across his ribs. His coat was ruined, and his breathing was uneven. For the first time in centuries, he felt real pain. RIZEVIM staggered, looking down at the wound, then back at Kokushibo. His grin was gone, replaced by a sharp glare. "You actually cut me." Kokushibo said nothing. His blade pulsed, the light blue crescent energy crackling around it. His 6 eyes locked onto RIZEVIM, unreadable yet absolute. RIZEVIM exhaled sharply. Then, his lips curled into a smirk again, but it was forced, a cover for the unease clawing at his mind. "Tch. Alright." RIZEVIM muttered, shaking his head. "I'll actually have to try." His draconic aura exploded, warping space violently as his wings expanded, shifting into a form of pure destruction. The battlefield trembled as chaos energy raged around him, his form flickering between solid and something else. The battle wasn't over. But the fear had settled in. As Kokushibo turned to leave, Office, standing in the stillness of the battlefield, spoke softly. "Bye, Drake." Her voice was quiet, so quiet that only one person truly heard it. "RIZEVIM." His smirk faltered for a brief moment, eyes narrowing in curiosity. He glanced at Office, then at Kokushibo, his mind piecing something together. But Kokushibo. The moment Office's words reached him, his body froze. For the first time since any battle began, his 6 eyes widened, his usually unshakable composure breaking ever so slightly. To those watching both the Chaos Brigade and the 3 factions, this was unbelievable. Kokushibo was shocked. But why? Office had said something, but no one else had heard it. Yet Kokushibo's reaction was immediate. His presence wavered for just a second, his muscles tensed, his fingers gripped his blade ever so slightly tighter. The battlefield, which had been filled with fear, tension, and destruction, now stood in an entirely different kind of silence, one of confusion. Volley narrowed her eyes. "What did she say?" Cao, gripping his spear, muttered. For him to react like that, it wasn't a threat. Even Crom Cruich, arms crossed, watched carefully. "Tch. The swordsman isn't the type to be rattled. That means." She trailed off, unable to fully grasp what had just happened. No one had an answer. Only 2 people knew the truth. Office, who had seen through everything. And RIZEVIM, who now had a new dangerous piece of information. Kokushibo's 6 eyes flickered, processing, calculating. But there was no way to deny it. She knew. Drake, hidden deep within Kokushibo's being, remained silent. But even without speaking, his presence tensed inside his host. Kokushibo, without another word, vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a battlefield of warriors confused and shaken by his uncharacteristic reaction. RIZEVIM, watching him leave, smirked again, this time with genuine curiosity. Well, now that's interesting." 2 months later. The underworld, Ager's castle. The grand halls of Ager's castle were silent yet tense. It had taken 2 long months, but the aftermath of the battle against Kokushibo and the Chaos Brigade had finally been dealt with. The destruction left in their wake had been catastrophic, but through a combined effort of the 3 factions and their allies, everything had finally been rebuilt. Now, the real challenge began. Securing the fragile peace. The castle's meeting chamber was massive, built to accommodate the most powerful figures in existence. At the grand table sat the leaders of each faction. Surzich's Lucifer, the Crimson Satan, representing the devils. Michael, the leader of Heaven's Angels. Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai from Kyoto. Odin, the All-Father of the Norse. Zephyr Glaciolabolas, representing the Devil Nobility. The mood was heavy as they all sat in silence, contemplating the same thing. It was Azazel who spoke first, breaking the uneasy quiet. "We need to talk about the Chaos Brigade. Specifically, what happened 2 months ago." His golden eyes were sharp as he leaned forward, fingers tapping against the table. "We knew they were dangerous. We've fought them before. But this..." He sighed, shaking his head. "This was different." Michael nodded in agreement. "RIZEVIM and the Chaos Brigade have always been a problem, but what we witnessed. The destruction, the sheer one-sidedness of that battle." His calm expression faltered slightly. "They are far more dangerous than we expected." Surzich's, who had remained quiet until now, finally spoke. His voice was measured, yet heavy. "You aren't wrong. Kokushibo alone was able to put RIZEVIM, the leader of the Chaos Brigade, on the defensive. None of us expected that." He folded his hands together. "And the worst part." He glanced at Michael. The Archangel sighed. "Office." A chilling silence filled the room. Isaka, who had been listening carefully, finally spoke, her voice calm but firm. "I had heard the rumors. But I didn't want to believe them. Office, the infinite dragon god, one of the strongest beings in existence, is part of the Chaos Brigade." She narrowed her golden eyes. "And she openly helped RIZEVIM that day." Odin, who had been drinking quietly, let out a long sigh. "That's the real problem, isn't it?" He placed his cup down. "The Chaos Brigade is already dangerous. RIZEVIM alone is a problem, but with Office backing them..." His expression darkened. "If she decides to make a move, none of us can stop her." Zephyr, the young devil noble, crossed his arms. "Then why hasn't she done anything major yet?" He frowned. "I mean, if Office is truly as powerful as the legends say, why does she allow the Chaos Brigade to suffer losses? Why does she only step in at the last second?" Azazel smirked slightly, but there was no humor in it. "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?" His fingers drummed against the table. "Office isn't like RIZEVIM. She doesn't seem to care about causing destruction for the sake of it. Which means she has a goal. And that's what makes her even more dangerous than Kokushibo." At the mention of Kokushibo's name, the room grew even heavier. Yusaka shifted slightly in her seat. "And then. There's him." Everyone understood exactly who she was referring to. Michael took a deep breath. "Kokushibo. The swordsman of the Chaos Brigade." He looked around the table. "He isn't a dragon. He isn't a god. And yet. He fought RIZEVIM and forced him to struggle. No one else has done that. Not even us." Surzich's frowned. "He didn't just fight RIZEVIM. He dominated him." Azazel nodded. "And the most terrifying part. He wasn't even using his full strength." Zephyr's eyes widened. "You're saying he was holding back?" "Of course, he was." Odin's expression was serious. "I saw the reports. Kokushibo is a swordsman. His power isn't just brute force. It's skill, precision, and absolute mastery of combat. From what I've read, he never even looked desperate." Michael clasped his hands together. "Then we must prepare for the worst." Yusaka glanced at Surzich's. "You're quiet." Surzich's leaned back slightly, his usual friendly demeanor replaced with something calculating. "I've been thinking about that battle. Kokushibo was in complete control. Until the end." He narrowed his eyes. "Something happened at the very end of that fight. Something that made him react." Azazel's smirk returned. "You noticed too, huh?" Surzich's nodded. "He was completely unreadable the entire battle. Never flinched. Never showed emotion." His gaze sharpened. "But when Office said something to him. Something none of us heard." He stopped. Yusaka frowned. "You mean? Office said something that shocked him?" Michael, Azazel, and Surzich's all nodded. Odin raised an eyebrow. "So? Office knows something about him that we don't?" Azazel sighed, crossing his arms. "That's what it looks like." Michael added. "And if Office knows something that can shake someone as compassed as Kokushibo, then it's something we need to know." Surzich's looked around the table. "I think it's clear now. The Chaos Brigade, Office, and Kokushibo are our greatest threats. If we want to protect this peace, we have to be prepared." Yusaka spoke, her voice calm but serious. "Then the question is, what do we do?" A long silence followed. No one had an answer. Because no one knew what Kokushibo truly was. And that uncertainty was more terrifying than anything else. Scene change. The wind howled across the towering mountain peak, carrying with it the cold bite of the high-altitude air. A lone figure stood at the very edge, his long black hair flowing behind him, his breathing steady despite the thin air. Issei. Here, away from the eyes of the world, he had abandoned his demonic form. His 6 eyes were now 2, his monstrous blade replaced with a simple unadorned katana. A man, not a demon. His bare feet pressed against the solid rock as he took a deep breath, then exhaled, tightening his grip on his sword. He moved. The blade sang as it sliced through the air. The wind split apart with each strike. His movements a perfect symphony of precision and efficiency. Each swing left an afterimage, his body weaving between the fading echoes of his previous strikes, untouchable, absolute. But he wasn't satisfied. With a final slash, he stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Slowly, he sat down on the ground, resting his sword across his lap. His eyes, sharp as ever, stared at the endless horizon beyond the mountains. He was not strong enough. Not yet. His fingers curled slightly against the hilt of his blade. Office. Her presence alone had been enough to end the battle before it even truly began. She had forced him to acknowledge his limits. And that was unacceptable. For the first time in centuries, he had been forced to accept that there was a wall in front of him. A wall so vast that even his sword could not cut through it. And Drake had been silent ever since. Until now. You're overthinking it, partner. A deep ancient voice echoed within his mind. Drake, the Welsh dragon, his presence ever burning within him, finally spoke after weeks of silence. Issei remained still. I know what you're thinking. I've felt it in your soul. You're frustrated. Issei's grip on his blade tightened slightly. You don't need to admit it out loud. I already know. A slow exhale left Issei's lips. Drake knew him too well. Office. His voice was calm, steady. I cannot surpass her. Not yet. Not with that mindset you want. Issei's eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. Drake let out a deep chuckle. You and I both know the truth. We've been fighting, training, honing our strength for years. But strength alone isn't enough. Not against someone like her. A pause. You're thinking of her as an obstacle. A wall too high to climb. And that's where you're wrong. Issei remained silent, listening. She's not a wall. She's not something you climb or break. She's a storm. An endless force of nature. And the only way to defeat a storm is to become something greater. Issei closed his eyes, digesting Drake's words. Something greater. Drake's voice softened slightly. You've spent centuries perfecting your blade, your techniques. But tell me, partner. When was the last time you pushed beyond what you already knew? The wind blew against Issei's face, cold and sharp. Pushed beyond. His eyes slowly opened. He understood. His grip on his sword relaxed, then tightened once more. The office was beyond him. For now. But Drake was right. If he kept thinking of her as an immovable obstacle, he would never surpass her. If he wanted to stand above even her, he had to become something new. Stronger. Sharper. Something beyond just a swordsman. He exhaled once more. Then, with quiet determination, he whispered. Then I will evolve. Drake chuckled. Now that's what I like to hear. 1 month later. The door creaked open as Kuroka, Vali, Krom Kruich, and Tiamat stepped inside. The small, humble home was quiet. Too quiet. No Issei. Strange. Vali muttered, scanning the interior. Where the hell is he? Kuroka sniffed the air. Something smells good, Naya. They followed the scent, stepping further inside. Only to stop in shock at the sight before them. At the center of the modest kitchen stood Drake. The mighty, legendary Red Dragon Emperor. Cooking. His broad figure moved with surprising efficiency, flipping food in a pan with practiced ease. The rich aroma of perfectly seared meat filled the air, making their stomachs growl slightly. Tiamat and Albion were frozen. Their legendary rival, the fearsome Drake, was standing in an apron, calmly cooking like it was the most natural thing in the world. You can cook. Albion finally spoke, her usually cold voice tinged with genuine admiration. Drake glanced over, blinking. Yeah. Why wouldn't I? Tiamat stared. This was the same dragon she had fought for centuries. And now he was standing here, calmly making a meal. Her lips parted slightly before she cleared her throat. It's just unexpected. Drake shrugged, flipping a piece of meat onto a plate. Issei eats a lot. If I don't cook, he'd probably just train until he collapses. Figured I'd make sure he actually eats. Krom Kruich crossed her arms, watching him with mild interest. You cook for him? Yeah. Drake turned off the stove. He's training right now, so I'm making his food. He glanced at them. Wanna come? I was about to bring it to him. Albion and Tiamat exchanged looks. Was this really the same Drake? Tiamat sighed, rubbing her temple. Why was she finding him more attractive now? Albion folded her arms, a smirk tugging at her lips. I have to admit. This is unexpected. Kuroka grinned. I dunno, Naya. I think it's kinda nice. You'd make a good house husband, Drake. Drake frowned, confused. Why does everyone keep saying that? Prom let out a small chuckle, shaking her head. Never mind that. Let's go see Issei. With that, the group followed Drake, their thoughts oddly conflicted as they made their way to the training grounds. As they walked along the dirt path leading to the training grounds, the atmosphere was surprisingly light. The sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, and the faint sound of distant strikes against wood filled the air. Vali kept her hands in her coat pockets, glancing at Drake. So, how long have you been cooking like this? Drake gave her a sideways glance. A while. Picked it up after spending years watching Issei eat like a bottomless pit. Figured I might as well make sure he eats something decent. Tiamat huffed. I never thought I'd live to see the day where Drake, the so-called Welsh dragon of domination, was willingly taking care of someone. Drake raised a brow. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's not. She admitted, looking away. It's just unexpected. Albion crossed her arms, her usual icy demeanor hiding the strange warmth she felt at the sight of Drake acting so naturally. You're not just doing this for him, are you? Drake frowned. What do you mean? Albion smirked slightly. Cooking for someone, making sure they eat. It's more than just duty. Do you care about him? Drake scoffed. Of course I do. Issei's my partner. His voice carried no hesitation. I might grumble, but the kid's strong-willed. If I don't look after him, who will? Kuroka grinned, nudging Vali with her elbow. Oh, he's like a proud father, Naya. Vali rolled her eyes but didn't deny it. Krom Kruich, who had been mostly quiet, finally spoke. Is he improving? Drake's expression shifted slightly. Yeah. A lot. He looked ahead. You'll see for yourselves. They fell silent after that, each lost in their own thoughts. Kuroka swayed her tail playfully. So, what kind of training is he doing now? Drake smirked. The usual. Swordsmanship, discipline, endurance. Pushing himself beyond limits. Vali narrowed her eyes. He's always been like that. Drake nodded. Yeah. But lately, it's been different. More focused. Albion's gaze sharpened. Focused how? Drake paused, then shrugged. Hard to explain. He's just more determined than ever. Tiamat exhaled through her nose. I suppose we'll see soon enough. As they continued along the path, the terrain became rougher, leading them past a towering mountain ridge. The wind howled as they moved through a narrow pass, the air heavy with the scent of stone and lingering dragon energy. Then, they saw it. A colossal pillar, stretching so high it pierced through the clouds. Its surface gleamed faintly under the sunlight, a dark metallic sheen betraying its nature. Not ordinary rock, but something far denser. Krom Kruich and Tiamat stopped dead in their tracks, their eyes widening in recognition. That's. Tiamat's voice came out sharper than she intended. Krom Kruich clenched her fists, her usually calm demeanor wavering for a moment. Impossible. Before anyone could ask what had them so shaken, the ground trembled beneath them. Boom. A deafening impact rang through the mountain pass as the massive pillar was swung downward with terrifying force. Dust and debris shot up from the impact site, a crater forming where the pillar met the earth. And at the center of it all. Issei. Topless, his muscular body drenched in sweat, veins bulging from the sheer strain of his training. His teeth were clenched, breath heavy, yet he didn't stop. With a deep guttural growl, he lifted the pillar once more, muscles rippling with power, and swung it down again. Boom. Vali's eyes narrowed. What the hell is he doing? Kuroka's tail flicked, her usual playful demeanor momentarily fading as she took in the sheer intensity of the scene. That's insane, Naya. Drake smirked, arms crossed as he watched. I told you. He's been pushing himself harder than ever. Albion, for once, was speechless. She knew Issei had been training, but this. Tiamat's hands twitched as she stared at the massive pillar. That's titanium dragon organ. Vali's eyes widened slightly. Even she had heard of it. That material is used in the strongest weapons and armor forged in the dragon territory. Krom Kruich added, her golden eyes gleaming. It's one of the densest, heaviest substances in existence. Even high-class dragons wouldn't train with something like that. Because it's impossible. Yet here Issei was, lifting it. Swinging it. Repeatedly. Kuroka whistled, smirking. Look at those muscles, Naya. Vali ignored her, focusing on Issei's expression. He wasn't just swinging for the sake of it. There was something in his eyes. Something deeper. Determination. Resolve. Albion exhaled slowly. He's not just training. He's forging himself into something else. Drake's smirk grew. Now you're getting it. The group watched as Issei let out a sharp breath, resetting his stance before lifting the pillar once more, preparing for another earth-shaking swing. Krom Kruich and Tiamat exchanged a glance. They had come to check on him. But now, they were beginning to realize. This wasn't the same Issei they had known before. Drake watched as Issei swung the massive pillar down again, the earth beneath him cracking from the sheer force. The sound of metal striking stone echoed across the mountain pass, a deep boom that sent vibrations through the ground. And yet, despite the obvious strain on his body, Issei didn't stop. His breath came in heavy, controlled exhales, his muscles tightening as he lifted the impossible weight once more. Drake sighed. He had expected this. "Oi, idiot," Drake called out, his deep voice cutting through the rhythmic crashes of Issei's training. "Take a break and eat. I didn't spend all that time cooking just for you to ignore it." Issei didn't respond. Another swing. Boom. Drake's brow twitched. "Issei." No response. Kuroka grinned. "He's in the zone, Naya." Kruich crossed her arms. "He's pushing himself beyond his limit." Tiamat, still staring at the impossible weight he was lifting, shook her head in disbelief. "This is insane. Even for him." Drake exhaled sharply. TCH. Stubborn as ever. He walked forward a few steps, towering over the scene before finally just shaking his head. "Fine. Do whatever you want." With that, he turned and sat down on a nearby rock, arms crossed. If Issei wasn't going to listen, then he'd just watch. The others followed his lead, finding spots to sit or lean against as they observed Issei's relentless training. Sweat dripped from his body, his breathing ragged but steady. He swung the pillar down again. And again. Each strike sending shockwaves through the ground. Volley, arms still folded, watched with a focused expression. Albion, still within her mind, finally spoke. "He's different now." Volley didn't respond immediately, but her fingers curled slightly. She knew. They all did. And yet, none of them could look away. Issei exhaled sharply, his grip loosening as the colossal weight slipped from his hands. The titanium dragon ore pillar slammed into the earth with a final thunderous impact, embedding itself into the cratered ground. And then. He dropped to one knee. His chest rose and fell in deep, heavy breaths, his sweat-soaked body trembling from sheer exhaustion. His arms, strained beyond normal limits, hung limply at his sides, his fingers twitching as if they still wanted to grasp the weapon he had just released. For a moment, the entire group remained silent, watching as Issei fought against the limits of his own body. Tiamat's brows furrowed. He's pushing himself too far. Before she could finish, Issei moved. With gritted teeth and a slow, deliberate motion, he planted his foot firmly on the ground. His muscles tensed, his breath steadied. And then, he stood back up. His hands reached for the pillar once more. Oh, hell no. A blur of motion. Kruich was the first to react. In an instant, she closed the distance, her golden eyes sharp with disbelief and frustration. Enough. She grabbed his wrist before he could lift the impossible weight again, her grip firm but controlled. "You're done." A second later, Tiamat was beside her, her usually composed face betraying a flicker of concern. "This is insane, even for you. You need to rest." Issei didn't look at them. His jaw clenched as he tried to pull his arm free. "I can still." "Shut up." Volley's voice cut through the moment like a blade, sharper than ever. She walked toward him, her silver eyes locked onto his. "You're done for today." Kuroka appeared at his side, flicking his forehead lightly. "Naya. Listen to your women, dummy." Issei blinked. "My what?" Drake let out a deep sigh, standing up from his rock. TCH. Knew this was gonna happen. He approached, shaking his head. "You're gonna kill yourself at this rate. Just take the damn food break." Albion, still watching from Volley's mind, sighed. If he collapses, it's his own fault at this point. Issei exhaled, his body still trembling, but he finally stopped resisting. He wasn't sure what was more exhausting. His training or the fact that all of them had rushed him at once. "Fine." He muttered, closing his eyes briefly. "I'll eat." Kuroka grinned. "Good boy, Naya." Kruich released his wrist but still looked unimpressed. Volley crossed her arms, making it clear that she wasn't letting him train again anytime soon. Drake smirked. "Damn right you will. Now come on before the food gets cold." With that, the group turned back toward the mountain pass, making their way back. While Issei, still breathing heavily, followed behind. He knew this wouldn't be the last time he pushed himself. But for now, he'd rest. As the group settled down to eat, Issei calmly raised his hand and summoned Albion from her sacred gear. A pulse of white energy coalesced beside him, forming the tall, armored figure of the vanishing dragon. Albion stretched her wings slightly before settling down beside Volley, her piercing blue eyes glancing toward the food. Without hesitation, she picked up a portion and began eating, her movements precise and controlled. Drake, already used to her presence, simply took a bite of his own food. HMPH. "Took you long enough." Albion smirked slightly. "I had to ensure my host wasn't about to do something reckless." Volley scoffed. TCH. "I don't need a babysitter." Kuroka chuckled, swaying her tail behind her. You say that, but Albion still watches over you, Naya. Kruich finished a bite before glancing at Issei. And you? Still planning to train after this? Issei nodded once. Yes. Tiamat sighed. Of course you are. The group continued eating, the conversation minimal, but the atmosphere surprisingly relaxed. For all their differences, in this moment, they shared a simple thing. A meal before the storm. The meal continued, the quiet clinking of utensils filling the space as the group ate. Despite the simplicity of the food, it was well cooked, and even the most reserved among them couldn't deny that Drake had some serious skill in the kitchen. Kruich leaned back slightly, arms crossed as she glanced at Issei. You're really planning to go back to training right after this? Issei took a slow bite before answering. Yes. Tiamat exhaled sharply, giving him a pointed look. Even after you nearly collapsed? Issei nodded. I haven't reached my limit yet. Volley narrowed her eyes slightly. You dropped to one knee. That's as close as it gets. Issei didn't respond, merely continuing to eat with his usual measured pace. Albion sighed, setting her portion down. Issei, training is important, but pushing yourself recklessly is another matter. Drake, still chewing, let out a dry chuckle. Heh. You're one to talk. Back in the day, you were just as stubborn. Albion shot him a look. I was disciplined. Not reckless. Yeah. Drake smirked. Still ended up in a lot of fights you didn't need to be in. Albion huffed but didn't argue. Kuroka, sensing the tension, decided to lighten the mood. You two sure act like an old married couple, Naya. Drake almost choked on his food. What? Albion, in contrast, simply rolled her eyes. Hardly. Tiamat smirked, clearly enjoying Drake's reaction. I don't know. You do argue like one. Drake glared. We fought for centuries. That doesn't make us anything like that. Kruich, amused, took another bite. If you say so. Kuroka giggled, leaning toward Issei. What do you think, Naya? Do they make a cute couple? Issei paused mid-bite, exhaled through his nose, and simply shook his head. Kuroka pouted. Oh, no fun. Volley, however, had her attention back on Issei. Even if you're not at your limit, what's your goal? What's all this training really for? The question hung in the air for a moment. Issei set his empty bowl down, his golden eyes meeting Volley's. To perfect my swordsmanship. Kruich raised an eyebrow. That's it. Issei nodded. Yes. Kuroka tilted her head, her ears twitching. No revenge. No secret mission. Just that. Tiamat studied him, as if trying to find something deeper in his words. You're serious? I am. A brief silence followed before Drake sighed, stretching his arms. TCH. If nothing else, at least you're consistent. Kuroka grinned. Well, a man who's dedicated is kinda attractive, Naya. Volley's brow twitched. Stop saying dumb things. Albion chuckled lightly in Volley's mind. Jealous. Volley ignored her, instead focusing on Issei again. And what will you do once you've perfected it? Issei didn't answer right away. He picked up his cup, took a slow sip, then finally spoke. I'll know when I get there. The group processed his words in silence. Drake leaned back on his hands. Ha. Sounds about right. The conversation shifted after that, turning to lighter topics. The food, past battles, and the occasional teasing remark. Despite Issei's quiet nature, he remained present, listening to their words even if he only spoke when necessary. And for this moment, even as his mind remained focused on training, he allowed himself to sit and eat with those who, whether he admitted it or not, had started to become a part of his life. Albion rested her chin on her hand, her piercing blue eyes gleaming with amusement. You know, Drake, for all your strength, you're surprisingly good with your hands. Drake, mid-bite, paused before raising an eyebrow. The hell's that supposed to mean? Tiamat smirked, swirling her drink in her cup. Oh, nothing. Just saying you have a delicate touch when it counts. Kuroka, picking up on the shift in tone, purred. Sounds like you two know something we don't, Naya. Volley groaned. Oh, for the love of. Stop. Kruich, who had been watching quietly, chuckled. Teasing the Red Dragon Emperor, huh? He must have done something to earn that. Drake narrowed his eyes at Albion and Tiamat. TCH. You two really don't know when to quit. Albion smiled slightly, taking a slow sip of her drink. I could say the same about you. Tiamat leaned back on her hands, looking far too pleased with herself. Come now, Drake. No need to act so grumpy. Drake exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Damn troublemakers. Issei, who had been silently eating, didn't react to their teasing. His focus remained elsewhere. Volley noticed, her sharp gaze lingering on him. You still haven't answered my question. She said suddenly. Issei looked at her. Which one? Volley leaned forward slightly. What happens after you perfect your swordsmanship? The air seemed too still for a moment. Issei's fingers tightened slightly around his cup, but his expression remained neutral. I'll know when I get there. Volley narrowed her eyes. That's not an answer. Issei didn't respond. Drake, sensing something beneath the words, glanced at him. You're aiming higher than just being a swordsman, aren't you? Issei remained silent for a beat before finally saying. Strength is the only path forward. Tiamat watched him carefully. You're not saying something. Crom Cruach tilted her head. Who are you trying to surpass? Issei didn't answer. Instead, he calmly took another bite of his food. The group shared a look, but no one pressed further. Whatever his true goal was, Issei wasn't ready to say it. And for now, that was enough. As the last remnants of the meal disappeared, Issei set his empty bowl down and slowly stood up. Without a word, he turned toward Drake, his golden eyes unwavering. Do it. Drake raised an eyebrow. You sure? Issei nodded once. Yes. The others glanced at each other in confusion as Drake exhaled and rolled his shoulders. Alright then. Don't complain later. With that, Drake's aura flared, a deep crimson energy surrounding him before flowing into Issei. Instantly, the air grew heavy. A crushing force pressed down on Issei's body, the weight so immense that the ground beneath his feet cracked. His muscles tensed, his breath slowed for a moment. But he didn't falter. What the hell was that? Volley narrowed her eyes. Drake crossed his arms. I just increased his body weight. A lot. Tiamat blinked. How much weight are we talking about? Drake smirked. Enough that a normal dragon wouldn't even be able to stand. Crom Cruach's golden eyes gleamed with intrigue. And he asked for this. Drake let out a low chuckle. He always does. Albion's piercing blue eyes settled on Issei. You're telling me he's been training under that kind of weight this whole time? Drake shrugged. Not just training. Living. Silence fell over the group as their eyes snapped to Issei. Despite the unimaginable weight pressing down on him, he was already moving. He walked to where the massive pillar from earlier lay. It was gigantic, stretching into the clouds, almost impossible for an ordinary being to lift. Issei grabbed it. His fingers dug into the solid structure, veins bulging along his forearms as he lifted it above his head. His muscles screamed under the pressure, sweat dripping from his bare torso. Then, boom. He swung it down. The earth shook violently, cracks tearing through the mountain. A deafening shockwave erupted, forcing the group to brace themselves. Then he did it again. And again. Each time, the impact grew stronger. His movements were slower than before, but under this level of weight, the fact that he was still moving at all was terrifying. Each swing sent shockwaves through the entire mountain. Kuroka's tail flicked as she swallowed. That's not normal, Naya. Volley clenched her fists. TCH. That level of control. Even with that weight. Crom Cruach's eyes burned with battle hunger. That's not just strength. That's pure refinement. Tiamat exhaled, shaking her head in disbelief. How can he endure that? Drake smirked, watching the scene unfold. Because he doesn't stop. The rhythm of his training continued. His breath was heavy, his body trembling slightly from the relentless strain. But he refused to stop. Minutes passed. Then, finally, his grip slipped. The pillar slammed into the ground and Issei dropped to one knee, his body shaking. Issei. Before he could even catch his breath, they rushed toward him. But just as they reached him, he stood back up. His breathing was ragged, sweat dripped from his chin, and his muscles screamed in protest. But his eyes burned with unwavering determination. Then, he lifted the pillar again. He's insane. Volley muttered, her voice quieter than usual. Tiamat and Crom Cruach, dragons who prided themselves on strength, were left speechless. Albion, for once, had nothing to say. Drake let out a long sigh and sat on a nearby rock, resting his elbow on his knee as he watched Issei train. TCH. Do whatever you want. Not like you listen to anyone anyway. Kuroka smirked. So cold, Drake. At least pretend you care, Naya. Drake rolled his eyes. You think I don't? I just know it's pointless. Tiamat smirked, her voice teasing. Sounds like you're finally learning. Drake shot her a glare, but she only laughed. Meanwhile, Issei's relentless training continued. The group watched him, a strange sense of inevitability settling over them. No matter what they said, no matter how much they tried to slow him down, Issei would keep moving forward. Even if it meant breaking himself to reach heights no one else could touch. As Issei swung the massive pillar once more, sending another shockwave through the mountains, Albion exhaled sharply, her blue eyes still locked onto him. Then she turned to Drake. How long has he been training like this? Drake leaned back against a boulder, arms crossed. Like this? A month. Silence. Kuroka's ears twitched. A whole month, Naya. Drake nodded. Yeah. Every single day. From sunrise to well past midnight. Tiamat frowned. That's excessive. Drake snorted. Tell that to him. Not like he'd listen. Crom Cruach's golden eyes gleamed. A month under that kind of weight, lifting that pillar. Drake's expression remained unreadable. That pillar, that weight, those swings. Over and over again. Every single day. Without fail. Volley clenched her fists. TCH. That's insane. Albion narrowed her eyes. No. That's dedication beyond reason. The group fell silent again, watching as Issei, his body battered, his breath heavy, lifted the pillar once more. His movements were slower, his muscles strained, but his eyes never wavered. And despite everything, despite a whole month of relentless training, he still wasn't stopping. Drake let out a long sigh, running a hand through his hair as he watched Issei continue his relentless training. The mountain had already been reshaped by his efforts, yet he still swung that massive pillar, as if nothing else in the world mattered. Albion, her gaze still fixed on Issei, finally spoke. And how long do you think he'll keep doing this? Drake exhaled sharply, his crimson eyes narrowing. Until he's satisfied with his strength. Tiamat crossed her arms. And when will that be? Drake let out a low chuckle, but there was no humor in it. That's the problem. It's gonna be a long time. Kuroka tilted her head. So what do we do, Naya? Drake shrugged. Nothing. Volley scowled. Nothing. You're just going to let him keep pushing himself like this? Drake glanced at her. And what exactly do you think you can do to stop him? Silence. Volley's hands clenched at her sides, but she had no answer. Kromkruch smirked. He has the will of a warrior. Stopping him would be an insult. Albion's piercing blue eyes remained locked onto Issei. So, we just watch. Drake sighed. That's all we can do. Another deafening boom echoed through the mountains as Issei slammed the pillar down again, sending cracks splintering across the ground. Despite his trembling arms. Despite the weight crushing down on him. Despite the sheer exhaustion seeping into his bones. He lifted the pillar again. And the group knew. No matter how much time passed, no matter how much his body screamed in protest, Issei would not stop. Because for him, strength was everything. And he wouldn't stop until he had more. Few minutes has passed. The relentless training continued. The rhythmic crashes of the pillar echoed across the mountains, shaking the earth with every impact. Each swing sent waves of pressure through the air, forcing even the onlookers to brace themselves. Issei's breath was ragged, his body drenched in sweat, but his golden eyes remained sharp. Determined. Unyielding. Then. He stopped. The silence was deafening after the constant barrage of shockwaves. The group watched as Issei stood there, his chest rising and falling heavily. His grip tightened on the pillar, his muscles trembling from the relentless strain. Then, without turning around, he spoke. Drake. The dragon raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Issei's voice came out rough but filled with absolute certainty. Increase it. Drake frowned. What? Issei finally turned his head, those golden eyes burning with an intensity that made even the mighty dragon pause. Increase the weight. Double it. Silence. Everyone froze. Kuroka's ears twitched. Naya. Tiamat blinked. You want what? Even Kromkruch narrowed her eyes slightly. You're already carrying a weight that most dragons couldn't even stand under. And you want double that? Issei didn't hesitate. Yes. Drake let out a short laugh. You sure about that? The weight you're under right now is already pushing you past your limits. If I double it, your body might not even be able to move. Issei's grip on the pillar tightened, his knuckles turning white. He took a deep breath before looking Drake dead in the eye. Do it. Drake studied him for a moment. He saw the exhaustion, the strain, the sheer physical toll that this training had already taken on him. But more than that, he saw the fire in his eyes. The kind of fire that refused to be extinguished. The kind of fire that burned away fear, doubt, and hesitation. Drake sighed, rolling his shoulders. Alright then. The air around him shifted. A deep crimson aura flared to life, wrapping around his body before flowing into Issei. The moment the energy surged into him. Boom. The ground beneath Issei shattered, forming a deep crater as an unseen force pressed down on him. His entire body locked up, muscles screaming in protest as the sheer weight crushed down with merciless intensity. A groan escaped his throat as his legs trembled, his breath catching in his chest. Then. He moved. Slowly. Painfully. But he moved. His fingers tightened around the pillar, his arms shaking violently as he pulled it upward. Veins bulged along his forearms, sweat poured down his face, and every fiber of his being resisted. But he refused to yield. Inch by inch, he lifted it. Tiamat's eyes widened. That's ridiculous. Albion, who had seen countless warriors in her time, whispered under her breath. How? Kromkruch grinned, her battle-hungry gaze never leaving Issei. Ha. Now this is getting interesting. Kuroka swallowed, her tail flicking anxiously. He's really insane, Naya. Volley, despite herself, felt a chill run down her spine. She gritted her teeth. TCH. This guy. What is he even chazzing? Drake watched silently, his expression unreadable. He had known Issei for a long time. Long enough to understand one thing. He wasn't chasing anything. He was climbing. Higher. Stronger. Beyond limits. No matter how much it hurt. No matter how much it broke him. And no matter how long it took. Issei's body shook violently, but his voice, though strained, rang out with absolute clarity. This isn't enough. And with that, he swung the pillar down again. For hours, Issei continued. Swing after swing, each impact tore through the land, shaking the very foundation of the mountain. His body screamed, his vision blurred, but he never stopped. Even under twice the weight, even as his arms felt like they were being ripped apart, even as his breathing grew more ragged. He kept moving forward. The others watched in a tense silence. Even Kuroka, who always had something playful to say, remained quiet. Then, he stopped. The massive pillar rested on his shoulder, his grip still firm. His chest rose and fell in heavy breaths, his entire body drenched in sweat. But he didn't move. He just stood there. Seconds passed. Then more. The group exchanged glances. What's he doing? Tiamat asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Crom Cruach narrowed her eyes. His stance hasn't wavered. His body should be giving out by now. Volley stepped forward slightly. TCH. Why isn't he saying anything? Then. His fingers twitched. The pillar, the same one he had been wielding for a month without rest, slipped from his grip. Boom. It slammed into the ground, sending another powerful shockwave across the mountain. Dust and debris shot into the air, but Issei remained standing. Or at least. For a few more seconds. His golden eyes, still burning with unyielding determination. Dimmed. His body swayed. Then. He collapsed. His knees buckled, his body giving in completely as he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Issei. Kuroka was the first to react, dashing forward. Tiamat and Albion followed immediately, their expressions tight with concern. Crom Cruach stepped closer, her battle-hungry smirk gone. Even Volley's usual scowl faltered for a brief moment as she approached. Drake sighed heavily, rubbing his forehead. Finally. Volley snapped her head toward him. Finally. What the hell do you mean by finally? Drake leaned back, exhaling. He was running on pure willpower at the end. His body gave out a long time ago, but his mind wouldn't let him stop. Albion's piercing blue eyes flickered toward Issei's unmoving form. Then. He was forcing himself to stay awake. Drake nodded. Yeah. And he kept going long past what any sane person would. Tiamat crouched beside Issei, her fingers gently brushing against his arm. His entire body was trembling slightly, his breathing uneven, but steady. He needs rest. A lot of it. Kuroka placed a hand on his chest, her ears twitching. His heartbeat is strong, Naya. But he's completely drained. Crom Cruach crossed her arms. Impressive. Volley clenched her fists. TCH. More like reckless. Drake let out another sigh. Yeah, well, that's just who he is. The group remained there for a while, staring at the unconscious dragon in front of them. Even after pushing himself beyond reason. Even after breaking past limits no one else dared to approach. He still wouldn't stop. And they all knew. The moment he woke up. He would start again. Issei's mindscape. Darkness surrounded him. The weight that had been crushing his body moments ago was gone, replaced by an eerie silence. Slowly, his senses returned. The scent of grass. The sound of wind brushing through trees. The warmth of the sun against his skin. Issei opened his eyes. He stood in an endless field, golden with a touch of late afternoon sunlight. In the distance, a lone tree swayed gently, its crimson leaves drifting with the wind. And there, sitting on a small rock in the middle of it all. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. His back was straight, his hands resting calmly on his lap. The legendary swordsman's eyes were closed, his expression peaceful, as if he had been waiting. Issei took a step forward. The grass crunched beneath his feet, but Yoriichi did not stir. You again. Issei muttered, his voice steady despite the exhaustion lingering in his soul. Yoriichi finally opened his eyes. Warm, kind, yet filled with immeasurable depth. He looked at Issei, studying him with quiet understanding. You have been pushing yourself. Yoriichi said gently. Issei scoffed. TCH. You think? Yoriichi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the horizon, where the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the field. You are not satisfied yet. Yoriichi finally said. It was not a question. Issei clenched his fists. No. A soft breeze passed between them. Yoriichi remained still. Then, after a moment, he spoke again. Why do you seek strength? Issei's jaw tightened. It was a simple question. One that had been asked before. One that others had tried to answer for him. To surpass limits. To grow stronger. To reach heights no one else could. But now, standing before this man, the question felt heavier. Because I have to. Issei finally said. His voice was firm, unwavering. Because I won't stop until I reach the top. Yoriichi closed his eyes for a moment, as if considering his words. Then, when he opened them again, there was something different in his gaze. Understanding. But also something else. Sadness. Very well. Yoriichi said, slowly rising to his feet. His movements were fluid, effortless, as if he weighed nothing at all. He stepped forward, stopping just a few feet from Issei. If you wish to continue down this path, Yoriichi said softly, then you must be prepared. Issei's eyes narrowed. Prepared for what? Yoriichi held his gaze. For what comes next. Then, without another word, he unsheathed his sword. The simple, unassuming katana gleamed under the setting sun. Issei instinctively stepped back, his body tensing. But Yoriichi simply raised his blade. And the world changed. Few minutes later. Issei barely had time to react before the world shifted. The golden fields blurred, the sky darkened, and suddenly. Clang. His instinct screamed as his body moved on its own, barely dodging the strike that came faster than anything he had ever seen. Yoriichi stood before him, sword extended, his eyes calm yet unyielding. Issei gritted his teeth. Oi. Yoriichi didn't let him finish. Another step. Another strike. Faster. Sharper. Issei barely had time to move before the blade stopped just short of his neck. The pressure alone made his skin tingle. It was precise. Unstoppable. Absolute. Why? Issei growled, stepping back. Yoriichi lowered his sword slightly. Because you are still lacking. A flash of irritation crossed Issei's face. I've been training my body non-stop. I've pushed past limits no one else would even consider. And you're telling me that's not enough? Yoriichi shook his head. Your body is strong, but your mind is not yet refined. His crimson eyes softened slightly. Michikatsu. You have walked a long path, yet the way you wield your sword still carries doubt. Issei's breath hitched. That name. Michikatsu. It had been so long since he'd heard it. Yoriichi's gaze did not waver. You wanted his legacy to live on. Carry the weight of his past. Issei clenched his fists. TCH. So what? Yoriichi exhaled softly, lowering his sword fully. If you wish to reach the heights you seek, then you must accept all that you are. Not just strength. Not just power. But the mind that wields the blade. A pause. Then Yoriichi raised his sword once more. This time, you will train not just your body, but your soul. Issei scoffed. And how the hell do I do that? Yoriichi's stance shifted. His presence, already overwhelming, became suffocating. You will fight me. Issei's eyes narrowed. You're saying this is a mental battle? Yoriichi nodded. While you train here, your body will continue its path in reality. Your mind and spirit will refine themselves here. Your blade will follow. Issei's grip tightened. He exhaled, steadying himself. Fine. Without another word, Yoriichi moved. Faster than thought. The world blurred. And the battle began. Reality. The moment Issei collapsed, his body stilled. His breathing was deep, steady, but his muscles twitched as if he were still moving. The others stood around him, tense. What now? Volley muttered, watching him carefully. Drake folded his arms. Now. We wait. Tiamat frowned. Wait for what? Drake smirked slightly. For him to keep going. And sure enough. Even unconscious, Issei's fingers curled slightly, his muscles flexing. His body, though at rest, was still in motion. He was still training. Even now. Back to the battlefield. The battlefield around him blurred as Yoriichi moved, his blade cutting through the air with effortless grace. Issei gritted his teeth, barely managing to dodge as the pressure of the strikes pushed him back. But then. A flash of something different. The world darkened, shifting again, but this time it wasn't a battlefield. It wasn't training. It was. Memories. Issei's breath hitched as he saw himself. No, not just himself. Standing before him was Kokushibo. Not the demon. Not the warrior lost in regret. But Michikatsu Tsujikuni. His father figure. The man who had once guided him, stood beside him, and watched over him with quiet strength. And beside them. Drake. His sworn brother. The three of them stood together, the warmth of the sun touching their skin. It was a peaceful day, the sounds of nature filling the air. The distant crackle of a campfire. The steady rhythm of waves crashing against the shore. Issei saw himself. His past self. Laughing as he sparred with Drake. The dragon, in his humanoid form, grinned as he threw a playful punch, only for Issei to dodge at the last second. You're getting slow, old man. Issei teased, smirking. Drake scoffed. TCH, says the brat who still can't land a solid hit on me. A deep chuckle echoed behind them. Both turned. Michikatsu stood there, arms crossed, watching them with a small smile. His long dark hair swayed in the breeze, and despite his usual pompous demeanor, there was something gentle in his gaze. You two never change. Michikatsu said, shaking his head. Issei smirked. And you always stand there looking like some wise old man, but you never jump in. Michikatsu chuckled again. Because there is no need. You both already understand what must be done. Strength is not simply about fighting. He paused, looking at them both. But about knowing when to fight. And when to trust those beside you. Drake huffed. Yeah, we get it. You always say stuff like that, old man. Michikatsu simply smiled, shaking his head. That warmth. That peace. Issei clenched his fists. Why? Does this feel so distant? The image flickered. Cracks ran through the memory. The warmth faded, replaced by cold. The sunlight dimmed, swallowed by darkness. The vision shattered. And Issei was back. Back in the battlefield. Back in the fight. Yoriichi stood before him, sword raised, his crimson eyes calm but piercing. Issei's breathing was heavy. His heart pounded. But in that moment, something had changed. His mind was clear. He had not forgotten. The past was not gone. Michikatsu. Drake. The bonds they shared. They were still with him. Even now. Issei straightened, exhaling deeply. Then, gripping his sword tighter, he met Yoriichi's gaze. I'm ready. Yoriichi gave a slight nod. And then. The real training began. Reality. The tension in the air had settled, but a heavy silence remained. Issei's body, drenched in sweat and covered in faint bruises from the sheer strain of his training, lay still. His breathing was steady, yet deep, as if he was locked in a battle within his own mind. Drake exhaled and ran a hand through his hair. TCH. Knew this would happen sooner or later. Kuroka tilted her head, watching Issei closely. Well, at least he didn't break himself this time, Naya. Bali crossed her arms, her silver eyes narrowing. Not yet. Krom Kruich, who had been leaning against a tree, finally pushed off and approached. Are we just going to leave him lying here? Tiamat sighed and shook her head. No. He needs to rest properly. She glanced at Drake. You're the closest to him. You carry him. Drake scoffed. Oh. And here I thought the great Tiamat would be the one rushing to take care of him. Tiamat's eye twitched. I'm not carrying his sweaty, heavy ass all the way back. Albion smirked. I can carry him. Drake turned to her with a deadpan expression. Oh yeah? And how do you plan to do that in your current form? Albion simply smiled. I have my ways. Volley sighed. We're wasting time. Drake, just pick him up. Drake grumbled under his breath but crouched down and easily lifted Issei onto his back. You owe me for this, partner. He muttered, though he knew Issei couldn't hear him. But that, they made their way back. Inside Issei's home. The room was dimly lit, the scent of fresh air lingering through the open window. Drake carefully set Issei down onto the bed, adjusting him slightly before stepping back. Kuroka leaned over, staring at Issei's sleeping face. He looks kinda cute when he's not trying to kill himself, Naya. Tiamat sighed. That's because he's finally not being reckless for once. Krom Kruich sat on the nearby couch, arms crossed. How long do you think he'll be out? Drake scratched his head. Hard to say. Normally, he'd be up in a few hours, but this time. His gaze softened slightly. He went harder than usual. Volley frowned. Harder than usual. You mean he wasn't always training like this? Drake chuckled dryly. Oh, he was. But today, he pushed past his own limit. Again. Albion watched silently before finally speaking. You realize he's not going to stop, right? Everyone fell silent. Drake sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah. I know. Kuroka flicked her tail. So. What do we do? Drake glanced at Issei before looking at the others. We wait. Krom Kruich raised an eyebrow. For what? Drake smirked slightly. For him to wake up and do it all over again. Silence fell over them again, but this time, there was a strange sense of inevitability in the air. Because they all knew. No matter what they did. No matter how much they tried to stop him. Issei would keep going. And there was nothing they could do about it. Issei's house. The once lively atmosphere in Issei's home had dimmed over the past week. At first, they had expected him to wake up within a few hours, maybe a day at most. But now, 7 days had passed. And he still hadn't moved. Drake sat on the couch, his usual carefree demeanor absent. His arms were crossed, and his crimson eyes remained locked on Issei's unmoving form. Kuroka, who had been lounging at first, now sat upright beside him, her tail flicking anxiously. This isn't normal, Naya. Krom Kruich stood against the wall, arms folded, her golden eyes sharp with concern. A few days, sure, but an entire week. Her voice held frustration. Tiamat, who had initially dismissed it as exhaustion, now had a troubled expression. This isn't like him. Volley, standing near the window, clenched her fists. Her silver blue eyes burned with growing frustration. We should do something. Drake exhaled sharply. And what exactly do you suggest? Volley turned on him. We wake him up. Albion, who had remained quiet all this time, finally spoke. That might not be possible. Kuroka's ears perked up. Why not, Naya? Albion's glowing blue eyes studied Issei carefully. I can feel it. He's not just asleep. His mind is somewhere else. Silence. That single statement changed everything. Drake's expression darkened. You're saying he's trapped in his own head? Albion nodded. Something like that. Cruch's jaw tightened. Then how do we pull him out? Another silence followed. No one had an answer. For the first time in a long while. They didn't know what to do. A week later. The tension in the room was thick, the silence oppressive. They had spent the past week waiting, watching, hoping for any sign of movement from Issei. And then. A faint groan broke the silence. Everyone's head snapped toward the bed. Issei's fingers twitched. His breathing, which had been slow and steady for days, suddenly deepened. Then. His golden eyes fluttered open. TCH. He let out a low grunt, his brows furrowing as he shifted slightly. His body felt heavy, stiff, as if he had been asleep for far too long. With a slow, controlled movement, he pushed himself up, sitting on the edge of the bed. The room remained silent, all eyes locked onto him. Kuroka's ears perked up in surprise. Finally awake, Naya. Tiamat exhaled in relief. Took you long enough. Vali's arms were crossed, but her silver blue eyes betrayed the concern she refused to voice. You were out for a week. Kruch stepped closer, golden eyes sharp. What happened to you? Drake was the only one who didn't immediately speak. Instead, he studied his partner carefully before sighing. You good, partner? Issei didn't answer right away. He rolled his shoulders, testing his body, feeling the lingering fatigue still present in his muscles. But more than that. His mind was clear. He had trained. He had learned. And now, he had returned. His voice was rough, low. I'm fine. He looked at them, his golden eyes unwavering. But there was something different. Something deeper. And they all felt it. The room was still silent, everyone watching Issei carefully. But he didn't say anything else. He simply stood up. His movements were steady but deliberate, as if testing his body after the long rest. Without a word, he walked past them and made his way toward the kitchen. The others exchanged glances before following. As they entered, they saw him already at the table. Plates of food. Mostly meat. Had been left there, likely prepared in case he woke up. Issei didn't bother with utensils. He grabbed a large piece of roasted meat with his bare hand and bit into it. Tear. Chew. Swallow. Repeat. The only sounds in the kitchen were his eating. His jaw moved with a steady rhythm, tearing through the meal like a beast who had been starving for days. Kuroka leaned on the doorframe, tail flicking. You're really going all in, Naya. Tiamat raised an eyebrow. At least sit down while you eat. Issei didn't respond. He just kept eating. Vali crossed her arms. I guess that proves he's fine. Kruch smirked slightly. Or just starving. Bragg sat at the counter, watching with mild amusement. TCH. Figures. After a week of nothing, your body's craving energy. Issei finished one slab of meat and reached for another. He wasn't rushing. Just consuming. It was raw efficiency. Nothing else mattered. The others simply stood there, letting him eat. There was something primal about it. Not reckless, not desperate, but controlled. And as they watched, they all had the same thought. He's not the same as before. After a few minutes of eating, Issei took the last bite of meat, chewing slowly before swallowing. Without hesitation, he reached for the jug of water on the table, lifted it, and drank the entire thing in one go. The others watched in silence as he set the empty jug down. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then turned away from the table and started walking toward the door. Kuroka blinked. Where are you going, Naya? Issei didn't stop. Train. The room went dead silent. Vali narrowed her eyes. You just woke up after being unconscious for a week. And your first thought is to train. Issei kept walking. Kruch stepped forward. TCH. You just recovered. Your body. I'm fine. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Tiamat scoffed. You really don't stop, do you? Drake sighed, rubbing his forehead. I should have expected this. Albion finally spoke, her blue eyes watching Issei carefully. Are you sure? Issei finally stopped at the doorway. His golden eyes burned with quiet determination as he looked back at them. I'm not strong enough yet. Then, without waiting for a response, he walked out, pushing too far. As Issei stepped outside, the temperature in the room dropped. A dangerous aura filled the air. Oi. Vali's voice was sharp, cutting through the silence like a blade. Issei barely had time to turn before. Boom. The gust of silver blue energy surged past him, slamming into the ground ahead and leaving a crater. He stopped walking. Vali's fists were clenched, her silver blue eyes blazing with fury. You were unconscious for a week and you think you can just get up and start training again. Kuroka crossed her arms, tail flicking angrily. You really don't get it, do you, Naya? You think we're just gonna watch you break yourself again? Prom Kruich stepped forward, golden eyes filled with irritation. TCH. You're not invincible, Issei. Even the strongest rest. Tiamat exhaled sharply, shaking her head. You should at least give your body time to adjust. Albion's blue eyes glowed. They're right. Pushing too far won't make you stronger. It'll break you. But Issei didn't react. His golden eyes remained steady. Unshaken. Volley grit her teeth. Say something, damn it. Issei finally turned to face them. His expression was unreadable. His voice calm. I don't have time to rest. That only made things worse. Kuroka's ears flattened, her frustration boiling over. You idiot, Naya. If you keep this up, you won't get stronger. You'll destroy yourself. Prom Kruich's aura flared, her battle instinct screaming at her to knock some sense into him. TCH. You think training until you collapse makes you stronger. Volley took a step closer, her aura surging. If you don't care about yourself, fine. But we do. The weight behind her words made even Drake pause. Issei stared at them for a moment. Then, he closed his eyes. Took a breath. And spoke. I know. That stunned them into silence. His voice wasn't dismissive. It wasn't cold. It was quiet. Resolute. But I have to keep going. His golden eyes opened, burning with something deeper. Something unshakable. Volley clenched her fists, frustration still evident. But she could see it. The weight he carried. The others could see it too. They weren't just angry anymore. They were worried. The air between them remained tense, but no one spoke right away. Kuroka's tail flicked sharply, her nails digging into her arms. You know, huh? Her voice was lower now, less teasing. More serious. Then act like it, Naya. Prom Kruich crossed her arms, golden eyes narrowing. You have nothing to prove to us, Issei. Tiamat exhaled, rubbing her temple. If you push too hard, you'll break before you reach what you're chasing. Albion's voice was calm but firm. Even warriors rest. But it was Volley who stepped forward again. Her silver blue eyes burned, her voice steady but sharp. What the hell are you even after, Issei? Issei stared at her, silent. She took another step closer. I'm serious. What's driving you so hard that you can't even stop for a second? His golden eyes flickered. Just for a second. But no answer came. TCH. Volley clicked her tongue, frustrated. You won't even say it. Silence. She clenched her fists. You're strong. We all know that. But this is reckless. This isn't strength. Issei finally turned away from them again. His voice was quiet. Then let me be reckless. That was it. That was the last straw. Before he could take another step. Boom. A silver blue fist slammed into his face. Volley punched him. Hard. Hard enough to make him stagger back. Not enough to truly hurt him, but enough to make her point very, very clear. The others tensed, watching. Issei slowly straightened, tilting his head slightly to roll his jaw. He didn't retaliate. Volley's glare didn't waver. You're not alone, you idiot. Kuroka stepped beside her, her golden eyes sharp. You're part of us, Naya. Act like it. Prom Kruich crossed her arms. You want to get stronger. Fine. But we're not letting you break yourself to do it. Tiamat scoffed. Like hell we'll just sit back and watch. Drake finally spoke, exhaling through his nose. They're right, partner. The weight of their words finally settled in. For a moment, Issei didn't move. Then, he exhaled slowly. His fists unclenched. He didn't say anything. But he didn't walk away this time. Volley crossed her arms, satisfied. Good. Now sit your ass down and rest. For once. He listened. With Issei finally not resisting, Kuroka, Volley, and Prom Kruich took full advantage of the moment. Kuroka purred, rubbing her cheek against his arm. Now that you're finally cooperating, let's move, Naya. Volley smirked, her silver blue eyes gleaming. Yeah. You're coming with us. Prom Kruich didn't even give him a choice. She tightened her grip on his shoulders from behind, leaning closer. TCH. We're making sure you don't pull another stunt like that. Before Issei could say anything. They started walking. And they made sure he followed. Kuroka clung to his arm, Volley pressed against his other side, and Prom stayed behind him, making it impossible to slip away. Even Albion and Tiamat just watched, amused. Drake sighed. TCH. At least he's not fighting it. Slowly but surely, they led Issei back to his room. When they reached the bed, Kuroka smirked. Now, be a good boy and lie down, Naya. Issei stared at her. Then, without a word, he did. Kuroka grinned, satisfied, before slipping beside him, pressing against his side. Volley huffed but followed, lying on his other side, arms crossed but her body close. And then. Prom Cruich moved without hesitation, climbing over him and resting directly on his chest. Issei tensed slightly as Crom's golden eyes stared up at him, unbothered. She smirked. "Tch. If you try to get up, I'll feel it first." Kuroka giggled. That means you're trapped, Naya." Volley's voice was quiet but firm. "Just shut up and sleep." Issei exhaled slowly. For once. He closed his eyes and listened. As Issei finally stopped resisting, the tension in the air lessened. But it didn't disappear. Kuroka, Volley, and Prom Cruich weren't done with him yet. Kuroka's tail flicked, a mischievous glint in her golden eyes. You finally listening, Naya? That's a surprise." Volley huffed, her arms still crossed. "Took you long enough." Prom Cruich smirked, stepping closer. "Tch. Guess you can be reasonable." Issei didn't answer. Instead, he just let out a long breath, his body finally beginning to register the exhaustion he had been pushing down. And that was when they moved. Kuroka suddenly stepped right up to him, pressing herself against his side with a satisfied hum. Now, since you're finally listening, I think we deserve some compensation, Naya." Before he could react, Volley pushed against his other side, leaning into him. Her silver blue eyes glared up at him, but there was a faint smirk on her lips. "You're not getting away so easily." And then, Prom Cruich moved behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind, resting her chin near his neck. Issei stiffened slightly, but none of them let go. Tiamat raised an eyebrow. "What exactly are you three doing?" Kuroka purred, tail flicking. Keeping him right here, Naya." Prom Cruich's voice was casual. "He tries to move, we'll just hold him down." Volley smirked. "Consider this your punishment." Issei exhaled slowly. He knew there was no point in fighting this. So, for once, he let them stay. With Issei finally not resisting, Kuroka, Volley, and Prom Cruich took full advantage of the moment. Kuroka purred, rubbing her cheek against his arm. Now that you're finally cooperating, let's move, Naya." Volley smirked, her silver blue eyes gleaming. "Yeah. You're coming with us." Prom Cruich didn't even give him a choice. She tightened her grip on his shoulders from behind, leaning closer. "Tch. We're making sure you don't pull another stunt like that." Before Issei could say anything, they started walking. And they made sure he followed. Kuroka clung to his arm, Volley pressed against his other side, and Prom stayed behind him, making it impossible to slip away. Even Albion and Tiamat just watched, amused. Drake sighed. "Tch. At least he's not fighting it." Slowly but surely, they led Issei back to his room. When they reached the bed, Kuroka smirked. Now, be a good boy and lie down, Naya." Issei stared at her. Then, without a word, he did. Kuroka grinned, satisfied, before slipping beside him, pressing against his side. Volley huffed but followed, lying on his other side, arms crossed but her body close. And then, Prom Cruich moved without hesitation, climbing over him and resting directly on his chest. Issei tensed slightly as Crom's golden eyes stared up at him, unbothered. She smirked. "Tch. If you try to get up, I'll feel it first." Kuroka giggled. That means you're trapped, Naya." Volley's voice was quiet but firm. "Just shut up and sleep." Issei exhaled slowly. For once. He closed his eyes and listened. The night passed without disturbance. For the first time in a long while, Issei slept deeply. The warmth of the three lying beside and on top of him kept him still. He didn't wake up in the middle of the night, didn't force himself up for training, didn't feel the weight of his own expectations crushing him. Instead, he just rested. Morning arrived. The first to wake was Prom Cruich. Her golden eyes flickered open, adjusting to the dim light. It took her a second to remember where she was. She could feel the steady rise and fall of Issei's chest beneath her. He was still asleep. For someone who had been pushing himself past every limit, that alone was rare. Prom smirked slightly. Good. He actually listened. She shifted slightly, but didn't move off him. Instead, her gaze turned to the others. Kuroka was curled up beside Issei, her tail lazily flicking in her sleep. A small smile rested on her lips, her ears twitching slightly. Volley, on the other hand, was much stiffer. She had fallen asleep with her arms crossed, her body still slightly tense. Even now, Prom could only smirk at that. Even in sleep, she doesn't relax, huh? Still, they had all stayed. The door creaked open. Tiamat peeked in, her blue eyes scanning the room. When she saw them all still lying there, her lips curled into an amused smirk. "Ha. So you three really did hold him down all night." Albion appeared behind her, shaking her head. "Good." Drake, standing further back, just sighed. "Tch. What a pain." Prom Cruich smirked. "Worked, though." Tiamat chuckled, crossing her arms. "So, what now?" Albion glanced at Issei. "Now, We see what he does when he wakes up. They all knew. He wouldn't stay still forever. But for now, they would make sure he didn't push himself too far. The room remained quiet, the early morning light filtering through the curtains. Then, a breath. Issei's eyes slowly opened. His golden eyes flickered in the dim light, his vision adjusting. For a moment, he didn't move. He could feel weight on his chest. A familiar presence. His gaze shifted downwards slightly. Kokushibo. She was still resting on top of him, her golden eyes half-lidded, watching him the moment he woke up. To his side. Kuroka and Vali. Kuroka was snuggled against him, her soft breaths warm against his skin. Vali was less obvious about it, but even in sleep, she had unconsciously shifted closer, her arm barely brushing against his. He exhaled. Then, he tried to move. Krom's eyes narrowed instantly. Don't. For argument. Issei paused. His golden eyes met hers. You need rest. Krom stated bluntly. Kuroka stirred slightly, her ears twitching. Still trying to run, Naya. Vali's eyes cracked open, her voice groggy but sharp. TCH. Don't even think about it. For a moment, the room was silent. Then, Issei shifted. Kokushibo's golden eyes narrowed instantly. Don't. But Issei wasn't listening. His muscles tensed, and with a sharp exhale, he pushed upward. Krom gritted her teeth as she felt the force behind it. Even with her weight pressing down on him, his strength wasn't something to take lightly. TCH. You stubborn idiot. Kuroka let out a sleepy hum, her tail flicking as she felt the shift beneath her. You're really not giving up, huh, Naya? Vali's eyes snapped open fully, and she scowled. Idiot. You're still recovering. But Issei didn't stop. His muscles flexed, his body pushing upward against the weight holding him down. Kokushibo gritted her teeth. Even she was struggling to hold him down completely. Kuroka pouted, clinging to his arm. Stop fighting it, Naya. Just rest a little longer. Vali let out a sharp breath before suddenly grabbing his wrist. Enough. She tightened her grip, her silver blue eyes sharp. You are not training right now. Krom scoffed, smirking slightly as she applied more pressure. TCH. You really want to see how much force I can use? Issei's golden eyes burned. But then, a new force slammed down. Boom. His body froze. The sheer pressure that crashed onto him made his breathing slow. It wasn't Krom. It wasn't Vali. It wasn't Kuroka. It was Drake. The Crimson Dragon stood at the doorway, arms crossed, his aura pressing down like an immovable weight. His golden eyes were sharp. Enough. For the first time, Issei couldn't move. Not because he was weak. But because Drake wasn't letting him. The entire room was tense. Then, Drake exhaled. His aura lessened. Just barely. Rest. His voice was firm. You will train when your body is ready. Issei gritted his teeth but didn't argue. Drake's words weren't a suggestion. They were an order. And for now, Issei stopped resisting. The room was silent. Issei's body was still tense, his golden eyes glaring up at Drake. He didn't want to stop. He couldn't afford to stop. Yet, he couldn't move. Not with Krom's weight pressing down. Not with Drake's overwhelming aura locking him in place. Not with Vali's grip still tight on his wrist. Not with Kuroka clinging to his arm, her tail flicking against him as if reminding him to stay put. He exhaled through his nose, his muscles still coiled, ready to move. Drake's golden eyes narrowed. TCH. He finally scoffed, shaking his head. You're like a damn dragon with its fangs locked onto prey. Albion chuckled from the doorway. That's an insult to dragons. Even we know when to stop. Tiamat smirked, leaning against the wall. Barely. Kokushibo, still on top of him, let out a low hum. So? You giving up yet? Issei said nothing. But, he stopped pushing. Krom grinned. Ha. That's what I thought. Vali, still visibly irritated, let out a sharp breath before finally releasing his wrist. Don't make me restrain you next time. Kuroka giggled, her tail curling around his arm. Don't threaten him with a good time, Vali. Vali shot her glare. Shut up. Drake, seeing that Issei had finally stopped struggling, let out a sigh and stepped back. TCH. Fine. Stay in bed. At least act like you have common sense. Issei remained silent, but he closed his eyes. Not because he was tired, but because, for now, he would wait. Not forever. Not even for long. Just for now. Because the moment he felt strong enough, he would train again. Sunlight peeked through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. The air was still, the only sound being the slow, steady breathing of those still asleep. Issei's golden eyes opened. He remained still for a moment, his senses adjusting. Kokushibo was still on his chest, her golden eyes closed, breathing steady. Kuroka was wrapped around his arm, her tail flicking lazily even in sleep. Vali was nearby, resting on her side, but her breathing was slightly off. Awake, but pretending not to be. Issei's body felt heavy. Not from exhaustion. But from stillness. His instinct screamed at him to move, to push forward, to continue what he started. And yet. The three were still there, holding him down without even realizing it. His gaze shifted toward the door. It was slightly ajar. Drake's presence lingered outside, along with Tiamat and Albion. They were watching. Waiting. Testing his patience. TCH. Issei exhaled. His fingers twitched. His muscles flexed. Then. Crom's eyes snapped open. Don't even think about it. Her voice was calm, but firm. Kuroka stirred next, her ears twitching. I felt that, Naya. Trying to sneak off. Volley let out a sigh, finally opening her eyes fully. TCH. So predictable. Issei didn't answer. But he didn't stop. His muscles coiled, his body tensing. And then. Boom. A sudden force pinned him back down. Not just Crom this time. Not just Kuroka. Not just Volley. All three of them. Together. No. Issei stilled. Crom's smirk widened. Looks like we had the same idea. Volley, despite her irritation, seemed satisfied. TCH. You're not moving. Kuroka let out a lazy yawn, stretching her arms before snuggling back against his arm. Might as well get comfy, Naya. Outside the door, Drake chuckled. Ha. I'll give them this. They know how to handle you. Tiamat smirked. He's not going anywhere. Albion huffed. For now. And so, for the second time. Issei was forced to stay still. Issei exhaled slowly. His body was still restrained, but his mind was not. If they wouldn't let him train physically, he would train mentally. Closing his eyes, he willed himself to sleep. Darkness took him. Then. He opened his eyes to a familiar sight. The vast endless field stretched before him, golden grass swaying gently beneath a crimson sky. A soft breeze carried the scent of autumn, and in the distance. A lone figure sat on a small rock, waiting. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The man's warm brown eyes lifted as Issei approached, his expression as serene as ever. You've come again, Michikatsu. Issei stepped forward, his golden eyes locking onto Yoriichi's. Stop calling me that. His voice was firm, unwavering. Yoriichi remained still, watching him with quiet understanding. Issei clenched his fists. My name is Issei Tsujikuni. For the first time, something flickered in Yoriichi's eyes. A brief glimpse of emotion. Issei exhaled slowly. That name was given to me by Michikatsu. Not you. Not anyone else. I am not your brother. He remembered it clearly. The moment Michikatsu had given him that name. A rare moment of warmth. A moment where he felt like a real son. When Michikatsu had looked at him. Not as a disciple, not as a warrior. But as something more. You will carry the Tsujikuni name. He had said those words before he disappeared. Before he became a memory. Before everything changed. Yoriichi studied him for a long moment. Then. His lips curved into a soft, almost unseen smile. I understand. He lowered his head slightly in acknowledgement. Then, Issei Tsujikuni, let us begin. He drew his blade, his stance perfect, his presence overwhelming. And Issei raised his own. This time, not as Michikatsu's shadow. Not as Kokushibo's successor. But as Issei Tsujikuni. And then. They clashed. Reality. The room was silent. Too silent. Crom Kruich sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, her golden eyes narrowed as she stared at Issei's motionless form. His breathing was steady, his expression calm. But he hadn't woken up. For weeks. Kuroka, lying beside him, twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers, her ears twitching in frustration. This is getting ridiculous, Naya. He should have woken up by now. Volley leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her silver blue eyes sharp with irritation. And something deeper. Concern. He's not just sleeping. Drake let out a low sigh from the doorway. No, he's not. His voice was calmer than usual, but his golden eyes were serious. Tiamat, standing near him, tilted her head. Then what's happening? Drake exhaled. He's fighting. Albion's voice came next, her blue eyes narrowing. A mental battle. Drake nodded. Something like that. He's not unconscious because his body is weak. He's unconscious because he's training. Silence filled the room. Crom's fingers twitched slightly before she scowled. TCH. So that idiot found a way to train even while asleep. Drake smirked, but it lacked amusement. Of course he did. He's Issei. Volley clenched her fists. Then when is he going to wake up? Drake's gaze settled on Issei's unmoving form. When he's ready. Kuroka sighed dramatically, resting her head against Issei's arm. He better not take too long, Naya. Yet, none of them could deny it. The longer he remained like this, the more they felt it. His presence. It wasn't fading. It was growing. And when he finally opened his eyes. They knew he wouldn't be the same. Issei exhaled sharply, lowering his blade. His stance was firm, but his muscles burned. Not physically, but mentally. Across from him, YoriYanagami stood with the same calm expression he always had. His blade was untouched, his breathing steady, as if their battle had meant nothing to him. Issei knew better. Even now, no matter how much he had improved, the gap was still there. But it was smaller than before. YoriYanagami slowly sheathed his sword, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. "You are growing stronger." Issei grunted, rolling his shoulders. "Not enough." YoriYanagami tilted his head slightly. "Are you dissatisfied with your progress?" Issei closed his eyes for a moment before looking at him. "No. But I'm not satisfied either." YoriYanagami chuckled softly, the sound light but distant, as if carried by the wind. "That is good. Satisfaction leads to stagnation. Dissatisfaction leads to growth." Silence stretched between them for a moment, only the rustling of golden grass filling the air. Then, "Why do you fight, Issei?" The question made Issei pause. His grip on his sword tightened. Why? He had never needed to ask himself that before. He had always fought to survive. To improve. To become stronger. But now, he closed his eyes and saw faces. Kuroka's teasing smirk. Vali's competitive glare. Crom Cruch's battle-hungry grin. Drake's knowing smirk. Albion's silent gaze. Tiamat's sharp, amused smile. He exhaled through his nose. "Because I have to." YoriYanagami studied him, his brown eyes warm yet unreadable. "For yourself." Issei shook his head. "For them. For the people who stood beside him. For the ones who believed in him, even if they didn't say it outright." YoriYanagami smiled. "Then you will only grow stronger." Issei scoffed. "You make it sound so simple." YoriYanagami nodded. "Because it is." Issei exhaled, staring at the crimson sky above. "Then train me more." YoriYanagami's hand went to his blade. "Of course." And once again. They clashed. Issei exhaled, his blade steady in his grip. His body felt lighter, faster, sharper. As if he had spent centuries honing his skills. And in a way, he had. He turned to YoriYanagami, his golden eyes narrowing. "How long have I been here?" YoriYanagami sheathed his sword, his expression as calm as ever. "In your perception. A long time." Issei's eyes flickered. "And in reality?" YoriYanagami tilted his head slightly. "Not even a month." Silence. Then, Issei let out a short chuckle. His smirk was sharp, his blood thrumming with excitement. "So time moves faster here?" YoriYanagami nodded. "Yes. The mind is unbound by the limitations of the body." Issei rolled his shoulders, feeling his refined control, his sharpened reflexes. All of this. In just a few weeks outside. That changes everything. A new thought sparked in his mind. If he could push his training even further here, then by the time he woke up, he would be on another level entirely. His smirk widened. "Then I have more time to improve." YoriYanagami unsheathed his blade once more. "Then let us continue." This time, Issei adjusted his stance, a new idea forming in his mind. A way to surpass his limits even faster. And so, he charged forward. Ready to carve his own path to strength. Issei's blade blurred through the air, the force behind his strikes enough to shake the golden field around them. For the first time, YoriYanagami's expression shifted. It was faint. Barely noticeable. But there was the smallest glimmer of acknowledgement in his eyes. Issei was close. Their swords clashed in a flurry of precise, devastating strikes. Each one faster, sharper, more refined than before. Issei's instincts roared, his movements becoming so fluid it was as if he had broken past his own limits. He saw an opening. For a moment. Just a brief moment. He thought he had him. His blade rushed forward, aiming for YoriYanagami's side. But then. A shift. A single effortless movement. Before he could react, YoriYanagami's blade was already at his neck. Defeat. The heavy silence fell between them as Issei stood frozen. His muscles screamed, his breathing ragged, but his frustration. His disappointment. Was louder. So close. Then, YoriYanagami did something unexpected. He smiled. Not just a polite distant smile. But a real one. "That was the best you've ever fought." Issei gritted his teeth before scoffing. "Didn't matter. I still lost." YoriYanagami shook his head. "It does matter. Strength is not measured by victory alone. You are improving, Issei." Issei let out a slow breath before dropping to the ground, resting his arms on his knees. "TCH. Still feels like I'm chasing a damn shadow." YoriYanagami sat beside him, gazing at the crimson sky. "I once felt the same." Issei glanced at him. "You?" YoriYanagami nodded. "There was a time when I wished to see someone surpass me. A time when I wanted to walk beside another who understood the path I took." His voice was soft, almost nostalgic. "But in the end, I was alone." Issei didn't say anything. He wasn't good with words. But, after a moment, he exhaled and smirked. "Then watch closely, old man. Because next time, I'll beat you." Yoriichi closed his eyes, smiling. I look forward to it. Decades. That's how long it had been. In Issei's mind. For years upon years, he had clashed blades with Yoriichi, pushing himself past his own limits, refining his technique, sharpening his instincts. And now, for the first time, Yoriichi struggled. It wasn't much. A slight shift in his stance. A brief flicker in his eyes. A fraction of a second longer to react. But it was there. Issei pressed forward, his blade carving through the air in a relentless storm of precise, brutal strikes. His speed had reached inhuman levels, his control so sharp that even the faintest shift in momentum could be weaponized. Yoriichi countered, his blade a flowing stream of perfection. But it was no longer untouchable. Clang. Issei's attack forced Yoriichi back a step. Just one step. But it was enough. Enough to prove that he was catching up. Issei smirked, his golden eyes burning. You're not untouchable anymore. Yoriichi studied him for a moment, then. He smiled. Not with amusement. But with pride. You have come far, Issei. Issei exhaled, rolling his shoulders. His muscles ached, his breath was ragged, but he had never felt stronger. Decades ago, he had thought Yoriichi was unreachable. Now he could see the path ahead. And he would walk it. No. He would carve it with his own blade. The dimly lit room was silent except for the faint sound of breathing. Issei lay motionless on the bed, his face calm, but the faint tension in his muscles showed that he was anything but idle. They all knew. He wasn't just sleeping. He was training. For weeks now, his mind had been somewhere else, pushing himself beyond his limits in ways they couldn't even imagine. Kuroka sat at the edge of the bed, her tail flicking in frustration. He's really taken his time, Naya. Vali leaned against a wall, arms crossed, her piercing blue eyes locked onto Issei's still form. TCH. He's probably been fighting for what feels like centuries in there. Crom Cruich sat nearby, golden eyes narrowed. Then when the hell is he going to wake up? Albion, floating beside the bed, sighed. He'll wake up when he's satisfied. But knowing him, that won't be anytime soon. Tiamat crossed her arms. Training in his mind because his body isn't ready. He's always been reckless, but this is something else. Drake chuckled, but there was no amusement in his voice. That's just who he is. He'll keep going until he feels like he's strong enough. Kuroka huffed. I'd drag him out of that dream myself if I could. Vali exhaled sharply. It's not like we can stop him. We just have to wait. A heavy silence settled over them. They all hated waiting. But for now, there was nothing else they could do. Another decade. Issei had lost count of how many times his blade had clashed with Yoriichi's. Every exchange, every strike, every counter had sharpened him. And now, he was close. Their blades blurred, cutting through the air with inhuman speed. The once unreachable gap between them had shrunk to something so thin, so fragile. Issei could feel it. One more step. One more breakthrough. His blade howled as it tore through the air, his movement so fluid it was almost unnatural. Yoriichi's blade met his, their clash sending out a deafening shockwave that cracked the very ground beneath them. Issei's breathing was controlled, his body acting on pure instinct, his movements refined to perfection. For the first time, Yoriichi had to exert true effort. A flicker of emotion passed through Yoriichi's usually calm gaze. Acknowledgement. Issei smirked. You're holding back less now. Yoriichi exhaled, his grip tightening around his sword. You have climbed higher than I ever expected. Issei rolled his shoulders, his golden eyes burning. I'm not done. He lunged again, his attacks flowing seamlessly, his strength pushing beyond limits that would break any normal being. Yoriichi met him strike for strike. But for the first time, his movements were no longer untouchable. The peak was right there. And Issei would reach it. Another clash. Another step forward. But it wasn't enough. No matter how close Issei got, no matter how refined his movements were, the gap was still there. Thin. Fragile. But there. His breath was heavy, his muscles burned, but his resolve was unshaken. Yoriichi moved, his blade a flash of pure mastery, but this time, Issei didn't dodge. He stood his ground, his golden eyes narrowing as something deep inside him stirred. A memory. A presence. A power. The blood of a demon. The power that had always been there, but never fully embraced. And now, it awakened. Boom. A shockwave erupted as Issei's aura exploded outward, sending cracks splintering through the ground beneath him. But this time, his form did not change. Yet, something was different. His power surged. His speed multiplied. His precision sharpened. Every fiber of his being evolved. His breathing slowed. His stance deepened. His grip on his sword felt absolute. Yoriichi's eyes narrowed. He could feel it. This was different. This wasn't just raw power or reckless transformation. This was refinement. Issei had transcended. Then, he moved. And for the first time, YoriYanagami had to react with his full strength. Their swords clashed, but this time, Issei didn't budge. No. He pressed forward. His strikes were no longer just powerful. They were flawless. Every movement, every swing, every dodge. Absolute precision. YoriYanagami's breathing shifted. His blade moved faster. Stronger. But so did Issei. Every strike. Matched. Every counter. Perfect. Every gap. Closed. The gap that once existed between them was now gone. They were equals. YoriYanagami's eyes flickered with something unreadable. Then, he smiled. You have reached it, Michikatsu. But Issei didn't stop. Not yet. He wasn't done. The battlefield was silent. Two warriors stood, their bodies covered in countless cuts, their muscles aching, their breaths ragged. Issei and YoriYanagami. Both shirtless, their skin glistening with sweat, the marks of their endless clashes etched into their flesh. They had fought for what felt like eternity. And time again. Issei had won. It had started as one victory. Then 2. Then 5. Then 10. Until finally, YoriYanagami could no longer keep up. Issei stood tall, his 6 crimson eyes staring at the man before him. The man he had once thought unreachable. But now, they were equals. No. He had surpassed him. YoriYanagami, despite his wounds, let out a soft chuckle. His smile was genuine. You have done it, Michikatsu. Issei's eyes widened slightly. Then he saw it. YoriYanagami was fading. His form was beginning to disperse, golden light breaking away from his body. Issei felt his chest tighten. Wait. His voice was calm, yet firm. What's happening? YoriYanagami's smile never faded. I was here to guide you. To push you forward. That purpose is now fulfilled. Issei's jaw clenched. So that's it. YoriYanagami gave a small nod. You are ready. The golden light consuming him grew brighter. Issei exhaled sharply, tightening his fists. Even after everything. Even after finally surpassing him. A part of him still felt like he wasn't ready to let go. YoriYanagami took one last step forward, staring at him with nothing but pride. Then, just before his form fully faded, he spoke once more. Good luck, my nephew. And with those final words, YoriYanagami vanished, leaving Issei alone. The air shifted. The pressure, subtle yet unmistakably overwhelming, filled the room. It wasn't wild or uncontrolled. It was refined, sharpened to absolute precision. Vali, Kuroka, Kruich, Tiamat, and Albion felt it instantly. A presence unlike before. It wasn't just power. It was dominance. Drake, who had been resting, opened his eyes immediately. His instincts roared. He knew what this meant. But he said nothing. Then, a slow, deep inhale. Issei's eyes opened. His golden pupils gleamed in the dim light, sharp and unwavering. His breathing was calm, but his body, his entire presence, was different. It was like staring at a blade that had been reforged to perfection. The room fell silent. Vali narrowed her eyes. She had never felt this from him before. Kruich tensed slightly, her battle instincts roaring. This was not normal. Kuroka's ears flicked, her tail moving rapidly as she swallowed. Naya. What the hell is this? Tiamat's lips parted slightly, an unfamiliar feeling creeping into her chest. This isn't the same Issei. Even Albion, usually composed, spoke softly in Vali's mind. He has changed. Drake exhaled slowly, watching Issei sit up. His movements were controlled, precise. Like a warrior who had mastered every inch of his body. Issei looked at his hands, flexing them slightly. He could feel it. The sheer power coiled within him. Then, finally, he spoke. I'm back. But they all knew. This wasn't just a return. This was an evolution. Issei swung his legs over the edge of the bed, his bare feet touching the cold floor. The sensation was grounding. Real. He had spent what felt like centuries in his mind, training, evolving. But in reality, only weeks had passed. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the weight of his own strength. His body was stronger than ever. Refined to its limit. Yet, he was not satisfied. Vali stepped forward first, arms crossed, her silver eyes sharp. You're awake. Issei nodded, his expression unreadable. Kuroka smirked, but there was a hint of relief in her golden eyes. You had us worried, you know. Kruich, leaning against the wall, observed him carefully. You've changed. Issei remained silent for a moment, then exhaled. I need to train. The moment those words left his mouth. No. Vali, Kuroka, and Krom all snapped at him simultaneously. Tiamat sighed, rubbing her temple. Unbelievable. Albion, in Vali's mind, groaned. Does he not understand the meaning of rest? Issei blinked. I've rested long enough. Vali's aura flared. Like hell you have. You've been unconscious for weeks. Kuroka placed her hands on her hips. You're gonna kill yourself at this rate, Naya. Kruich cracked her knuckles. If you try to leave, I'll break your legs. Issei stared at them. His golden eyes flickered between them, his expression unreadable. Drake, watching the scene unfold, smirked. DCH. Told you they wouldn't let you. Issei exhaled slowly. Fine. Silence. The girls blinked. Wait. Really? Kuroka tilted her head. Kruich narrowed her eyes. You're not going to fight back? Issei stood up fully, his towering presence making them all feel small for a moment. He walked past them. But instead of heading outside, he moved toward the bed. He laid back down. Volley's eyebrows twitched. You're actually listening. Issei closed his eyes. For now. Kuroka's tail flicked. Naya. Now that's suspicious. Kruich crossed her arms. HMPH. As long as you're not being reckless. Tiamat shook her head with a small smirk. Good. Now stay put. As they watched him actually rest, a strange tension settled in the room. Because deep down, they knew. This was only temporary. And when he stood up again, he wouldn't stop. The atmosphere was tense, but before Issei could even attempt to get up, Kuroka pounced onto the bed, latching onto his arm with a smug grin. If you're really gonna rest, then I'll keep you warm, Naya. Kruich, never one to be outdone, shoved Kuroka aside and claimed his chest as her pillow. HMPH. You're staying put. Kuroka hissed. Oi. I was here first, Naya. Krom didn't even open her eyes. Too bad. Volley sighed, rubbing her temples. You two are unbelievable. Still, despite her words, she sat down on the edge of the bed, arms crossed but refusing to move away. Issei just stared at them, his golden eyes blinking slowly. I wasn't going anywhere. Volley narrowed her eyes. That's what you always say. And then you vanish. Kruich gave a small, satisfied nod. Exactly. This is for safety. Safety. Issei repeated, eyebrow twitching. Kuroka purred, wrapping her tail around his leg to secure him. Don't struggle, Naya. It's for your own good. Tiamat, who had been watching all of this unfold, shook her head with a smirk. You three really are hopeless. Albion, floating beside her, crossed her arms. Pathetic. Drake, standing in the doorway, let out a deep sigh, looking like a tired dad. TCH. You all act like he died or something. Tiamat smirked, tilting her head. You were worried too. Drake rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever. Albion huffed. It's not like we'd react that way if it were you, Drake. Tiamat suddenly turned to her with an amused glint in her eyes. Wouldn't we? Albion froze. Shut up. Drake, oblivious, stretched his arms. Anyway, you all have fun babysitting. I'm gonna. Tiamat and Albion both turned toward him. Where do you think you're going? Drake immediately sensed danger. Nowhere. Volley smirked. Smart answer. As Drake grumbled and walked back into the room, Tiamat and Albion shared a knowing look. Meanwhile, Issei, still pinned down, exhaled slowly. I'm trapped. Kuroka purred. Yep. Krom nodded, her head still resting on his chest. Accept your fate. Volley simply smirked. For once, you're not in control, Issei. Issei closed his eyes. TCH. Drake snorted from the side. Told you. As the room settled into an almost peaceful silence, Kuroka lifted her head slightly, her golden eyes gleaming mischievously. Since you're not going anywhere, I think I'll take my reward, Naya. Issei, who had finally resigned himself to his fate, cracked an eye open. Reward. Kuroka smirked before leaning in and planting a quick kiss on his lips. The room froze. Volley's eye twitched. Kruich lifted her head slightly, her golden eyes narrowing. Tiamat and Albion, still watching from the side, both smirked. Because they knew exactly what was about to happen. Drake, meanwhile, simply groaned. Here we go. Oh I. Volley grabbed Kuroka by the back of her collar, yanking her away from Issei. What the hell do you think you're doing? Kuroka, looking completely unbothered, grinned. Kissing my man, Naya. Kruich, now fully awake, sat up and crossed her arms. You're too bold. Kuroka tilted her head. Oh? Then why didn't you do it first, Krom's golden pupil shrank slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. I don't rush things. Volley, still fuming, crossed her arms. TCH. You're shameless. Kuroka leaned closer to her, smirking. Jealous, Volley. For the first time, Volley actually hesitated. Tiamat, enjoying the show, leaned toward Albion. Should we intervene? Albion chuckled. No. This is far too entertaining. Drake pinched the bridge of his nose. You're all hopeless. Meanwhile, Issei, who had been completely silent during all of this, finally sighed. I'm going back to sleep. The room immediately erupted. As the room settled, Kuroka smirked proudly, her golden eyes shining with amusement. Volley, still gripping her by the collar, narrowed her eyes. What the hell do you think you're doing? Kuroka puffed out her chest. What? I can kiss Issei all I want, Naya. Before anyone could react, Issei finally spoke. Just a kiss. The room fell into complete silence. Kuroka's ears perked up. Oh. Volley's eye twitched. Crom Cruach's fingers slightly dug into the blanket. Tiamat and Albion, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly sat up straighter. Drake, meanwhile, choked on his own breath. TCH. What the hell are you saying, brat? Kuroka, recovering quickly, leaned in closer, her tail swaying playfully. Issei, are you saying you want more, Naya? Crom Cruach clicked her tongue. TCH. Shameless cat. Volley glared daggers at Kuroka. You're really pushing it. Kuroka giggled. Maybe. But it's not my fault he's tempting me. Issei leaned back against the pillows, exhaling. TCH. You're all too noisy. Tiamat, smirking, nudged Albion. This is getting interesting. Albion chuckled. He just played all of them at once. Drake, massaging his temples, muttered. I'm too old for this. The tension in the air was thick. Volley was still looking away, arms crossed. Kuroka was grinning like she had already won. Issei, meanwhile, just sat there, completely unfazed. Then. Crom Cruach moved. TCH. Fuck it. Before anyone could react, she grabbed Issei by the collar and pulled him in, slamming her lips against his. The room froze. Kuroka's ears twitched in surprise. Oh. Volley's entire body stiffened. The hell? Tiamat and Albion, who had been casually watching the drama unfold, both blinked in shock. Even Drake, who had been mentally preparing for something stupid, choked. Oi. Crom. But Crom didn't care. The kiss was deep, intense, and completely unapologetic. She held him there for several seconds, making damn sure he felt it. Issei, for his part, simply let it happen. Then, after what felt like forever, Crom finally pulled back, a single strand of saliva connecting them before it broke. She stared into his eyes, her expression unreadable. Then she smirked. HMPH. That should shut you up. The silence that followed was deafening. Volley's hand twitched. Her face was neutral, but there was an undeniable heat in her eyes. You're really pushing it. Kuroka licked her lips. Now that was unexpected, Naya. Issei, finally blinking, exhaled. You really don't hold back. Crom Cruach crossed her arms. Why should I? Tiamat leaned over to Albion. Should we be stopping this? Albion shrugged. Too late now. Drake, massaging his temples, muttered. I should have stayed asleep. Issei sighed deeply. Fine. He turned his golden eyes toward Volley, who was still standing stiffly, arms crossed, her eyes sharp but undeniably heated. Just do it. Silence. Everyone blinked. Volley's brows twitched. What? Issei sighed again, looking at her like this was inevitable. Just do it. You're obviously thinking about it. Might as well get it over with so things are fair. Volley's jaw clenched slightly. Her hand twitched at her side. You think I'd kiss you just because of that? Kuroka smirked, tilting her head. But you do want to, Naya. Crom Cruach crossed her arms, her smirk never leaving. TCH. Just hurry up. Or are you scared? A dangerous aura flickered around Volley. Her eyes glowed faintly, but it wasn't from anger. It was frustration. Issei just stared at her, completely unfazed. So? Volley gritted her teeth. Her pride demanded she refuse. But. Her body moved. In one swift motion, she grabbed Issei's face and kissed him. The moment their lips met, a strange tension ran through her. Unlike Crom's aggressive, heated approach, Volley's kiss was controlled. Firm, but with a subtle intensity that made it feel almost dangerous. She held it longer than expected, as if testing herself. Then, slowly, she pulled back, her icy blue eyes locking onto his golden ones. Her breath was steady, but her heart. That was another story. The moment Volley pulled away, her lips barely inches from Issei's, something flickered in her sharp blue eyes. Then. She moved back in. Her lips crashed onto his again, this time with more force, more intent. Issei's eyebrows raised slightly, but he didn't stop her. Volley's hands pressed against his chest, pushing him backward until his back hit the bed. She climbed over him, never breaking the kiss. The others stared in stunned silence. Kuroka's ears twitched in amusement. Oh my. Looks like someone's done holding back, Naya. Crom Cruach folded her arms, smirking. TCH. Took her long enough. Tiamat and Albion just exchanged looks, unsure if they should interrupt. Drake, watching this unfold, just groaned and turned away. I swear, this idiot attracts trouble. Volley's lips pressed firmly against Issei's, her body slightly tense as she kept him pinned beneath her. Her fingers curled against his chest, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing. Issei let her do as she pleased, his golden eyes watching her calmly, almost as if he was waiting to see what she would do next. Then. She pulled away just slightly, her breath warm against his lips. A faint hint of red dusted her cheeks, but her eyes held their usual defiance. TCH. Why do you have to be so damn calm about this? She muttered. Issei smirked slightly. Would you rather I panic? Volley clicked her tongue, but before she could say anything, Kuroka pounced. No fair, Volley. She purred, snuggling onto Issei's side, pressing against him. Crom Cruich rolled her shoulders. TCH. Might as well join in. She sat at the edge of the bed, her piercing golden eyes narrowing at Issei. You're not getting any rest tonight, are you? Tiamat muttered from the side, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Albion just sighed. This is going to get complicated. Drake, who had turned his back to everything, groaned. I'm not dealing with this. Figure it out yourselves. Volley, still on top of Issei, shot him a glare. TCH. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Issei paused slightly. Maybe. Kuroka laughed. He's not even denying it. Drake just sighed and left the house. Damn idiot. He muttered, shaking his head. He's gonna make things worse for himself at this rate. Then. A rope suddenly wrapped around his torso, tightening in an instant. What the? Before he could react, a powerful force yanked him backward. Drake stumbled as the rope glowed with a familiar energy. One that he hadn't felt in ages. His eyes widened. This is from my cave. One of my old treasures. A sultry voice whispered behind him. Took you long enough to notice, Drake. Tiamat stood there, holding the rope's end, her blue eyes glinting with mischief. Then. Another rope wrapped around his legs. Drake snapped his head to the side. Albion stood there, arms crossed, her smirk just as devious. You really thought you could just walk away, huh? She teased. Not happening. Drake gritted his teeth. Oi. What the hell are you two planning? Tiamat tilted her head innocently. Oh. Isn't it obvious? We're gonna have some fun, just like the others. Albion leaned in closer, her smirk growing. It's only fair. Issei has his hands full. Now it's your turn, partner. Drake felt a shiver run down his spine. For the first time in a long time. He realized he might be in actual danger. Scene change. Kyoto Yaokai faction. In the grand halls of the Kyoto Yaokai faction, the air was calm, yet an undercurrent of tension lingered. Isaka, the graceful yet powerful leader of the Yaokai, sat elegantly on a cushion, sipping her tea. Her golden tail swayed behind her, a slow rhythm that betrayed the thoughts running through her mind. Kunu, her beloved daughter, sat nearby, absent-mindedly kicking her legs as she stared out the window. Mother? Kunu asked, tilting her head. You seem distracted. Yusaka exhaled softly, setting her teacup down. It's nothing, dear. I've just been sensing something strange. Kunu frowned. Strange. Like what? Yusaka's golden eyes sharpened slightly. A power. One that has been growing rapidly. Kunu blinked. Is it bad? Yusaka smiled gently and patted her daughter's head. Not necessarily. But. She looked out toward the horizon, her expression unreadable. If it continues at this rate, Kyoto might not be able to ignore it. The flickering lanterns cast long shadows across the grand hall as Yusaka's golden eyes remained fixed on the horizon. The weight of her words lingered in the air, her tale stilling for just a moment. Then, the atmosphere shifted. A presence. Silent, yet overwhelming. Descended upon the hall. The very air felt heavier, suffocating in its intensity. Kunu tensed, sensing it as well, her small hands gripping the fabric of her mother's kimono. And then, from the darkness of the corridor, he stepped forward. Kokushibo. Towering and still as a statue, his 6 demonic eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. The markings across his face, a blend of ancient power and something inhuman, made it difficult to discern what lay beneath. Man or monster? His long flowing hair barely shifted as he moved, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. Yusaka did not flinch. She merely took another measured sip of her tea before setting it down gracefully. You have been watching us for some time now. Kokushibo said nothing. His eyes, unreadable yet piercing, never wavered from her own. Kunu swallowed hard, fidgeting in her seat, but Yusaka placed a reassuring hand on her daughter's head. Why are you here? Yusaka asked. A pause. Then, Kokushibo spoke, his voice deep and measured. Why do the Chaos Brigade want you? Why does the Chaos Brigade seek you? He finally asked, his voice deep, resonant, and eerily smooth. Yusaka's brows furrowed. She had expected hostility. Not questions. They want me because I hold the key to the Dragon Gate. Kunu, who had remained silent, looked up. The Dragon Gate. Mother, what is that? Yusaka sighed softly. It is an ancient gateway, said to lead to a domain beyond even the understanding of gods and dragons. A place where power is said to transcend mortality itself. Kokushibo remained still. And you are the key? Yes. Yusaka confirmed. Not by choice, but by fate. My very existence is tied to it. If they gain control over me, they gain control over the gate. There was a pause. Then, Kokushibo spoke. Then I shall protect you. Silence hung in the room. Yusaka blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Why? Kokushibo turned slightly, his voice unwavering. Because they are slaughtering the innocent. Just to kill one being who has neither killed nor done anything wrong. His voice, though devoid of emotion, carried weight. Absolute, unwavering conviction. Kunu's eyes widened slightly, while Yusaka observed him closely. After a moment, she exhaled. Then tell me, why did you save me and my daughter back then? Kokushibo was silent for a long time. For a brief moment, something flickered in his 6 eyes. Something buried, something restrained. His fingers twitched slightly at his side, then stilled. He thought to himself. I'm sorry. But I'll need to use your past. Father. A brief moment to say image of Michikatsu smiling. Then, his head tilted slightly downward, his 6 eyes unreadable as he finally spoke. Because. He began, his tone unchanging, yet something unseen lingered beneath it. Once, I had a family. A wife, children. A brother. But I could not protect them. Kunu's grip on Yusaka tightened. Kokushibo continued, his voice as steady as ever. I told myself that strength was all that mattered. That to be strong meant to endure, to persist beyond death itself. Yet, when I look back. He paused, then exhaled. The only thing I see is everything I failed to protect. A heavy silence fell upon the room. Yusaka felt a strange sadness creep into her chest, though she could not say why. Kokushibo finally stepped back, turning toward the door. Just before leaving, he muttered. I do not wish to see another mother and child lost to the void. The room fell silent. Yusaka, for once, did not have an immediate response. Kunu's small hands curled into fists, her eyes darting between her mother and Kokushibo. Yusaka gently squeezed her daughter's hand before returning her gaze to the swordsman before her. Finally, she spoke. Thank you. Kokushibo merely gave a slight nod, then turned away. He walked toward the sliding doors, his movement slow, deliberate. As he reached the entrance, he hesitated for just a fraction of a second. Then, almost absent-mindedly, he muttered under his breath. The shrine is peaceful. Perhaps it is a place where even demons can rest. The words left his lips before he even processed them. Yusaka blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Kunu tilted her head in confusion. Kokushibo, realizing what he had just said, paused briefly, his 6 eyes narrowing slightly. Forget I said that. And with that, he stepped outside, walking into the night, his tall frame vanishing into the moonlit corridors of the shrine. Then, without a single movement, without a word, the air around him shifted. A pulse of energy. Subtle, nearly imperceptible. Rippled from his form. In that instant, the clone connected to the true Kokushibo. Issei Tsujikuni. The real Kokushibo. Issei Tsujikuni. Opened his 6 eyes back in his home, sitting cross-legged on the floor in meditation. The moment his clone vanished, all the information it had gathered flooded into his mind. The Dragon Gate. The Chaos Brigade's plan. Yusaka's acceptance of his protection. He exhaled slowly, processing everything. This was a problem. Not because of the Chaos Brigade. They were always bound to do something reckless. But because he could not personally act yet. His 6 eyes shifted slightly, glancing toward the bed. Kuroka, Vali, and Krom Kruich were there. His guards. The 3 of them had been watching him like hawks ever since he woke up, making sure he wasn't overworking himself again. TCH. It wasn't that he disliked them being close. But they were. Persistent. And because of that, he couldn't just walk out and go deal with the issue himself. That's why he had used a clone. A perfect replica of himself, indistinguishable from the real thing. Except for its lack of true battle capability. He had sent it in his place to gather information, and now he knew everything he needed to. But the situation was only going to get worse. The Chaos Brigade was desperate. They had already killed countless innocents, and they wouldn't stop. He needed to act. But first. His eyes flickered to the 3 sleeping women again. Kuroka was curled up closest to him, one of her legs hanging off the bed lazily. Krom was half covered by the blanket, her silver hair spilling over her face. Vali. Well, she looked the most ready to fight at any given moment, even in her sleep. If he tried to move carelessly, one of them would wake up. Issei narrowed his eyes. How annoying. What was his best option? Sneak out again. But if they woke up, they'd be angry. Make another clone and have it fake sleeping in his place. But if they touched it, they'd notice. Convince them to let him go. Impossible. Option 4. Use force. He exhaled through his nose. Tempting, but not yet. For now, he would wait. But the moment an opportunity arose. He was leaving. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting pale silver streaks across the room. Issei sat motionless, blending into the stillness of the night. His mind was sharp, calculating. The situation with the Chaos Brigade was spiraling, and Yusaka's involvement only complicated things. Yet, the real issue was here. The 3 women. His so-called guards. Remained asleep, their breath slow and steady. Kuroka murmured something incoherent, shifting slightly before nuzzling deeper into the blanket. Crom Cruich barely moved, her silver hair spilling over the pillow. Volley, however. His gaze settled on her. Even in slumber, she was tense, her body coiled like a predator ready to strike. If anyone would wake up first, it would be her. His options remained the same. A clone would be detected. Sneaking out was too risky. Convincing them was laughable. And using force, while effective, would only complicate things later. Patience. His fingers flexed slightly before resting on his knee again. He would wait until the moment was right. Time passed in silence. Then, a shift. Hiroka stirred first, her feline ears twitching before she groggily opened her golden eyes. She blinked, gaze unfocused, before locking onto him. Still awake. She mumbled, voice thick with sleep. Issei didn't respond. Kuroka stretched like a cat, her tail flicking lazily. You know, you're really bad at this whole resting thing, Naya. Again, silence. She yawned, rubbing her eyes. Come back to bed. You're thinking too much. Issei stared at her for a moment. Then, slowly, he closed his eyes. Fine. Kuroka smiled drowsily, satisfied, before curling up again. Within moments, her breathing evened out. But Issei was not going to sleep. They were too aware. Too cautious. If he moved recklessly, they would catch him. His eyes opened once more, gleaming in the darkness. If he wanted to leave unnoticed, he would have to be perfect. Minutes passed in silence. Issei remained still, his mind racing through possibilities. Kuroka had already stirred once. If he moved too soon, she might wake again. Crom Cruich was an unpredictable factor, and Volley. She was the biggest problem. If she even suspected something, she would not let it go. Simply walking out was impossible. A normal clone wouldn't work either. If Kuroka so much as draped herself over it, she'd notice the difference in body heat. He needed something better. Then, an idea. A refined version of his previous clone technique. Instead of just a simple replica, this one would be more convincing. Slowly, Issei exhaled, focusing his energy. A faint shimmer surrounded him, his control absolute. Within moments, an exact duplicate of himself materialized in his place. Only this one was different. It breathed. Its skin radiated warmth. It even had the slow, steady heartbeat of someone deep in sleep. Perfect. With precision, Issei shifted his real body ever so slightly. Not a sound. Not a breath out of place. His clone remained where it was, lying naturally on the bed. Now. The hardest part. Leaving. Even with the clone in place, if he made a single noise, Volley or Crom would wake up. Kuroka, too, if she wasn't as deep asleep as she looked. Slowly, Issei stood, his movements controlled down to the finest muscle fiber. His steps were soundless. His breathing, non-existent. He reached the door. A creak. Instantly, he froze. Volley shifted slightly, her brows furrowing. He didn't move. Seconds passed. Then, she exhaled, turning in her sleep. His hand pressed against the doorframe, steadying himself. Too close. But he couldn't hesitate now. With a final calculated step, he slipped through the door, leaving nothing but silence in his wake. He was free. The training grounds. The cool night air greeted him as he stepped outside. The sky was dark, but the stars illuminated his path well enough. Now, the real work could begin. Without a word, he vanished into the forest, heading toward the most secluded training ground he had. A place even Volley wouldn't suspect. Beyond limits. True endurance training. Issei stood amidst the ruins of the forgotten shrine, the cool morning air brushing against his sweat-covered skin. His training had reached a plateau. Until now. He needed something more, something that would push him past his limits. His eyes locked onto the shrine ceiling. Half collapsed, yet sturdy enough to hold weight. An idea formed. A brutal one. He reached into the earth, his strength effortlessly breaking through the ground. From deep within, he pulled forth a massive chunk of draconic titanium ore. A rare, near-indestructible metal infused with draconic energy. It was dense, heavy, and perfect for what he had in mind. With a single swing of his sword, he shaped the ore into a massive jagged boulder. It was easily over a ton in weight, its dark surface gleaming under the morning sun. But that wasn't enough. He took a thick, enchanted chain and secured it around the boulder, tying the other end to a reinforced beam above. The mechanism was simple. Once released, the boulder would swing back and forth, slamming into Issei, then rebounding off the shrine's wall before coming back even harder. This was endurance training in its rawest form. No magic. No barriers. Just his body against a force meant to break him. Taking the hit. Issei exhaled, stepping into position. He stood directly in the boulder's path, hands interlocked behind his head, muscles tensed but not flexed. This wasn't just about withstanding the impact. It was about accepting it. With a single push, he sent the boulder swinging. Wham. The first hit landed directly against his torso. His entire body trembled from the force, his muscles screaming in protest. The impact sent shockwaves through his bones, but he gritted his teeth, unmoving. The boulder swung back, crashing into the shrine wall before rebounding even harder. Boom. The second hit struck deeper, pressing into his core like a hammer against steel. His ribs ached, but he didn't budge. Again. Again. Each time, the impact grew stronger. Each time, his body adapted, his muscles tightening, hardening. His breath was steady. His stance unshaken. This was beyond pain. This was beyond endurance. This was evolution. Hours passed. The sun had risen fully, yet Issei remained there, taking each strike without hesitation. His skin bruised, then healed. His bones cracked, then reinforced themselves stronger than before. This was how he would surpass his limits. This was how he would reach the peak. A week later. The truth unraveled. Kuroka stretched lazily, letting out a soft yawn as she rolled over in bed. It had been a peaceful week. Too peaceful. Her golden eyes blinked open, narrowing slightly. Something felt off. She glanced at Issei, still lying in the same spot, breathing steadily. Her lips curled into a smirk. Still asleep, huh? She propped herself up on one elbow, studying him. It had been strange. No late-night disappearances, no pushing himself to the point of collapse. Just staying here. Resting. Too good to be true. Suspicion prickled at the back of her mind. Krom Kruich, who had been leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, cracked one eye open. Something wrong, cat. Kuroka didn't answer immediately. Instead, she leaned in, pressing a finger lightly against Issei's arm. Warm. Heartbeat steady. Breath natural. But something was missing. Her expression shifted. Wake up. No response. Her playful smirk vanished, replaced by sharp calculation. She pressed her palm against his chest. Nothing felt out of the ordinary, but now that she was paying attention, the energy was too stable. Bali, who had been sharpening her gauntlet in the corner, noticed the change in Kuroka's posture. What? Kuroka's ears twitched. This isn't him. Krom stood up fully, frowning. What are you talking about? Kuroka narrowed her eyes, then, with a quick motion, channeled her magic into her hand and dispelled whatever illusion lingered. The clone flickered. Then, in an instant, it vanished into thin air. Silence. A slow, creeping realization settled into the room. Issei was gone. For a week. Tracking the dragon. The room was tense. He tricked us. Vali muttered, eyes cold. Krom Kruich exhaled sharply through her nose. HMPH. Not bad. Kuroka's tail flicked in irritation. TCH. That idiot. If he thinks he can run off and train alone without us noticing. Her eyes gleamed with mischief, masking her irritation. Vali's fingers clenched. We're finding him. Now. Krom smirked. Good. I was getting bored anyway. Kuroka grinned, though her nails dug slightly into her palm. He better have a good reason for this. Otherwise, he's in for a punishment. Without wasting another second, they moved. Ready to track down the dragon who had dared to slip away. Kuroka, Vali, and Krom Kruich stormed out of the room, each moving with a mix of irritation and determination. Issei had managed to deceive them for a week. That alone was impressive. Too impressive. But now they were going to track him down. And he wouldn't escape this time. As they moved through the house, a familiar presence caught their attention. Drake. The crimson dragon, still in his human form, stood in the kitchen. He was casually stirring a pot, the scent of something rich and hearty filling the air. Albion and Tiamat sat nearby, both watching him with silent amusement. Tiamat's tail flicked as she sipped from a cup. Took you long enough to notice. Vali's eyes narrowed. You knew. Drake didn't even turn around. Of course I knew. The beat of silence. Then. Crash. Kuroka slammed her hands on the table. And you didn't say anything. Drake shrugged. Not my problem. He wanted to train. He trained. Albion chuckled in her usual smooth teasing tone. You should be more concerned about where he went. Krom Kruich crossed her arms. You know. Drake finally turned, crossing his own arms. I do. But I'm not telling you. Vali's eyes flashed dangerously. Drake. Tiamat smirked. Careful, Vali. You won't get anything from him that easily. Kuroka narrowed her eyes, then grinned. Oh. Then I guess we'll just have to follow the obvious clues. Drake sighed. Do whatever you want. Albion stretched, standing up. Well, if you're all going after him, I suppose I'll come along. Someone has to make sure you don't break him before he explains himself. Tiamat set down her cup. And I'm coming because I'm curious. Krom Kruich grinned. Good. The more, the better. Vali's wings flared slightly. Then let's move. Without another word, the group headed out. Drake staying behind with a knowing smirk. They were about to see exactly what Issei had been doing for the past week. And when they found him, he was not getting away again. The sun hung high in the sky, its golden rays beating down mercilessly as Kuroka, Vali, Kruich, Albion, and Tiamat traversed the rocky landscape. The trail had been subtle. Too subtle. But they weren't amateurs. After some careful searching, they had pinpointed a location where Issei's presence felt strongest. An abandoned shrine nestled deep within a hidden valley. The air here felt thick, charged with something unnatural. Not magic. But something raw, something forged through sheer force of will. Kuroka's ears twitched as she slowed her pace. Something's up. Kruich narrowed her eyes. He's here. Tiamat frowned slightly, glancing toward Albion. You feel that? Albion's voice was quieter than usual. I do. Vali didn't respond. She was already moving forward, the others following close behind. Then. They saw it. The brutality of true training. A massive jagged boulder. One made from dragonic titanium ore. Swung violently through the air, its surface gleaming with sharp edges and cracks from repeated impact. It wasn't just a simple weight. It was destruction incarnate, tied by enchanted chains to the remains of the shrine's ceiling. And beneath it. Issei. Their eyes widened as they took in the scene. He stood tall, arms interlocked behind his head, completely motionless as the boulder came crashing into him. Boom. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through his body, his muscles tightening, absorbing the force. The boulder rebounded, slamming into the reinforced stone wall behind him before swinging back again. Boom. Another brutal hit. And he did not move. His breath was steady. His expression unreadable. The cycle continued. An endless loop of devastation, where most beings would have already been reduced to shattered bones and torn muscles. Yet he stood, unwavering, accepting each blow like it was nothing. The group was frozen, each one processing what they were seeing. Then. This isn't punishment. Albion's voice broke the silence. They all turned to her. She wasn't staring at Issei. She was analyzing the boulder, the chains, the mechanics of the setup. Her lips parted slightly. This is endurance training. The realization struck like lightning. Kuroka's smirk faltered. Wait. So you're telling me he's been doing this willingly? Albion nodded slowly. Not just willingly. Look at him. He's completely focused. This isn't just some test of pain resistance. He's conditioning himself. Tiamat's sharp gaze flickered. How long do you think he's been at it? Hours. Kruich's fingers twitched. Impossible. Another impact. Another shockwave. Yet. Issei remained standing. Vali finally spoke, her voice calm. But laced with something dangerous. We're not leaving. No one argued. They were going to watch. And they were going to wait. Because if Issei was truly this insane, then they needed to know exactly what kind of monster he was becoming. Sunset. A moment of rest. The hours dragged on. The sun, once blazing overhead, had begun its descent, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold. The wind carried the lingering heat of the day, but it did little to lessen the brutal reality before them. Issei never stopped. For hours, the boulder crashed into him, rebounding off the wall, then slamming into his body again. Each impact sent tremors through the ground, yet he remained firm, unwavering. Vali, Kuroka, Kruich, Albion, and Tiamat had stayed, silent observers to what should have been impossible. But eventually. He moved. As the massive boulder came hurtling toward him again, Issei exhaled and took a single step forward. Crack. The force of his movement disrupted the boulder's trajectory, causing it to swing slightly off course. He reached out with a single hand, catching the chain mid-air, and with a fluid motion, he halted the boulder's movement entirely. Silence. The chain groaned, metal grinding against metal, before settling completely. Issei finally let go. His body remained tense for a moment before his shoulders loosened, his breathing slow and controlled. And then. He sat down. The watching group barely processed it at first. He actually stopped. Kuroka blinked. Did he just take a break? Kruich crossed her arms. About time. Tiamat tilted her head. Impressive. Though I doubt he's finished. Albion studied him carefully. No. He's just resetting himself. He'll start again soon. Vali didn't say a word. She was staring, gaze locked onto Issei, watching the way his muscles twitched slightly, the way his chest rose and fell with each measured breath. Then. Without even looking up, Issei spoke. How long have you all been watching? A ripple of surprise ran through the group. He knew. Kuroka chuckled, stepping forward. Long enough, dummy. Issei finally lifted his head, his eyes calm, unreadable. TCH. Kruich smirked. No reaction. Not even annoyed. He rolled his shoulders slightly. I expected you to find me sooner. Albion exhaled. And yet you still did all this in secret. Did you really think we wouldn't notice? Issei didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back slightly, resting his arms on his knees. I needed to push further. Tiamat crossed her arms. And this was your answer? He gave a small nod. Volley finally stepped closer, looking down at him. You're insane. He looked up at her, a hint of amusement in his gaze. You only just realized. She scowled, but before she could respond, Kuroka flopped down next to him with a grin. Well, since you finally decided to stop for a bit, you might as well enjoy the company. Crom Cruich sat down on a nearby rock. Might as well watch up close. Tiamat and Albion exchanged glances before settling in as well. Volley hesitated. Just for a moment. Before sighing and sitting down, arms crossed. Issei glanced at them, then at the sky. I won't stop. Kuroka grinned. We know. Volley's voice was steady. Then we won't leave. Issei exhaled, closing his eyes briefly. The break wouldn't last long. Soon, he'd be back at it. And now, he had an audience. The shrine's broken structure cast long shadows as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only the glow of fading daylight. The air was warm, carrying the scent of dust and stone. Issei remained seated, arms resting on his knees, his breathing slow and measured. The others were gathered around him, the weight of their presence oddly grounding. Kuroka was the first to break the silence. So, tell me, dummy. She leaned closer, her golden eyes gleaming. Why go through all this alone? You really think we wouldn't help? Issei didn't open his eyes. It's not about help. Crom Cruich smirked. Then what is it about? He exhaled. Limits. That single word hung in the air. Albion, who had been silent for a moment, narrowed her eyes. You're testing yourself. Issei nodded slightly. I need to know where I stand. And how far I can push. Tiamat scoffed. That's a nice excuse, but it doesn't explain why you hid this. Volley's voice was sharp. You didn't even tell Dreg. Issei finally opened his eyes. For a moment, he simply stared at them, his gaze unreadable. Then, I don't have time to waste. The words were calm, but there was an edge to them. The tension in the air thickened. Kuroka's ears twitched, but she didn't press further. Instead, she leaned back, resting her hands behind her head. TCH. Still stubborn as ever. Crom Cruich chuckled. Not surprising. Tiamat eyed him carefully. You're chazzing something, aren't you? Issei didn't answer immediately. Then, quietly. Maybe. That single word carried more weight than any of them expected. Albion studied him. And you won't tell us what it is? He gave a small smirk. Not yet. Kuroka sighed dramatically. Great. He's being mysterious again. Volley rolled her eyes but didn't press further. Instead, she glanced at the massive boulder still hanging from the chains. How much longer do you plan on doing this? Issei followed her gaze. As long as I need to. Crom Cruich raised an eyebrow. And when is that? He smirked slightly. When I break past the next wall. Silence followed. Then, to their surprise, Albion let out a soft chuckle. HMPH. Typical. Tiamat sighed, shaking her head. You really don't change. Kuroka stretched her arms lazily. Welp, since you insist on being an idiot, we might as well stick around. Crom Cruich cracked her knuckles. I agree. Issei glanced at them, then at the darkening sky. Suit yourselves. Volley crossed her arms, eyes narrowing slightly. She didn't say it aloud, but they all knew. They weren't leaving. Not tonight. Not until they understood exactly what he was trying to become. The night settled in fully, the last traces of sunlight fading into deep blues and purples. The air had cooled, but the heat from Issei's relentless training still lingered in the space around them. Then, without warning, Issei stood up. The motion was smooth, controlled. He rolled his shoulders once, his muscles flexing beneath the scars and sweat. Then, he walked toward the massive boulder still suspended by the heavy chain. Without hesitation, he gripped the chain tightly. Without hesitation, Issei stepped forward, his muscles flexing as he grasped the hilt of his sword. His eyes sharpened, and in a single, smooth motion. Slash. The thick dragonic titanium ore boulder split cleanly in half, the force of his swing sending a gust of displaced air through the space. The two halves landed with a thud, sending small tremors through the ground. The group stared in silence. Then, Issei casually walked over, grabbing another thick chain he had prepared earlier. Without a word, he wrapped each chain around the separate halves of the boulder, securing them tightly before fastening the ends to his ankles. He tested the weight with a small step. The chains clanked, the heavy stones dragging slightly behind him. What the hell are you doing? Volley finally asked, breaking the silence. Issei exhaled through his nose. Speed training. Crom Cruich raised an eyebrow. You're serious? Kuroka's ears twitched. You're tying 2 slabs of dragonic titanium ore to your legs. And calling it speed training. Issei gave a slight nod. Tiamat narrowed her eyes. You do realize that material is used to reinforce divine weapons, right? The density alone. I know. Issei adjusted the chains, ensuring they were secure. That's the point. Albion scoffed, shaking her head. You're insane. Issei smirked slightly. And silence. Then, Crom Cruich grinned. I like it. Kuroka rubbed her temples. Of course you do. Volley crossed her arms, observing carefully. How long do you plan to keep them on? Issei took his first real step forward. The weight immediately pulled against him, resisting, but his movement was smooth, calculated. As long as it takes. Tiamat clicked her tongue. You're really pushing yourself for something. Issei didn't answer. Instead, he took another step, the chains rattling. Then another. Then another. The weight didn't slow him. It forced him to adapt. Volley exhaled through her nose, watching as he continued moving forward, step by step. You're impossible. Issei smirked slightly but kept walking. They weren't leaving. And neither was he. The rhythmic clank of chains echoed through the quiet night as Issei took another step forward, dragging the massive boulder halves bound to his legs. His breath was steady, controlled. The weight fought against him, but his body had already begun adapting, each movement smoother than the last. The others continued watching, their expressions a mix of disbelief and intrigue. Then, without stopping, Issei spoke. Go back. Kuroka's ears twitched. Ha. I'll meet you there. He continued, taking another step, the chains rattling. No point in you standing around watching. Tiamat crossed her arms. And if we say no? Issei didn't look at her. Then you'll waste your time. Kruch smirked. Bold. Volley narrowed her eyes slightly. You really plan to do this the entire way? He nodded. Every step. Kuroka sighed, rubbing her temples. TCH. You're such a pain. Albion chuckled. Let him be. He's made up his mind. Tiamat exhaled sharply before turning away. Fine. Just don't drop dead before you get back. Kruch cracked her knuckles. I'll be waiting. Let's see how much you improve. Kuroka stretched her arms lazily. Don't take too long, you hear. Volley hesitated for a moment, glancing at him once more before simply nodding. One by one, they turned and left, their footsteps fading into the night. Issei didn't stop. He didn't look back. He simply kept walking. Step by step. Dragging the weight of his own limitations forward. The night stretched on, silent except for the rhythmic clank of chains and the deep, controlled breaths of Issei Tsujikuni. Every step forward forced his muscles to adjust, to endure. The sheer density of the draconic titanium ore pressed against his body, resisting, demanding more from him. But he welcomed it. His breathing was measured. His stance. Solid. He was no stranger to pain, to pushing his body past its limits. This was just another obstacle to surpass. Step. Clank. Step. Clank. The cool night air brushed against his skin, mixing with the heat radiating from his exertion. His clothes were already drenched in sweat, but his eyes remained sharp, focused. He wasn't doing this for them. He wasn't doing this for recognition. This was for himself. To push beyond. To reach even further. To break through his limits. The sound of insects humming in the grass and the rustling of leaves accompanied his movements, a stark contrast to the sheer intensity of his training. He could feel the strain in his legs, the pull of his muscles adjusting to the unnatural weight. Good. That meant he was making progress. Hours later. The moon had reached its peak when the shrine came into view. A faint light flickered from inside. Proof that the others had made it back before him. His pace didn't slow. His legs screamed, his body ached, but still. He kept moving. Then. Oi. A voice called out. Standing just outside the entrance, leaning casually against the gate, was Kruch. You really walk the whole damn way like that? She asked, golden eyes gleaming in the dim light. Issei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took another step. Then another. Only when he passed her did he respond. Yeah. Kruch grinned. Heh. Not bad. The others were waiting inside. He could already sense their eyes on him. But Issei didn't stop. Not yet. One last step. Clank. The weight settled, and finally. He was home. The heavy clank of chains echoed through the night as Issei took his final step, reaching the shrine's grounds. His body was drenched in sweat, muscles screaming in exhaustion, but his expression remained unreadable. He didn't hesitate. Shink. His sword flashed. In one smooth motion, the thick chains binding his legs split apart, the severed metal links rattling as they collapsed onto the ground. The boulder halves remained where they fell, leaving faint indentations in the dirt from the sheer weight. Issei exhaled. The sudden loss of resistance made his body feel light. Too light. His legs nearly moved on their own, unused to the lack of strain. He rolled his shoulders, shaking off the lingering tension before turning away from the others. Without a word, he walked. His destination was clear. The wooden chair near the lake. The soft crunch of grass beneath his feet blended with the distant roar of water cascading down the cliffside. The lake stretched before him, its surface shimmering under the moonlight, reflecting the silver glow of the waterfall crashing into it. The sound was constant. Deep. Powerful. He sat down. The wooden chair creaked slightly under his weight, but he ignored it, leaning back as he closed his eyes for a moment. The cool night air mixed with the faint mist drifting from the waterfall, settling against his skin. His heartbeat was still strong, steady. Proof of his endurance. For now, he let the sound of the rushing water fill the silence. He didn't need words. Not yet. The night air remained still, save for the steady roar of the waterfall cascading into the lake. Issei sat motionless in the wooden chair, his breath slowing, his body adjusting to the lack of weight that had burdened him for hours. Then, tch. A sharp sigh broke the quiet. From the shrine, a familiar presence stepped forward. Broad, arms crossed, and wearing an expression that hovered between exasperation and amusement. Drake. You really don't know when to stop, do you? The dragon muttered, eyeing the broken chains and boulders left behind. Issei didn't respond. He didn't need to. Drake ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head. Whatever. He turned back toward the shrine, cracking his neck as he stepped inside. A moment later, the sound of pots clanking and a fire being lit filled the air. Albion smirked from where she lounged nearby. Giving in, are you? Drake shot her glare. He needs food. All of us do. Tiamat leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching as Drake began pulling ingredients together. You just don't want him passing out before he trains again, huh? Drake grumbled under his breath. Shut up. But still, his hands moved with practiced ease, pulling together a meal meant to restore strength. He didn't need to be told. He already knew what Issei needed. Kruich glanced toward the fire, sniffing the air. HMPH. About time. Kuroka stretched her arms lazily. Smells good already. Bali, silent as ever, simply took a seat near the entrance, her gaze flickering between Issei and the growing firelight inside. The night continued. The waterfall roared. And the scent of a hearty meal filled the shrine, signaling the end of one day. And the beginning of the next. The scent of sizzling meat and rich broth filled the cavern, mingling with the ever-present dampness of stone and earth. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows along the rocky walls, illuminating the natural formations that made up Issei's home. Drake stood over a large cooking pot, stirring with ease, his brow furrowed in concentration. Despite his grumbling earlier, his movements were precise. Practiced. He wasn't just throwing ingredients together. He was making something meant to replenish stamina and strength. The others sat scattered around the cavern, the occasional drip of water from stalactites, blending with the steady bubbling of the food. Albion, lounging against a smooth section of the wall, watched with mild amusement as Drake worked. You act like you're annoyed, but you're putting in quite the effort. She teased. Drake shot her a look. Do you want to eat or not? Albion smirked. I never said stop. Tiamat chuckled from where she leaned against a nearby stone column. It's rare to see you doing something useful. I almost forgot you could cook. Drake ignored her, focusing on the food. Kruich, sitting near the fire, sniffed the air and grinned. Smells good. Hurry it up. Kuroka stretched lazily, her tail flicking behind her. I didn't think the big red lizard had this in him. Bali, as usual, remained silent, sitting with her arms crossed near the cavern entrance. Her eyes flickered to Issei, who was still seated by the underground lake, back to them, seemingly lost in thought as the distant sound of the waterfall echoed through the cavern. Oi! Drake called out, not looking up from the pot. You done brooding over there? Issei blinked once before exhaling through his nose. He stood up, stretching his arms slightly before walking back toward them. He sat down near the fire without a word. Drake smirked. Thought so. The dragon took one last stir before lifting a large serving of food, placing bowls in front of each person. The meal was simple but packed with energy. Thick cuts of meat, seasoned vegetables, and a hearty broth rich with flavor. One by one, they began eating. The cavern, once filled with the sounds of fire and water, now carried a new rhythm. Quiet chewing, satisfied sighs, and the occasional teasing remark. For now, at least, the night was calm. The warmth of the fire crackled softly, casting an amber glow against the cavern walls. The rhythmic sounds of water dripping from stalactites into the underground lake blended with the hushed noises of eating. For a while, no one spoke. Not because there was tension. Just a shared understanding that food came first. Issei ate at a steady pace, not rushing, but consuming every bit of the meal Drake had prepared. His body needed the fuel. After dragging those boulders, his muscles were screaming for nutrients. Across from him, Kruich tore into her food with her usual intensity, barely stopping between bites. Kuroka hummed in satisfaction, her tail flicking lazily behind her as she enjoyed the warm meal. Albion and Tiamat ate at a more measured pace, though both dragons seemed content with the meal. Bali, however, only took small bites, her silver eyes flickering between Issei and the rest of them. She was thinking about something. Drake, noticing the silent stretching, leaned back against the stone wall. Tch. You'd think after all that training, someone would have something to say. Issei didn't respond, simply finishing the last of his food before placing the empty bowl beside him. Albion smirked. You should be used to that by now. Tiamat raised an eyebrow. It's rare for all of us to sit together like this. Not bad, I suppose. Prom Cruich wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. HMPH. The food was good. Kuroka stretched, letting out a satisfied sigh. I won't complain if the big lizard keeps cooking. Drake grunted but didn't argue. Volley finally spoke, her voice calm but pointed. How long do you plan to keep this up? The question was directed at Issei. Everyone turned to him. He didn't answer immediately, simply looking at the fire, watching the flames shift and flicker. Then. Until I reach where I need to be. Volley narrowed her eyes. And where is that? A brief pause. Issei didn't answer. Drake sighed, rubbing his forehead. Typical. Albion chuckled. Let him be. He's stubborn. Kuroka yawned, leaning against Issei's shoulder with a smirk. Then I guess we'll just keep watching until you get there, huh? Tiamat crossed her arms. Just don't break before then. Crom Cruich grinned. Or do. We'll see. The fire crackled, the cavern silent once more. For now, at least, the night remained peaceful. One by one, the warmth of the fire and the heaviness of a good meal began to settle over them. Kuroka yawned first, stretching lazily before leaning fully against Issei. So warm. I think I'll sleep here. Crom Cruich leaned back against a stone pillar, arms crossed, her breathing slowing as her body naturally entered a state of rest. Tiamat and Albion, both more disciplined, stayed up a little longer, occasionally throwing comments at Drake, before finally deciding to rest near the cavern walls. Even Volley, despite her usual alertness, eventually gave in to sleep. Drake was the last to settle. He shot Issei a sharp look, already knowing. You're not gonna rest, are you? Issei stood up. No. Drake sighed but didn't argue. TCH. Don't push it. With that, the great dragon finally lay down, resting his head against a smooth rock, his breathing slowing as he drifted into slumber. Now. The cavern was silent. The fire flickered, casting long shadows over the sleeping figures. The distant sound of the waterfall echoed softly, blending with the slow, steady breaths of those resting. But Issei was already walking. His steps were soundless as he left the warmth of the fire, making his way deeper into the cavern. He passed by the underground lake, the water shimmering under the faint moonlight filtering from a small opening above. This was routine. This was necessary. As soon as he reached the open training space at the far end of the cavern, he exhaled. His muscles, though fatigued, were still capable. His body was still ready. Without hesitation, he reached down, grabbing the severed chains and reforging them in his hands, twisting the links together with sheer strength. He tied them back onto the massive boulders he had used earlier, this time securing them around both wrists. The weight returned. But it wasn't enough. His blade flashed. Stone shattered as he carved out another slab of heavy rock, reforging it into a brutal new training tool. More weight. More resistance. He moved toward the wall, slamming the chained boulders into place, creating a new endurance test. And then. He started again. With no audience. With no distractions. Under the moonlit cavern, with only the echoes of his own movements filling the space. Issei trained. The next morning. Witnessing the impossible. The scent of warm food filled the cavern as Drake finished cooking. The fire crackled softly, casting a dim glow on the waking figures. Kuroka stretched with a lazy yawn, her tail flicking behind her. Morning already? Crom Cruich grunted as she sat up, cracking her neck. Albion and Tiamat, more composed, took their time before standing, while Volley simply glanced around, eyes narrowing. Where's Issei? Drake, who was setting down bowls of food, snorted. Where do you think? Everyone's eyes shifted toward the deeper parts of the cavern. Of course. He didn't rest. He was training again. They quickly ate before heading toward his usual training area, their footsteps echoing softly in the tunnels. The distant sound of rushing water became clearer, growing louder as they neared the underground waterfall. And then. They saw him. Hanging from a massive wooden water wheel, his body wrapped in thick chains. A colossal chunk of dragonic titanium ore. Larger than anything they had ever seen used in training. Was strapped to his back, pulling him downward with terrifying force. Yet. He was pulling himself up. Over and over again. His muscles strained, sweat dripping down his back as he executed slow, precise pull-ups against the weight of the ore. The waterfall crashed around him, the relentless force of nature threatening to throw him off at any moment. But he didn't stop. He kept moving. Kept training. Crom Cruich's golden eyes widened slightly. What the hell? Kuroka's ears flattened. How is he even moving with that much weight? Albion crossed her arms, watching carefully. That's not just strength. His control is absurd. Tiamat narrowed her eyes. That weight alone should be crushing his spine. Yet he's making it look natural. Drake sighed, rubbing his forehead. TCH. Idiot's gonna break himself one day. Volley remained silent, her silver eyes locked onto Issei's form. She understood now. This wasn't normal training. This was madness. And yet, it was working. He was getting stronger. He really won't stop, will he? Nobody answered. They just watched as he kept going. The sound of rushing water and clanking chains filled the cavern as Issei continued his grueling training. His movements were precise, controlled, unrelenting. Every pull-up forced his body against the impossible weight of the dragonic titanium ore, his muscles straining yet refusing to give in. And then, he stopped. Without hesitation, Issei released his grip. The air cracked as he dropped from the water wheel, the massive boulder still chained to his back. The moment his feet touched the ground, a deep shock wave burst from the impact, sending dust and mist scattering around him. The others instinctively tensed. Kokushibo's eyes sharpened. That landing. Even with that weight, he barely made a sound. Kuroka's ears twitched. Naya. He makes it look easy, but that was anything but normal. Volley crossed her arms, staring intently. It wasn't just strength. It was mastery. Issei exhaled through his nose, reaching for the heavy chains wrapped around his torso. With a single sharp pull, he snapped the restraints free, the colossal boulder crashing onto the ground behind him, sending tremors through the cavern floor. The weight was gone. But his body remained still, completely compassed. You're all here. His voice was calm, unfazed. Drake snorted, arms crossed. Of course we're here, Dumbus. We slept, unlike some people. Albion raised an eyebrow. You didn't even stop after last night. Issei glanced at her before looking away. No reason to. Tiamat let out a low sigh. Your endurance is impressive, but even dragons know when to rest. Kuroka pouted. At this rate, you're gonna turn into an obsessed training maniac. Issei ignored the comment. He rolled his shoulders, the lingering strain already fading from his body. Then, without hesitation, he turned toward them. Let's go back. Kokushibo tilted her head. Back. Issei nodded. I'll set this up in my training ground later. He gestured at the massive boulder behind him, as if it were nothing more than a simple tool. The group exchanged looks. Volley scoffed. You act like you're done, but you're just moving it somewhere else to train again. Issei didn't deny it. He simply turned and started walking. The others followed, still trying to process what they had just witnessed. Scenes changed to the clone in Tokyo. Kyoto Shrine. Moonlit corridors. The wooden panels creaked softly beneath Kokushibo's steps as he walked through the shrine's corridors. The night air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of incense and cherry blossoms. His 6 eyes scanned his surroundings, taking in the stillness of the sacred grounds. The thought lingered in his mind, but he pushed it aside. Now was not the time for such distractions. As he rounded a corner, he came across a small garden bathed in moonlight. The koi pond reflected the night sky, the occasional ripple distorting the stars. He stood at the edge, watching as the fish moved lazily beneath the surface. Despite the peace of the shrine, he could still feel it. The lingering malice that the Chaos Brigade had left behind. The battle had ended, but the scars remained. His 6 eyes slowly shifted toward the shrine's entrance, where he sensed a presence. Yusaka. She stood there, bathed in the soft glow of the lanterns, her golden eyes focused on him. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her tail swayed ever so slightly. You don't sleep? She asked, her voice gentle yet inquisitive. Kokushibo remained still for a moment before responding. I do not require it. A quiet breeze rustled through the trees. Yusaka stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. You're an interesting one. She murmured. You saved me and Kunu, yet you stand here, watching Kyoto as if you are not part of it. Kokushibo did not reply. Yusaka studied him carefully. You are a warrior, yet your presence is unlike any other I have met. It feels distant. Kokushibo finally turned to face her. His 6 eyes, unreadable as ever, regarded her for a moment before he spoke. I have been many things. He said slowly. A warrior. A blade. A shadow. His voice was steady, yet there was something beneath it. Something that even he did not fully acknowledge. Yusaka tilted her head slightly, a small smile playing at her lips. And now? A protector. His answer was simple, but absolute. Yusaka's expression softened, yet a glint of curiosity remained in her eyes. You speak as though it is a duty rather than a choice. Kokushibo looked toward the sky. The moon hung high, casting its silver glow upon the shrine. Perhaps it is both. A silence stretched between them, but it was not uncomfortable. Yusaka eventually sighed, placing a hand on her hip. Well, protector or not, you are welcome here. She said, turning slightly. Kyoto owes you a debt. Kokushibo gave a slight nod but said nothing. As Yusaka prepared to leave, he spoke once more, his voice quieter than before. Keep your daughter close. Yusaka paused, glancing back at him. The Chaos Brigade will not stop. Kokushibo continued. Their methods are without honor. If they cannot take you, they will take what you cherish. Yusaka's expression darkened slightly. I know. Her fingers curled slightly, a flicker of power passing through her golden tails. That is why I will fight. Kokushibo observed her for a moment before closing his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, they glowed faintly in the moonlight. Then let us see how long the hunters can survive when the prey is no longer running. Yusaka blinked, then let out a soft laugh. For someone so serious, you have a way with words. Kokushibo turned slightly, stepping away from the pond. That was not intentional. Yusaka chuckled again before turning toward the shrine. Rest if you can, Kokushibo. Kyoto will need you soon enough. She disappeared into the corridors, leaving Kokushibo alone once more. He remained still, listening to the distant sounds of the city beyond the shrine's walls. I'm sorry. But I'll need to use your past. Father. His 6 eyes shifted toward the horizon. Somewhere out there, the Chaos Brigade was preparing their next move. And when they did, Kokushibo would be waiting. The soft rustling of leaves filled the night air as Kokushibo remained by the pond, his tall frame still and unmoving. He watched as the koi fish glided through the water, their vibrant colors rippling under the moonlight. For a long moment, he simply stood there, silent. Then, he slowly lowered himself onto the wooden deck beside the pond, folding his legs beneath him. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword, but his grip was relaxed, as if he were lost in thought. A few moments later, the faint sound of soft footsteps approached. Yusaka. She did not speak right away, merely watching him from a distance. But after a moment, she stepped forward and settled down beside him, her golden tails curling gently around her. The silence between them stretched, but it was not uncomfortable. Then, Yusaka spoke. How are you, a demon? Kokushibo did not answer immediately. The question should not have mattered. He had lived for centuries. He had slaughtered countless warriors, demons, and men alike. He had no obligation to explain himself. And yet. A breath. His voice, deep and steady, carried the weight of time itself. I was once a man. Yusaka listened, her golden eyes sharp as she absorbed every word. My name was Michikatsu Tsujikuni. His 6 eyes darkened. I was born in an era of war. A samurai, bound to the way of the sword. His grip on his knee tightened. I had a younger brother. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Even now, after centuries, the name still burned in his mind. He was unlike anyone else. A prodigy. A man born with a gift that even the heavens could not ignore. His voice remained calm, but Yusaka could hear the bitterness woven into each syllable. From the moment we were born, we were not equals. A muscle in his jaw tightened. As children, I believed we would walk the same path. That we would train, fight, and grow together. He exhaled slowly. But that was a lie. His fingers dug into his knee. My brother was a monster in human skin. A man who could see the transparent world. A man who could wield a blade with divine skill. A man who was given everything without effort. While I struggled, clawed, and bled just to stand in his shadow. His teeth clenched. No matter how hard I trained. No matter how much I sacrificed. He was always beyond me. His 6 eyes glowed faintly, his voice deepening. I hated him. Yusaka's tails twitched slightly. I despised him. His claws dug into the wooden deck. I envied him so much that it consumed me. A deep breath. And so. I betrayed him. Yusaka stiffened slightly, but she remained silent. I abandoned my name. I abandoned my wife. I abandoned my daughter. His voice, though calm, carried the weight of centuries of regret. She begged me to stay. My daughter. She did not understand why her father walked away. He closed his eyes for a brief moment. But I did not care. His eyes opened once more, sharper, colder. All I cared about was surpassing Yoriichi. A pause. I became a demon. Yusaka's expression did not change, but there was something in her eyes. Something unreadable. I waited. His voice, once filled with anger, turned eerily quiet. I waited 97 years. The wind carried his words into the night, sending chills down Yusaka's spine. 97 years. For my moment. Yusaka's breath slowed. And when it came. I was certain. His hands tightened. He was old. His body weak, wrinkled, fragile. A 97-year-old man standing before a demon who had transcended humanity itself. His 6 eyes burned with an emotion Yusaka could not quite place. I thought it was over. Then. His hand snapped forward. A loud crack echoed through the shrine as his fist smashed against the wooden deck, creating a small hole beneath him. Yusaka flinched. Kokushibo's face twisted, his teeth grinding together. His entire body tensed, veins bulging across his hands and neck as his 6 eyes burned with fury. But I was wrong. His teeth clenched so hard they nearly cracked. He cut off my head. Yusaka's breath hitched. I, a demon, a warrior who had trained for centuries, was cut down by an old man. His 6 eyes, filled with rage, stared into the koi pond, his breathing heavy. But even then, I regenerated. The moment those words left his lips, Yusaka felt her body tense. Her tails curled slightly as unease crept into her golden eyes. I was ready to finish it. To finally surpass him. To carve my victory into the blood-soaked ground. His fists tightened against his knees. But before I could raise my blade. A pause. He died. Yusaka blinked. What? Kokushibo's 6 eyes darkened, his veins pulsing with rage. Not by my hand. His voice trembled. Not by my blade. A deep breath. He died. Of old age. Yusaka's eyes widened slightly. Kokushibo's expression twisted in fury. He stole my victory from me. A bitter laugh left his lips. Even in death. He defied me. His claws dug into the wood. So in anger. I cut him apart. Yusaka stiffened. His 6 eyes, burning with rage, stared at the pond. I sliced his body into pieces. His voice, despite its quiet tone, was filled with something cold. Because if I could not surpass him in life, then I would erase him in death. Silence. Yusaka did not speak. She could feel the anger rolling off him, thick and suffocating. For the first time. She felt fear. Fear of the sheer hatred within this being beside her. Her tails curled tighter as she slowly, subtly, shifted her body further from him. Yusaka sat in silence, her golden eyes locked onto Kokushibo. She had listened carefully. Absorbed every word, every flicker of emotion buried beneath his deep, measured voice. And yet, now that he had finished, she found herself at a loss for words. Her tails curled slightly around her as she processed what she had just heard. A man who had hated his own brother. A man who had abandoned his wife and child. A man who had willingly cast aside his humanity to chase a strength that would never satisfy him. And in the end, even after a lifetime of waiting, even after betraying everything he once had, his brother still defeated him. Yusaka's stomach twisted. There was something pitiful about it. A man who had sacrificed everything, only to lose to the very thing he sought to surpass. But more than that. More than the sadness of it. It was disgusting. Her hands clenched slightly in her lap. A warrior. A protector. Was that what he called himself now? The man beside her was not just a warrior. He was a creature forged by obsession and failure. A man who had chosen power over family. A man who had taken everything fate had given him and thrown it away in pursuit of something unreachable. And when he failed. When time had stripped away the strength of the very man he envied. Even then, Kokushibo had found no satisfaction. He had slaughtered his brother's corpse, not as a warrior. But as a bitter broken thing. Yusaka had met many warriors in her life. Some noble. Some cruel. But this. She felt the faintest chill crawl up her spine. For the first time since meeting him, she felt true fear. Not fear of his strength. Not fear of what he could do to her or Kyoto. No. This was something deeper. She feared what kind of existence this man truly was. A being who had walked through centuries with nothing but hatred in his soul. A being who could never be fulfilled. Her fingers curled against the fabric of her kimono. She had welcomed him into Kyoto. Allowed him to stand among her people. And yet, now, she wasn't sure if she had invited a protector. Or a curse. A silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. Then. Kokushibo exhaled slowly, his 6 eyes dimming slightly. His shoulders lost some of their tension, his hands slowly unclenching. The air of rage that had filled the shrine moments ago began to settle. But Yusaka remained stiff. Her golden eyes flickered with something unreadable. Finally, she spoke. So this is the man you are. Her voice was quiet, measured. Kokushibo did not respond. She studied him, her expression unreadable. Then, without thinking, she whispered. How do you even live with yourself? Kokushibo's hands curled slightly. He opened his mouth. But no words came out. For the first time in centuries. He did not have an answer. The koi fish swam beneath the moonlight, their movements rippling the reflection of a warrior who had long since lost himself. The silence between them stretched on, thick and heavy, suffocating beneath the weight of unspoken words. Kokushibo's breathing had slowed, the anger that had twisted his features now fading, leaving behind something far worse: emptiness. His 6 eyes stared into the koi pond, the reflection of the moon warping and shifting across the water's surface. For a long time, he did not speak. Then, finally. I regret everything. His voice was quieter now. No longer laced with anger. No longer filled with the venom of old hatred. Just. Hollow. Yusaka's ears twitched slightly at his words, but she did not interrupt. I spent a lifetime chasing something that was never meant for me. Kokushibo continued, his tone steady yet weighed down by something ancient. I envied my brother. Hated him. And in that hatred, I convinced myself that power would give me peace. His fingers curled into a loose fist against his knee. I abandoned the ones who loved me. My wife. My daughter. A slow breath. I told myself it was for them. That I would gain strength so I would never fall in battle. So that I would always protect them, even if from afar. His 6 eyes darkened, the faintest tremor in his voice. But what use is a protector who is never there? Yusaka remained silent, watching him carefully. I became a demon. I turned my back on the very things that made me human. And for what? His jaw clenched slightly. To still be beneath my brother's blade in the end. His fingers tightened slightly, but not in anger, only in quiet realization. I lost everything. My family. My humanity. My purpose. His 6 eyes slowly lifted from the water, meeting the golden glow of Yusaka's own. I do not deserve love. Yusaka inhaled slightly, surprised by how firm his voice was. I do not deserve a family. A bitter breath. I do not even deserve happiness. The words left his lips so easily, as if he had carried them for centuries. And perhaps he had. Yusaka studied him, searching for anything in his expression: pain, sorrow, guilt. But Kokushibo was not a man who wept. He was not a man who begged for forgiveness. He simply stated it as fact. A truth that had long since been burned into his soul. That is why I do what I do now. His voice, though quiet, carried an unwavering weight. I fight. I protect. Not because I expect redemption. Not because I believe I can change what I have done. His 6 eyes dimmed slightly. But because it is all I have left. A pause. If I am to exist, then let it be for something. His gaze flickered toward Yusaka, searching. Even if I am undeserving. The night breeze carried his words into the air, the shrine growing eerily silent once more. The koi fish swam beneath the moonlight, their movements calm, unaware of the broken man who sat before them. Yusaka stared at Kokushibo, her golden eyes unreadable. The night air was still, yet the weight of his words lingered, sinking deep into the silence between them. She had expected many things from this man: fury, pride, even cold indifference. But not this. Not this quiet, raw acceptance of his own damnation. For the first time, Yusaka did not see a warrior or a demon. She saw a man who had been lost for centuries. A man who had nothing left but the fight. She exhaled softly, her fingers lightly resting on her knee. You truly believe that, don't you? Kokushibo did not hesitate. Yes. His 6 eyes, usually unreadable, were filled with nothing but certainty. Yusaka looked away for a moment, her gaze shifting toward the koi pond. The reflection of the moon wavered as the fish continued to glide beneath the surface, unbothered by the weight of the past. Finally, she spoke. You say you don't deserve love. A family. And even happiness. Her voice was calm, measured. But if that were true, then why did you save me in Kunu? Kokushibo's fingers tensed slightly, but he did not answer. Yusaka turned her gaze back to him, her expression softer now. If you were truly nothing but a demon, if you were beyond redemption, then why are you here? Her words hung in the air, challenging yet thoughtful. For the first time, Kokushibo seemed uncertain. His 6 eyes flickered slightly, as if searching for an answer he had not yet considered. It does not change what I have done. He finally murmured. No. Yusaka admitted. It doesn't. She leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her palm. But it means something, doesn't it? Kokushibo remained silent. Yusaka sighed softly, looking back at the pond. You know. I don't pity you. Kokushibo turned slightly toward her. She smiled faintly, though there was no mockery in it. I don't forgive you either. His 6 eyes remained locked onto her. But I understand you a little better now. She let out a quiet breath, her tails curling slightly. I don't know if you're searching for redemption, or if you're just trying to give your existence some kind of meaning. She glanced at him again. But if you were truly beyond saving, then I don't think you'd be here at all. Kokushibo studied her, his expression unreadable. For a moment, he considered her words. Then, finally, he looked away, his gaze returning to the water. Perhaps. Yusaka didn't push further. Instead, she simply sat beside him, watching the koi swim beneath the moonlight. The shrine was silent once more, but this time, the weight of the past did not feel quite as suffocating. The silence between them stretched, but it was different now. Less suffocating. More reflective. Kokushibo's 6 eyes remained locked onto the water, watching the koi fish ripple the reflection of the moon. Then, he spoke. His voice was quiet, but the weight behind it was absolute. Do you know what the cruelest thing about hatred is? Yusaka blinked, caught off guard by the sudden question. What? Kokushibo exhaled slowly, his hands resting on his knees. It never leaves you. His voice carried something different now, not just regret, but something deeper. Something raw. It stays. A slow breath. Even after everyone else is gone. Yusaka's golden eyes widened slightly. Kokushibo continued, his tone steady, but his 6 eyes darkened. I spent my life hating my brother. A pause. I became a demon, believing that one day, I would finally surpass him. His fingers curled slightly. But he died. Not by my blade. Not in battle. His jaw clenched. Just. Of old age. Yusaka swallowed, but she said nothing. I stood there, after waiting 97 years. And all I could do was watch as he faded away. His 6 eyes flickered with something unreadable. And do you know what I felt in that moment? Isaka hesitated, then quietly asked. Anger. Kokushibo shook his head. No. He turned to her, his gaze locking onto hers. I was afraid. Yusaka inhaled slightly, caught completely off guard by his answer. Afraid. This man, this warrior, this demon feared nothing. He was the embodiment of relentless pursuit, of unwavering discipline, of sheer unshakable conviction. And yet, he continued. For my entire existence, I was defined by my hatred for him. My jealousy. My desire to surpass him. His voice grew quieter. But when he was gone, what was left? Yusaka felt a chill crawl down her spine. Kokushibo's 6 eyes looked distant, as if seeing something that no longer existed. My entire life, I believed I was chasing strength. That if I could just reach it, I would be complete. A slow breath. But the truth is, I was only ever chasing him. Silence. Yusaka didn't know what to say. For the first time in the entire conversation, she couldn't speak. She had expected anger. She had expected guilt. But fear. The fear of a man who had spent centuries hating something only to realize that, without that hatred, he had nothing left. She stared at him, her golden eyes unreadable. Kokushibo turned away, his gaze returning to the pond. His voice was quieter now. I thought I wanted to surpass him. A bitter breath. But in the end, I only ever wanted to stand beside him. Yusaka's fingers curled against the fabric of her kimono. She still didn't know what to say. For the first time, she truly understood. This was not just a warrior. Not just a demon. This was a man who had spent centuries running from the void he had created for himself. And no matter how strong he became, no matter how many battles he fought, that void would never be filled. The night air remained still, yet the weight of Kokushibo's words lingered between them. Yusaka, for once, was speechless. She had thought she understood him, at least in part, but his confession had unsettled her in a way she hadn't expected. A warrior who had fought for centuries. A man who had sacrificed everything. And yet, in the end, all he had truly wanted was to stand beside the one he envied most. It was not power he had been chasing. It was loneliness he had been running from. She let out a slow breath, trying to ease the strange tension that had settled in her chest. Then, Mother. A bright familiar voice broke through the night. Yusaka turned her head just in time to see a small figure running toward her. Kunu. The little girl sprinted across the wooden deck, her golden hair bouncing with every step, her small fox ears twitching with excitement. She skidded to a stop beside her mother, her golden eyes shining. I was looking for you. Yusaka let out a soft laugh, the heaviness from before easing slightly. Kunu, it's late. You should be in bed. Kunu pouted. But I smelled food, and I got hungry. Yusaka sighed, shaking her head. You're just like your father was. Kunu giggled, then turned her attention to Kokushibo. Her bright eyes blinked up at him, curiosity shining in them. Are you still here? She asked, tilting her head. Kokushibo did not move, nor did his expression change. Yes. Kunu grinned. Then that means you're not leaving yet. She flopped down beside Yusaka, kicking her legs lightly as she looked between the two adults. Mother, are you going to eat now? Yusaka chuckled. Yes, Kunu. I suppose I am. Kunu turned to Kokushibo, her expression innocent and cheerful. Then you should eat too. You look hungry. Kokushibo's 6 eyes flickered slightly. I do not require food. Kunu huffed. That's boring. You should eat anyway. Food is always better when you have someone to share it with. Yusaka smiled softly, placing a hand on her daughter's head. Then, she turned to Kokushibo. She's right. For the first time that night, her voice was lighter. Stay. Just for tonight. Her golden eyes held his gaze, no longer filled with fear or judgment, but something quieter. Something softer. Kokushibo stared at her, his 6 eyes unblinking. Then, he disappeared. Not in a gust of wind. Not in a dramatic flash. One moment, he was there. And the next. Gone. Kunu blinked in surprise. Huh? She turned to her mother. Where did he go? Isaka sighed, shaking her head as she looked at the empty space where Kokushibo had been sitting. He always does that. Kunu pouted. That's rude. He should have at least said goodbye. Yusaka chuckled, ruffling Kunu's hair. That's just how he is, dear. But as she looked at the spot where he had been, something inside her felt different. She had feared him. She had been disgusted by him. And yet, now, she pitied him. A man who had lost everything and yet still walked forward. Alone. She let out a quiet sigh, standing up. Come, Kunu. Let's eat. Kunu grinned, jumping to her feet. Okay. The two of them walked toward the dining hall, the warmth of home awaiting them. And in the distance. Unseen, unheard. Kokushibo watched them for just a moment longer. Then, without a word, he stepped into the shadows. And disappeared once more. Yusaka and Kunu walked into the warmly lit dining hall, the soft glow of lanterns casting a golden hue over the wooden walls. The long table was already set, filled with steaming bowls of rice, grilled fish, and a variety of side dishes. Kunu practically bounced into her seat, her tail swishing excitedly behind her. Finally. I thought I was gonna starve. Yusaka sighed, sitting across from her. Kunu, you ate 3 hours ago. Kunu pouted, picking up her chopsticks. That was a long time ago. She shoved a piece of grilled fish into her mouth, happily chewing. So good. Yusaka smiled softly as she took a bite of her own food. But as she did, her thoughts drifted back to Kokushibo. The way he had disappeared so suddenly. Again. The things he had said. The regret. The loneliness. The way he had watched them standing in the shadows, unseen. Her fingers lightly tapped against the table. Then, suddenly. Mother. Yusaka blinked, looking up. Kunu was staring at her, still chewing, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. You're thinking about him, aren't you? Kunu said through a mouthful of rice. Yusaka raised an eyebrow. Don't talk with your mouth full. Kunu swallowed, then smirked. You totally are. Yusaka clicked her tongue. I was just thinking. He is a strange man. Kunu grinned. He's cool. He has 6 eyes. I bet he can see everything. Yusaka sighed. That doesn't mean. Maybe that's why he left. Kunu interrupted, giggling. What if he saw how bad you eat and got scared away? Yusaka froze, chopsticks halfway to her mouth. Excuse me? Kunu snickered. You eat like a fox, your cheeks puff up when you chew. Yusaka's eye twitched. Kunu. Kunu grinned wider. Maybe that's why you don't have a husband yet. Bonk. A wooden spoon came down gently on top of Kunu's head. Ow. Kunu whined, rubbing her head. Mother. Yusaka huffed, crossing her arms. That's what you get for being rude. Kunu stuck her tongue out. I was just saying. Bzzzt. The lanterns flickered for a brief moment, casting long shadows across the room. Yusaka frowned, setting down her chopsticks. Strange. Kunu perked up, her fox ears twitching. Is it a ghost? Yusaka sighed, shaking her head. No, Kunu, it's… Before she could finish, a voice deep and heavy, almost unnatural, broke through the silence. I am still here. Kunu froze. Her breath caught in her throat as her golden eyes widened. Yusaka stiffened, the warmth of the dining hall suddenly feeling colder. That voice. Slowly, she turned. And from the darkest corner of the room, he emerged. Kokushibo. His towering frame moved with a quiet stillness, his 6 glowing eyes locking onto them as he stepped forward. Kunu clutched the edge of her sleeve, her small fingers trembling slightly. How long have you been there? Kokushibo stood motionless for a moment. Then. Long enough. His voice carried no malice, no intention, yet its weight was suffocating. Kunu turned to her mother, her voice quieter now. Mother. Yusaka inhaled softly, regaining her composure. She lifted her chin, meeting Kokushibo's gaze. Why are you here? A pause. Then, his deep voice rumbled through the air. I changed my mind. Kunu blinked, her grip on her sleeve loosening slightly. Huh? Kokushibo's 6 eyes slowly shifted toward the table, toward the untouched food between them. I will eat. Kunu's breath steadied. Yusaka studied him carefully. I thought you didn't require food. Kokushibo turned to her, his expression unreadable. I do not. Kunu hesitated, glancing between him and the food. Then why? A long silence. Then, finally, Kokushibo spoke. Because food is always better when you have someone to share it with. Yusaka's breath caught. The words hung in the air, simple yet heavy. For a moment, she wasn't sure if he had meant them for Kunu. Or for himself. Kokushibo moved forward without another word, lowering himself onto the tatami mat. The wooden floor creaked slightly beneath his weight as he picked up a bowl of rice. Kunu watched him carefully, her small hand still gripping her sleeves. Then, slowly, she reached for her chopsticks again. Yusaka remained silent as she observed the man before her, his 6 eyes focused on the food in his hands. A demon, sitting at her table. A warrior, eating among them. A man, who had once believed he deserved nothing, choosing just this once to stay. She exhaled softly, the heaviness in her chest easing just a little. And for the first time that night, the silence no longer felt empty. The room was quiet as the 3 of them ate, the only sounds being the soft clinking of chopsticks against bowls and the occasional sip of tea. Kokushibo remained still, eating in silence, his movements disciplined, controlled. Yusaka observed him carefully, but she said nothing. Kunu, however, had her own thoughts swirling in her young mind. She stared at Kokushibo, her golden eyes filled with curiosity, watching his every movement. There was something about him, something strange, something that made her feel like she had seen him before. And then, it clicked. She set her chopsticks down. Mother. Yusaka glanced at her. Yes. Kunu turned to Kokushibo, tilting her head slightly. You remind me of someone. Kokushibo did not react immediately. He simply picked up another piece of food, calmly placing it into his mouth. Kunu continued, undeterred. During the raid, when Kyoto was attacked, Kokushibo's fingers stilled for just a moment. There was someone there, Kunu said. He looked like you. But more human. Yusaka's gaze sharpened slightly, but she remained silent, waiting. Kunu frowned, trying to remember. He had a sword too, and his aura felt really strong. But he wasn't as scary as you. Kokushibo finally set his chopsticks down. A pause. Then, he spoke. He was my student. Kunu blinked in surprise. Really? Kokushibo nodded slightly. He is known as the Red Dragon Emperor. Kunu's fox ears perked up. That was him. She had heard the stories. The wielder of the boosted gear. A warrior strong enough to fight gods and devils alike. Kunu's eyes narrowed as she processed this information. Then, she tilted her head again. Is he your son? Kokushibo froze. Yusaka raised an eyebrow, glancing between them with mild interest. Kunu crossed her arms, looking serious. He looks like you. And if he's your student, maybe he's actually your… No. Kokushibo's voice was firm, but not harsh. Kunu frowned. Are you sure? Yukinda. I do not know. Kunu blinked. Huh? Kokushibo exhaled quietly, his 6 eyes darkening slightly. I do not know what he is to me. His voice was calm, measured. But inwardly. Because I am him. Kunu pouted slightly. That doesn't make sense. Yusaka watched him carefully, noticing the faintest tension in his shoulders. But Kunu, still young and unaware of the weight behind his words, simply huffed. Well, he kinda feels like your son. Even if you don't think so. Kokushibo did not respond. Kunu shrugged and went back to eating, the curiosity fading from her mind as quickly as it had appeared. But Yusaka. She kept watching him. Because for the first time since meeting him, she saw hesitation. Kunu ate happily, her tail swishing behind her as she kicked her legs under the table. But every few bites, she would sneak glances at Kokushibo, her young mind still fixated on the thought from before. The man in the raid, the Red Dragon Emperor. He looked like Kokushibo. He fought like Kokushibo. And he was his student. Kunu tapped her chopsticks against her bowl, deep in thought. Then, a brilliant idea struck her. She turned to Kokushibo, her golden eyes sparkling with mischief. Can you be his dad? Kokushibo stopped eating. Yusaka nearly choked on her tea. A long painful silence stretched across the table. Kunu, completely unaware of the weight of her words, continued casually. I mean, he kinda looks like you, and if he's your student, that's basically like a dad training his son, right? Kokushibo slowly set his bowl down. His 6 eyes blinked at her, completely unreadable. Yusaka, meanwhile, was trying very hard to keep a straight face. No. Kokushibo finally said, his voice steady. Kunu pouted. Why not? Kokushibo exhaled slowly, his patience being tested in ways he never expected. Because it does not work that way. Kunu huffed, crossing her arms. But you train him. That means you're kinda like his dad already. Kokushibo's fingers twitched slightly. That is not how parenthood works. Kunu leaned forward. Then how does it work? Kokushibo's 6 eyes darkened slightly, as if trying to calculate the best way to escape this conversation. Yusaka, watching his internal struggle, took a slow sip of her tea, thoroughly amused. Finally, Kokushibo spoke again. One does not simply declare another their son. Kunu blinked. Why not? Kokushibo hesitated for half a second, an eternity for someone as composed as him. It is complicated. Kunu squinted at him suspiciously. You don't know, do you? Kokushibo remained silent. Kunu gasped. Wait, have you never been a dad before? Yusaka nearly spit out her tea. Kokushibo's eye twitched. Kunu clapped her hands together. That explains so much. No wonder you're all serious and broody. You're totally missing dad energy. Yusaka coughed, trying, and failing, to suppress her laughter. Kokushibo remained completely motionless, his 6 glowing eyes fixed on the small fox child, accusing him of lacking dad energy. Kunu nodded to herself. Yup. This is a serious issue. She looked up at him with absolute confidence. It's okay. I'll teach you how to be a dad. Kokushibo, for the first time in centuries, had no idea what to say. Yusaka finally let out a small laugh, shaking her head. Kunu, you can't just assign people children. Kunu huffed. But mother, he needs it. Look at him. She turned back to Kokushibo. When was the last time you had fun? Kokushibo blinked. Fun? Kunu gasped dramatically. You don't even know what fun is. Kokushibo looked at Yusaka as if silently asking why is she like this. Yusaka simply shrugged, clearly enjoying herself. Kunu stood up, pointing at Kokushibo with determination. Alright, I have made my decision. Kokushibo sighed. And what decision is that? Kunu grinned. I'm adopting you as my dad. A long silence. Kokushibo simply stared. Yusaka nearly dropped her teacup. Kunu smiled brightly, tail wagging. It settled. From now on, you're Dad Shibo. Kokushibo slowly inhaled, as if drawing on all the patience he had accumulated over centuries of existence. No. Kunu crossed her arms. You can't say no. It's already decided. Kokushibo massaged his temple. That is not how adoption works. Kunu beamed. It is now. Yusaka covered her mouth, trying to hide her laughter. Kokushibo sighed, realizing there was no winning this argument. Kunu grinned victoriously, sitting back down. Great. Now that we're family, I'm gonna make sure you actually do fun things. Kokushibo muttered under his breath. I have made a mistake by staying. Kunu smiled up at him. Don't worry, Dad Shibo. You'll love it. Kokushibo sighed again, wondering how his night had spiraled so far out of control. Yusaka, still amused, simply picked up her tea again and murmured. Welcome to the family. For the first time in centuries, Kokushibo genuinely regretted one of his decisions. Kunu giggled to herself, clearly satisfied with her decision. Alright, Dad Shibo. Tomorrow, we'll start your training in being a dad. First lesson smiling. But the moment she looked up, her playful grin faltered. Kokushibo's 6 eyes bore down on her, his once neutral expression now dark, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The room felt colder. His voice, when he finally spoke, was quiet. But beneath that quietness was something heavy, something ancient. Enough. Kunu blinked, ears twitching at the sudden shift in tone. Kokushibo's fingers tightened slightly around his chopsticks, his grip firm but controlled. I am not your father. He said, his voice steady but absolute. Kunu frowned slightly. But I do not deserve to be a father. His words cut through the room like a blade. Kunu's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Yusaka's golden eyes narrowed slightly, her fingers still resting on her teacup as she observed him carefully. Kokushibo exhaled, his 6 eyes momentarily lowering to the table before looking back at Kunu. I abandoned my own family. He said. I cast them aside in pursuit of my own selfish desires. His voice remained calm, but there was something beneath it, something old and worn. I do not deserve to be anyone's father. Kunu's playful energy had faded, her tails no longer wagging. She stared at him, ears slightly lowered. Kokushibo continued. And I do not deserve fun. The words felt heavier than they should have. Yusaka's fingers twitched slightly. Kokushibo lifted his gaze, meeting Kunu's wide golden eyes with his 6 unblinking ones. I have walked this world for centuries, filled with nothing but hatred, regret, and emptiness. He said. Do you truly believe a man like that, someone who has slaughtered and destroyed, should have the luxury of happiness? Silence. Kunu looked up at him, her small hands gripping the fabric of her kimono. Then, slowly, she looked toward her mother. Yusaka was no longer smiling. Her golden eyes darkened, and her grip on her cup tightened just slightly. She set it down carefully, then exhaled. You really believe that, don't you? She finally said, her voice calm but unreadable. Kokushibo met her gaze, silent. Yusaka's fingers curled slightly against the wooden table. Tell me, Kokushibo. Her voice was quieter now, but firm. If you do not deserve to be a father, to have a family, to have happiness. Her golden eyes locked onto his 6. Then why are you here? Kokushibo didn't respond immediately. But Yusaka didn't let him look away. Her golden gaze bore into him, not with anger, but with something else. Something searching. Something almost challenging. You keep saying you don't deserve these things. Yusaka continued. And yet, time and time again, you choose to stay. Kunu blinked, glancing between them. Yusaka leaned forward slightly, her expression calm but unrelenting. Why did you save me? She asked. Why did you save Kunu? Kokushibo remained still. Yusaka exhaled, shaking her head. You don't even realize it, do you? She murmured. Kunu's ears perked up. Mother. Yusaka didn't take her eyes off Kokushibo. You say you don't deserve happiness. You say you don't deserve fun. A pause. Then why do you keep choosing it? Kokushibo inhaled slightly, his fingers twitching against the wooden table. Yusaka's voice softened, but there was something firm in her tone. Is it because, deep down, a part of you wants it? Kokushibo's 6 eyes flickered slightly. And for the second time that night. He had no answer. Kokushibo's 6 eyes darkened, his expression tightening. Something inside him twisted. Yusaka's words echoed in his mind. If you don't deserve happiness, then why do you keep choosing it? His fingers clenched against the wooden table, his knuckles turning white. His entire frame, usually so still and compassed, tensed as something ugly boiled beneath the surface. His breathing slowed. Then. His eyes burned. You know nothing. His voice was deeper now, colder, edged with something dangerous. Kunu's ears flattened, and even Yusaka stiffened slightly at the sheer weight of his presence. I do not choose happiness. His voice remained calm, but it was the kind of calm that came before a storm. I do not want it. The glow of his 6 eyes intensified, his jaw tightening as his hands curled into fists. I do not deserve it. His expression twisted for a split second, anger flickering across his face. And then. He disappeared. A gust of wind brushed through the room, rustling the tablecloth. The sudden absence of his overwhelming presence left an eerie silence in its wake. Kunu blinked, startled. Isaka let out a slow breath, closing her eyes briefly. TCH. So predictable. Kunu turned to her mother, her small hands clutching the edge of the table. Mother. What happened to him? Before Yusaka could answer. A loud bone-chilling scream tore through the night. Kunu flinched, her eyes going wide. What was that? Yusaka's expression hardened as she quickly stood up, her golden eyes flickering toward the open hallway. That voice. That scream. It was Kokushibo. But it was not a scream of rage. Nor was it the battle cry of a warrior. It was something worse. It was pain. It was torment. It was the scream of a man who had long since lost himself. And was finally realizing it. Kunu clutched her mother's sleeve, her voice small. What's happening to him, mother? Yusaka didn't answer immediately. Instead, she exhaled, her fingers curling slightly. Something he should have faced a long time ago. The night air was still. The faint rustling of leaves echoed through the shrine, accompanied only by the quiet rippling of water in the nearby garden pond. Kokushibo stood alone. His breath was steady. His 6 glowing eyes, once flickering with something unstable, had returned to their usual unreadable stillness. The scream that had torn through the shrine just moments ago. Gone. As if it had never existed. He rolled his shoulders slightly, exhaling slowly. Then. Just as planned. His voice was quiet, almost calm. His expression neutral once more. The storm that had consumed him mere moments ago had passed, leaving behind only the mask he had worn for centuries. Emotionless. Controlled. Because in the end. It didn't matter. What he felt, what they thought he felt, none of it mattered. The past was set in stone. And Kokushibo had long since decided his place in it. He adjusted the blade at his hip, then turned, stepping back into the shadows of the shrine. The night continued. And by morning. It would be as if nothing had happened at all. The next morning, Kyoto Shrine. The golden morning sun spilled through the trees, casting long shadows over the courtyard. The shrine was peaceful, the usual sounds of birds chirping and soft rustling filling the air. Yusaka sat on the wooden veranda outside her chambers, a warm cup of tea in her hands. Her golden eyes, however, were not focused on the peaceful scenery before her. They were searching. For him. He had disappeared after that scream. And yet, when dawn broke, his presence was there once more, silent, as if he had never left at all. It was almost frustrating. Kunu, sitting beside her, let out a yawn, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Mother. Yusaka hummed, glancing down at her daughter. Yes. Kunu looked up, her golden eyes still groggy. Is he okay? Yusaka exhaled softly, taking a slow sip of her tea. I don't know. Kunu frowned, gripping the fabric of her kimono. I don't get him. Yusaka chuckled lightly, though there was no humor in it. Neither do I, dear. Kunu pouted. He's so weird. Yusaka sighed, setting down her tea. That, I do agree with. Then, from behind them. A voice. You are both speaking as if I am not here. Kunu nearly jumped, her tails fluffing up slightly as she turned. Standing at the entrance to the courtyard, silent, composed, and completely normal, was Kokushibo. Kunu stared. Yusaka stared. He looked exactly the same. As if nothing had happened at all. Kunu blinked, then turned to her mother, whispering loudly. Ghosts don't exist, right? Yusaka pinched the bridge of her nose, already exhausted. Kokushibo simply stood there, his expression unreadable, waiting for them to say something. After a moment, Yusaka exhaled and finally spoke. Good morning, Kokushibo. A pause. Then, his deep voice rumbled. Morning. Kunu squinted at him. Are you sure you're okay? Kokushibo glanced down at her, his 6 eyes steady. There is nothing to be concerned about. Kunu narrowed her eyes suspiciously. But last night you. That was unnecessary. Kokushibo interrupted. Kunu's mouth dropped open. Unnecessary. You screamed like a dying Oni. Kokushibo remained silent. Kunu turned to Yusaka, exasperated. Mother, say something. Yusaka simply sipped her tea again, sighing. I gave up trying to understand him long ago, dear. Kyoto Shrine. The mountain orchard. The afternoon sun hung high in the sky, its golden light filtering through the dense trees of the mountain orchard. The air was crisp and carried the faint scent of ripe fruit. Yusaka and Kunu walked through the grove, baskets in hand, collecting fresh peaches and persimmons. Kunu happily reached up, plucking a bright orange persimmon from a low-hanging branch. Mother, look. This one's perfect. Yusaka chuckled, inspecting the fruit. It certainly is. She carefully placed it in her basket, already half filled with vibrant fruits. The mountain connected to the shrine was abundant with natural beauty. Lush greenery, towering trees, and the distant sound of rushing water from the nearby waterfall. Kunu took a deep breath, stretching her arms. The air is so fresh here. It's way better than the city. Yusaka smiled softly. That's why we come up here often. It's good to enjoy nature once in a while. As they continued walking, the faint roar of the waterfall became louder. The path sloped downward slightly, leading to the lake where the water cascaded into a shimmering pool. But as they approached, Yusaka suddenly stopped. Kunu, noticing her mother's hesitation, turned to her. Huh? What's wrong? Yusaka didn't respond immediately. Instead, she narrowed her golden eyes, looking toward the waterfall. There, beneath the rushing water, sat Kokushibo. Kyoto Waterfall. The lake. Kokushibo was positioned in the middle of the water stream, seated cross-legged on a massive boulder that jutted out from the lake. Water poured over his broad shoulders, cascading down his form, soaking his long dark hair, and trailing along his muscular frame. Though he was mostly submerged, his upper body was fully exposed, revealing countless scars crisscrossing his chest and arms. Faint remnants of old battles, long before he became what he was now. The waterfall crashed onto him, but he remained completely still. Eyes closed. Breathing steady. As if he wasn't even there. Kunu froze. Her face turned red as she pointed at him. Why is he naked? Yusaka sighed, adjusting the basket in her hands. He's not naked. He's wearing pants. Kunu covered her eyes dramatically. But he's half naked. That still counts. Yusaka rolled her eyes. It's just training, Kunu. Many warriors do this for discipline. Kunu peeked through her fingers. Training? Yusaka nodded. Sitting under a waterfall helps clear the mind and strengthen the body. It's a common practice among martial artists. Kunu huffed. Well, it still looks cold. She pouted, crossing her arms. Doesn't it hurt? The water's falling so fast. Yusaka tilted her head slightly. It does. That's the point. Kunu stared at him again, watching as the water continuously pounded against Kokushibo's frame. Yet, despite the sheer force of it, he did not move. It was unsettling. Almost unnatural. Mother. Kunu whispered. Is he even alive? Yusaka chuckled lightly. Yes, dear. Kunu frowned. But he hasn't moved at all. Yusaka sighed, adjusting her grip on the basket. That's just how he is. Kunu squinted at him suspiciously. Creepy. The two continued to watch in silence for a moment. Then, Kokushibo opened his eyes. Kunu nearly jumped out of her skin. His 6 glowing eyes cut through the mist and water, sharp and piercing even from a distance. Kunu immediately grabbed Yusaka's sleeve. Mother, we should leave. But before they could move, Kokushibo finally spoke. How long do you intend to stand there? His deep voice carried easily over the sound of the waterfall. Yusaka smirked slightly. How long do you intend to sit there? Kokushibo did not answer. Kunu whispered. Mother, stop provoking the creepy water demon. Yusaka sighed, shaking her head before turning back to Kokushibo. We were simply gathering fruit, she said. We didn't expect to find you here. Kokushibo's 6 eyes remained on her for a moment before slowly closing again. I see. Kunu tugged at Yusaka's sleeve again. Mother, let's go. He looks like a final boss waiting for us to fight him. Yusaka chuckled, but before she could respond, Kokushibo spoke again. Do you require assistance? Yusaka blinked. With? Kokushibo finally shifted, standing up effortlessly despite the heavy waterfall crashing down on him. Water streamed down his scarred torso, his long hair dripping as he stepped forward onto the edge of the boulder. Kunu froze. Oh no, he's coming closer. Kokushibo stepped off the boulder. And onto the water. Kunu gasped. He can walk on water. Yusaka sighed. Yes, dear. Kunu clutched her basket tighter. That's not normal, mother. Yusaka smirked slightly. Neither is he. Kokushibo walked across the surface of the lake as if it were solid ground, his soaked form emerging from the mist like something out of an old legend. Kunu took a step back. I told you he was a final boss. Kokushibo stepped forward, water cascading from his soaked frame as he crossed the lake surface with effortless grace. The mist curled around him, making his already imposing figure seem even more ethereal. Like something pulled from a forgotten ear. Kunu, still gripping her basket tightly, hid behind Yusaka, her golden eyes peeking out. Yusaka raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Kunu, really? Kunu whispered loudly. Mother, he's dripping wet and walking on water. That's scary. Kokushibo, having heard her perfectly, stopped just a few steps away. His 6 glowing eyes studied her carefully before he spoke. Do I really look that frightening? Kunu froze. She peeked up at him again, staring at his sharp demonic features, his tall, muscular frame, his deep, unwavering voice. She hesitated. But in the end, yes. Yusaka sighed. Kokushibo, however, did not react. He simply nodded once, his expression unreadable. Then, he said, his voice as steady as ever. "I shall leave you two alone." He turned slightly, the mist shifting around him as if drawn to his presence. "So that you do not have to see my frightening face." Kunu's ears twitched. She felt an odd twinge in her chest. Something that felt bad. Wait, was he upset? No way. Right. Kunu quickly stepped forward, waving her hands. Wait, I didn't mean it like that." But before she could say anything else, Kokushibo disappeared. No sound. No movement. Just gone. Kunu's hands dropped to her sides. He did not just do that again. Yusaka let out a slow breath, shaking her head. He's dramatic when he wants to be. Kunu groaned, stomping her foot. "I was gonna apologize." Yusaka chuckled, giving her daughter's head a small pat. "Then you'll have to tell him next time." Kunu puffed her cheeks in frustration, then sighed, crossing her arms. "How does he do that? Just disappear all the time?" Yusaka smirked. "Would you like me to ask him next time?" Kunu huffed. "Yes. And while you're at it, tell him to stop being so weird." Yusaka just smiled, shaking her head. The two of them stood there for a moment longer, looking at the empty space Kokushibo had just occupied. Somewhere in the distance, hidden in the shadows, Kokushibo stood silently, watching. And then, he was gone. Scene changed to Drake's cave. Deep within the mountains, far from prying eyes, a vast cavern pulsed with ancient draconic energy. Massive crimson crystals jutted from the ground and walls, glowing faintly, illuminating the vast expanse. Rivers of molten energy coursed through the cave. At the center of the cave, sitting cross-legged on a flat stone, was Issei Tsujikuni. But his mind quickly drifted back to the real issue. Kokushibo. Or rather, his clone. The one he had sent out to maintain his cover. It was only a matter of time before someone grew suspicious. Yusaka was already watching him carefully. Kunu, despite her childishness, noticed things. And the people who would truly pose a problem. Azazel, Surziches. Could not be fooled forever. He needed a better plan. Something convincing. Then, a thought hit him. Slowly, a small smirk played at his lips. That could work. He exhaled, closing his eyes in concentration. A second later, a new form began to take shape in front of him. A perfect human body, free of demonic blood, free of his unnatural lineage. He carefully adjusted the features. Similar to his own, yet slightly different. The face sharpened. The hair lightened, turning it deep natural black and red instead of Kokushibo's black and purple. His body, while still powerful, lacked the overwhelming demonic aura that surrounded himself and his clone. And finally, his eyes. Two simple warm maroon eyes stared back at him. The resemblance was uncanny. Not to Kokushibo, but to Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Issei opened his own 6 glowing eyes, studying his creation. A perfect human replica. Someone who could exist in the world without suspicion. A piece of himself, free from the burden of his past. This will do. For a brief moment, his mind drifted back to his recent mentor. "I'm sorry, uncle, but I will be using you for a while." He shook his head, pushing the thought away. Standing up, he looked at his new clone. His past. His identity. Everything was starting to fall into place. Scene change Kyoto. The city bustled with life, the scent of fresh food drifting through the air as vendors called out to passing customers. The warm glow of the sun cast long shadows across the stone streets, bringing Kyoto to life in a way that felt both peaceful and full of energy. Yusaka and Kunu walked side by side, enjoying their time together. Kunu happily sipped her fruit drink, her tail swing as she looked up at her mother. "Mother, can we get dango later?" Yusaka chuckled softly. "You just ate, Kunu." Kunu puffed her cheeks. "But dango isn't food. It's a snack." Yusaka sighed playfully. Alright, we'll get some later." Kunu cheered. But as they continued their stroll, someone caught their attention. A lone figure walked through the marketplace, his presence unmistakable. He was tall, standing well above most of the people around him, yet his posture was gentle, almost weightless, as if he walked with the breeze rather than against it. A tall man with a lean muscular build, fair skin, maroon eyes, and long spiky hair with red tips that he kept in a ponytail. The man wore a red haori over a pale orange kimono, black hakama pants, white tabi socks, and zmrai with red straps. He also carries a Nichiren katana at his waist. Even among the crowd, he stood out. Not because of arrogance or presence, but because he carried an absolute stillness that made it impossible to ignore him. A man in perfect harmony with the world around him. And yet, Kunu suddenly froze, gripping her mother's sleeve. "Mother." Yusaka glanced down at her. "What is it?" Kunu's golden eyes were locked onto the man, her ears twitching slightly. "Doesn't he look a little bit like Kokushibo?" Yusaka frowned. She turned her gaze back to the red-haired swordsman, studying his face, his features. And she realized it too. There was something there. Not in an obvious way, but in the subtle details. The shape of his face, the quiet effortless grace in the way he moved. The resemblance was faint, but it was there. Yusaka narrowed her eyes slightly. "You're right." Kunu looked up at her, curiosity shining in her eyes. "Then why don't we ask him?" Yusaka hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Alright." With that, the two approached the man. As they neared, the red-haired swordsman turned his gaze toward them. His warm brown eyes met Yusaka's golden ones, calm yet deeply aware. Yusaka smiled politely, dipping her head slightly. "Good morning, traveler." The man gave a small nod, his voice smooth and gentle. "Good morning." Yusaka hesitated for a brief moment before speaking again. "Forgive me if this is sudden, but may I ask your name?" The man blinked once, then responded. "Yoriichi." Yusaka froze. Flashback. The koi pond. "I had a younger brother." A pause. "Yoriichi Tsujikuni. I hated him. I envied him. And I waited. 97 years. When the time came, I thought I had won. But I was wrong." His 6 eyes had darkened, his jaw clenched. "He died." A slow breath. "Not by my hand. He died. Of old age." His expression, usually unreadable, had twisted with raw fury. "So in my anger, I cut him into pieces." Present. Kyoto streets. Yusaka froze. Her heart stopped for a brief second as the memory crashed into her. Yoriichi. That was the name of the brother Kokushibo had hated most in this world. The brother who had defeated him. The brother who had died of old age before Kokushibo could take his revenge. The brother who had been cut apart in a moment of blind rage. And yet, here he was. Standing before her. Alive. Breathing. Looking exactly as Kokushibo had described him. Kunu, unaware of her mother's inner turmoil, tugged at her sleeve. "Mother." Yusaka didn't respond immediately. She could only stare. At this man. At this impossible existence. Because if what Kokushibo had said was true, then Yoriichi Tsujikuni should not be standing before her. Yusaka's breath was slow, steady, forced. Her mind raced, replaying every word Kokushibo had told her that night at the koi pond. "I had a younger brother. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. He died. Of old age. So in my anger, I cut him into pieces." And yet, here stood a man who should not exist. A man whose very presence contradicted Kokushibo's centuries of regret, anger, and obsession. A man with warm brown eyes, so different from Kokushibo's haunting 6. Yet unmistakably the same person. Yusaka inhaled, steadying herself. "Pardon me." She began, her voice smooth but careful. "But do you happen to have a brother?" The moment she asked, Yoriichi's eyes widened. It was brief. A fraction of a second. But she saw it. A flicker of something. Shock, recognition, realization. Kunu noticed too, tilting her head in confusion. Yoriichi, despite his momentary reaction, quickly returned to his compass state. His face remained calm, his expression unreadable. But his warm brown eyes now held something deeper. Something guarded. "Then, why do you ask?" His voice remained soft, formal, and unwavering. But Yusaka could hear it. The slight shift. Not hostility. Not anger. But concern. Yusaka's golden eyes stayed locked onto his. "Because last night, I heard a story," she said slowly, watching his every movement. "A story of a man named Michikatsu Tsujikuni." Kunu blinked, glancing between the two of them. "That's Kokushibo's real name, isn't it?" Yoriichi's fingers twitched. So small a movement that most would not have noticed. But Yusaka did. Kunu, still unaware of the tension between them, frowned slightly. "Wait. Does that mean Kokushibo is my brother?" Yoriichi finished the sentence for her, his voice barely above a whisper. Yusaka's breath hitched. Kunu's eyes widened. "Wait, for real?" But Yusaka didn't react to her daughter's shock. She was too focused on him. Because despite his outward calmness, despite the serenity he projected, there was something in Yoriichi's expression now. A quiet, undeniable emotion. Worry. Slowly, carefully. Yoriichi spoke again. "Is he here?" His voice was still gentle, still compassed. But Yusaka heard what lay beneath it. A question filled with something deeper. Urgency. Few minutes later. The air grew cooler as Yusaka, Kunu, and Yoriichi ascended the winding path leading toward the mountain shrine. The sounds of the bustling city had faded behind them, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the distant trickling of a stream. Yusaka walked with practiced ease, her golden eyes occasionally flickering toward the man beside her. Yoriichi's steps were silent. Despite his tall frame and the weight of the sword at his hip, he moved as if he were part of the wind. His presence gentle, yet unshakable. Kunu, walking slightly ahead, kept sneaking glances at him, her young mind still struggling to process everything. "So, you're really Kokushibo's brother?" Kunu finally asked. Yoriichi turned his warm brown eyes toward her and nodded. "Yes." Kunu pursed her lips. "That's kinda crazy." Yusaka remained silent, carefully watching Yoriichi's reaction. For someone who had just learned his brother was alive after centuries. He was too calm. Too composed. Yet, the faintest crease in his brow. The way his fingers rested near his sword, not in aggression but in quiet thought, told her there was much he was not saying. Yusaka finally spoke, her voice measured. You don't seem surprised. Yoriichi's gaze lingered on the path ahead. Perhaps. I am not. Kunu blinked. Huh. But isn't this, like, huge news? Yoriichi exhaled softly, his expression unreadable. I have lived long enough to know that fate is not so simple. Yusaka studied him. You suspected he was alive. Yoriichi hesitated. Then, slowly, he nodded. I did not know for certain. But in my heart, I felt that my brother's soul had not yet left this world. Kunu looked between them. So. Does that mean you guys are gonna reunite? Like one of those big emotional family moments. Yoriichi remained silent for a moment. Then. I do not know if he will wish to see me. Kunu raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Yoriichi's warm brown eyes darkened slightly. Because I am not the one he hoped to meet again. Kunu tilted her head. What do you mean? Yoriichi's voice was quiet. A pause. Yusaka inhaled slowly, remembering the exact words Kokushibo had told her at the koi pond. He died. Of old age. So in my anger. I cut him into pieces. Her fingers curled slightly. A breeze passed through the trees, rustling the leaves around them. Yusaka watched Yoriichi carefully. His tone was gentle. His presence was undeniably kind. But there was something beneath it all. Something deeply buried. Something only someone who had lived for far too long could carry. Finally, she spoke. And now you walk toward him again. Yoriichi looked at her, his expression unreadable. Yes. Yusaka exhaled. They were close now. The shrine was just beyond the trees. And somewhere ahead. Kokushibo was waiting. The shrine stood peacefully atop the mountain, surrounded by the gentle rustling of trees. The air was calm, undisturbed. Serene. Until he felt it. Kokushibo's 6 eyes snapped open. A presence. One so familiar, so unwanted, that every muscle in his body locked up. His breathing slowed. His fingers twitched. Then. Veins bulged across his entire frame. His normally unreadable face twisted into something raw, something ugly. A seething rage bubbled up from deep within him. Rage he thought had long since been buried. No. This was not possible. This was not real. The hatred. Hatred he had forced himself to forget, hatred he had let go of. Came flooding back like a roaring inferno. His hands clenched into fists, claws digging into his palms as his entire body trembled. Then. He moved. Faster than the wind. Faster than thought itself. A thunderous shockwave erupted from where he stood, the wooden planks beneath him splintering as he vanished from sight. The shrine ground shook as his overwhelming presence filled the air. And then. Steel met steel. The violent shockwave tore through the clearing, sending leaves and dust flying in all directions. Kokushibo's blade clashed against another. And standing there. Calm, composed. Was Yoriichi. Kunu screamed as the sheer force of the impact nearly knocked her off her feet. Yusaka's golden eyes widened, her tails bristling as she instinctively pulled her daughter behind her. The air around them cracked, heavy with barely contained fury. Kokushibo's blade pressed against Yoriichi's, his 6 glowing eyes burning with unfiltered rage. You? Yoriichi remained silent, his warm brown eyes steady, filled with something unshakable. Kokushibo's grip tightened. His veins pulsed, his body shaking with raw emotion. You should be dead. Yoriichi's calm gaze did not waver. Brother. Kokushibo's teeth clenched. Do not call me that. He swung his blade down, his overwhelming strength splitting the very ground beneath them. The mountain itself trembled from the sheer force of his attack. But Yoriichi blocked it. Effortlessly. His stance remained unshaken, his blade steady. Almost unbothered. Kokushibo's fury flared. I cut you into pieces. His 6 eyes burned with rage, his mind screaming that this was impossible. Yet. Here he was. Standing. Alive. Looking at him with those same damn eyes. Eyes that did not look down on him. Eyes that did not mock him. Eyes that still held that same quiet sadness. Brother. Kokushibo snapped. With explosive speed, he twisted, his monstrous blade carving through the air as he swung with the intent to end him. Yoriichi stepped forward, his movements impossibly fluid, ducking beneath the slash, as if he had seen it before it even happened. Kokushibo snarled, pivoting his body as his blade came back around in a devastating horizontal arc. But Yoriichi simply tilted his head, the attack missing by mere centimeters. His movements were so effortless that it made Kokushibo's entire body boil with rage. Why? Kokushibo roared, his blade swinging down again. Why are you still here? Yoriichi's sword met his again, the impact splitting the ground beneath them. For a moment, there was silence. Then. Why did you come back? Kokushibo's voice was lower now, dangerous. Yoriichi remained calm, his eyes never leaving his brother's face. Because you are still here. Kokushibo's fingers trembled against his sword hilt. Then. He vanished. A thunderous burst of force sent debris flying as Kokushibo reappeared behind Yoriichi, his blade already mid-swing. Clang. Yoriichi turned. Just in time. To block, his expression still unreadable. But Kokushibo didn't stop. His muscles bulged, his monster strength forcing Yoriichi backward with each brutal strike. He swung again and again, his blade blurring through the air in a barrage of unrelenting attacks. Each blow carried the centuries of hatred, of envy, of all the years he had spent chasing the shadow of the man before him. And yet, Yoriichi blocked every single one. Kokushibo roared, his blade glowing, demonic energy surging through it as he brought it down in a devastating vertical slash. But Yoriichi simply moved. A single step to the side, so smooth it was as if he had always been meant to be there. Kokushibo's blade slammed into the ground, splitting it apart like a collapsing mountain. Yoriichi exhaled softly. You are still the same. Kokushibo's breath was ragged. His body trembled, his 6 eyes burning with rage and frustration. You should not exist. Kokushibo's voice shook, his hands gripping his blade tightly. Yoriichi looked at him. Then. Michikatsu. Kokushibo's entire body froze. His teeth clenched. Do not call me that. Yoriichi's gaze softened, but he remained firm. It is your name. Kokushibo's hands trembled. Then he vanished again. He reappeared above Yoriichi, his blade already mid-swing. A shockwave exploded from the impact. But Yoriichi blocked. Kokushibo twisted, striking low. Blocked. Another swing. Blocked. Another. Dodged. Another. Parried. And then. Yoriichi stepped forward. A single effortless motion. His blade coming within an inch of Kokushibo's throat. For a split second. Kokushibo saw death. His body reacted, leaping back as Yoriichi's sword barely grazed his skin. Yoriichi exhaled. You are still fighting with anger. Kokushibo's grip tightened on his blade, his body shaking. You. Have no right to lecture me. Yoriichi remained still. You. Kokushibo's voice trembled, his 6 eyes burning. You stole everything from me. A pause. Then. And yet, I could never take anything from you. His breath was heavy. His blade shook in his hands. And still. Yoriichi's eyes remained the same. Soft. Calm. Filled with sorrow. Michikatsu. Kokushibo snarled, his muscles tensing. I said do not call me that. He lunged again. But this time. Yoriichi simply closed his eyes. Kokushibo's blade came within inches of his target. But he stopped. His breathing was ragged, his chest heaving. He couldn't move. Yoriichi's blade remained at his side, completely untouched. Kokushibo's entire body shook. His 6 glowing eyes locked onto his brother's face. And in that moment. He realized. Yoriichi had never intended to fight him. Not now. Not then. Not ever. And that infuriated him more than anything else. Scene change. Pond house. A gentle breeze passed through the open sliding doors of the pond house, rustling the thin paper walls. The scent of fresh water and blooming lotus flowers filled the air, mixing with the faint aroma of incense burning in the corner. The atmosphere was calm. Far more than it had been just moments ago. Inside, seated around the low wooden table, were Yoriichi, Kokushibo, Yasaka, and Kunu. For the first time since their clash, there was silence. Not tense. Not uncomfortable. Just quiet. Kokushibo, who had previously been shaking with anger, grief, and emotions buried for centuries, now sat with his legs crossed, his body finally still. His 6 eyes were locked onto the table in front of him, his clawed fingers resting against his knee. His face was unreadable, but there was something lighter about his presence. Yoriichi, ever the same, sat across from him, his posture as effortless as ever, his calm brown eyes focused solely on his brother. No words had been exchanged since they arrived here. Not because there was nothing to say. But because too much had already been said. Yasaka, seated nearby, observed them carefully. She had seen Kokushibo in many states before. Angry, indifferent, deadly. But never like this. Never this. Quiet. Kunu, sitting beside her, was still holding onto Yasaka's sleeve. Her young golden eyes flickered between the two men, as if afraid of disturbing whatever fragile peace had settled over them. Finally. Yoriichi was the one to break the silence. Do you feel better, Michikatsu? Kokushibo flinched at the name. His fingers twitched. Then. A slow exhale. No. His voice was low, but not as strained as before. Yoriichi nodded, as if he had expected that. That is all right. Kokushibo's jaw tightened. Do not speak as if you understand me. Yoriichi's eyes remained gentle. But I do. Kokushibo's fingers curled slightly, but he did not argue. Yasaka raised an eyebrow at them, finally speaking. Do you two always talk like this? Kunu blinked up at her mother. I think this is the first time I've heard Kokushibo be so awkward. Kokushibo shot her a sharp glance, but Kunu just huffed. I mean, usually you talk like some scary old warrior, but now you're all. She waved her hands vaguely. Weird. Yusaka smirked. It's because he's with family. Kokushibo visibly tensed. Kunu tilted her head. Wait. Does that mean you do still see him as your brother? Kokushibo's 6 eyes darkened, his jaw clenching slightly. Yoriichi remained silent, watching him. A long pause. Then. I do not know. His voice was steady, but Yusaka could tell. He hated saying that. Yoriichi, however, simply nodded. Then that is enough. Kokushibo turned to glare at him. Enough. Yoriichi smiled softly. You have spent centuries saying no. Saying I do not care. Saying I do not feel. His brown eyes softened. Today, for the first time, you have said I do not know. A pause. That means you are finally willing to find an answer. Kokushibo's 6 eyes flickered. He did not respond. Kunu whispered to Yusaka. He totally just won that argument, huh? Yusaka chuckled, sipping her tea. Completely. Kokushibo sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Kokushibo sighed, rubbing his temple. His 6 eyes, still narrowed, flickered between Yoriichi, Yusaka, and Kunu, as if he were already regretting staying here. Yoriichi, ever unshaken, merely sipped his tea, his expression still infuriatingly calm. Kunu, who had been whispering to Yusaka just moments ago, suddenly turned to Kokushibo with an intensely curious expression. So. Kokushibo exhaled sharply. What? Kunu leaned forward, tilting her head. How old are you exactly? Kokushibo blinked once. His 6 eyes narrowed slightly. Why does that matter? Kunu huffed. Because I need to know if I should call you Uncle Shibo now. Yusaka nearly choked on her tea. Kokushibo's entire body tensed as if he had just been stabbed. Yoriichi, though still calm, was now visibly trying not to laugh. Kunu tapped her chin thoughtfully. Maybe Grandpa Shibo would fit better. Yusaka lost it. She let out a soft laugh, her golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Kokushibo turned to glare at her. Control your child. Yusaka smirked, taking another sip of tea. Oh no, please continue. I'm enjoying this. Kokushibo's veins were visibly pulsing. His fingers twitched dangerously. Kunu, completely unafraid, gasped dramatically as if a realization had hit her. Wait. She pointed at him, her eyes wide with horror. Are you older than great-great-grandpa? Kokushibo physically flinched. Kunu turned to her mother, genuinely distressed. Mother, is it possible for someone to be that ancient? Yusaka, barely holding in another laugh, shrugged. I mean, he has been around since before Kyoto was built. Kunu gasped again. So you're basically an immortal relic. Kokushibo gritted his teeth. Enough. Kunu pouted. You sound like an old man. Kokushibo snapped. I am not old. Kunu blinked. Then how old are you? Kokushibo's eye twitched. 480. Kunu squinted. That's old. Yusaka nodded. Very old. Yoriichi, still sipping his tea, finally spoke. He was always sensitive about his age. Kokushibo froze. Slowly. Very slowly. He turned to glare at his brother. You. He growled, voice dangerously low. Kunu, watching this, gasped again. But this time in pure delight. Wait. You guys used to tease him. Yoriichi's lips curled ever so slightly. Our mother used to say he had the temper of an old man even as a child. Yusaka smirked, setting her cup down. Really now? Kunu's grin was almost evil. Oh, this is perfect. Kokushibo stood up immediately. We are done here. Kunu grabbed onto his sleeve. Nu, come back, Grandpa Shibo. Kokushibo yanked his sleeve away, his entire body radiating regret. I will cut down whoever calls me that. Kunu dramatically hid behind Yoriichi. Uncle Yoriichi, protect me from the ancient Oni. Yoriichi, calm as ever, simply sipped his tea. It is too late for me to save you now. Kunu screamed in mock betrayal. You're supposed to be the nice one. Kokushibo inhaled deeply, trying to physically suppress his growing frustration. I should have never come here. Yusaka chuckled, golden eyes filled with amusement. Well, you did, and now you're stuck with us. Kunu smirked. Forever. Kokushibo physically twitched. Yoriichi nodded. Forever. Kokushibo sighed, massaging his temple. I hate all of you. Yusaka smiled. Oh. We love you too, Kokushibo. Kunu beamed. That's right. Now, Uncle Shibo, tell us more about how cranky you were as a kid. Kokushibo immediately stood up again. And then. He disappeared. Kunu huffed. He always does that. Yusaka sighed, taking another sip of tea. You'll get used to it. Yoriichi chuckled softly. He will be back. Kunu crossed her arms. And when he does. I'm calling him Grandpa Shibo again. Yoriichi nodded approvingly. That is an excellent decision. Yusaka laughed. And somewhere in the distance, hidden in the shadows, Kokushibo was grinding his teeth in pure frustration. The laughter faded. The teasing ended. And soon, the atmosphere in the pond house shifted. Yusaka set her teacup down, her golden eyes sharpening slightly as she turned to Yoriichi. Kunu, still giggling from Kokushibo's dramatic exit, immediately noticed the change in her mother's demeanor. She blinked up at her. "Mother." Yusaka didn't answer right away. Instead, she studied the man before her carefully. Yoriichi remained as composed as ever. His expression, his posture. Everything about him radiated the same tranquility as before. And yet, something was off. Something didn't make sense. Finally, Yusaka spoke. "You should not be here." Kunu frowned. "Huh?" Yoriichi met Yusaka's gaze, silent. She continued, her voice steady but firm. "Kokushibo told me what happened to you. He told me that you died." Kunu's eyes widened slightly. "Wait. What?" Yoriichi remained silent, but Yusaka pressed on. "He said you died of old age. That he cut you into pieces." The memory of Kokushibo's words echoed in her mind. "So in my anger, I cut him into pieces." Her fingers curled slightly against her lap. "And yet, here you are. Alive. Breathing." She narrowed her eyes. "So tell me, Yoriichi. How is that possible?" Kunu, still confused, turned to him. "Why yeah. Are you, like, a ghost or something?" Yoriichi closed his eyes briefly before answering. "No." His voice remained soft, steady. Yusaka crossed her arms. "Then explain." Yoriichi was silent for a moment. Then, "I do not know." Yusaka frowned. "That's not an answer." Yoriichi exhaled. "And yet, it is the truth." Kunu squinted at him. "Wait, so you don't know how you're alive?" Yoriichi nodded. "I remember my final moment. I remember Michikatsu standing before me, blade raised." A pause. "I remember closing my eyes." Yusaka's golden eyes flickered. "And then?" Yoriichi looked at her, his calm brown eyes unreadable. "And then, I woke up." Kunu blinked. "That's it." Yoriichi nodded. "That is all I remember." Yusaka remained silent, her sharp gaze still locked onto him. Something about this wasn't right. A man who had died, who had been cut into pieces, was now sitting before her as if nothing had happened. And yet, despite his impossibility, despite everything she had learned about his death, she could not sense anything unnatural about him. No forbidden magic. No traces of resurrection. Just a man. A man who should not exist. "Then what do you plan to do now?" she finally asked. Yoriichi looked toward the pond, his eyes reflecting the rippling water. "I wish to see my brother." Yusaka exhaled sharply. "You saw how he reacted. Do you really think that's a good idea?" Yoriichi remained silent for a moment before speaking. "He has spent centuries believing I was gone." He turned to her, his gaze calm yet unshakable. "If he must hate me, then so be it. If he must raise his blade against me, I will not resist." His voice was quiet. "But I will not leave him alone." Yusaka studied him, trying to find anything. Doubt, hesitation, even the slightest crack in his resolve. But there was none. Kunu fidgeted slightly. "So, you're just gonna stay here?" Yoriichi nodded. "For as long as Michikatsu remains." Kunu groaned. "Great. Now there are two dramatic swordsmen hanging around." Yusaka exhaled, rubbing her temple. This was going to be a long week. Yusaka inhaled deeply, her fingers lightly tapping against the table as she studied the man before her. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. A man who had lived, died, and yet was here. His presence was calm, yet undeniable. Yet impossible. And most of all, he was hiding something. Yusaka's golden eyes flickered. "You intend to stay as long as Kokushibo remains?" Yoriichi nodded, his expression steady. "Yes." Yusaka leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her palm. "And then what?" Yoriichi blinked. "What do you mean?" Yusaka exhaled slowly. "Let's say, for argument's sake, Kokushibo actually accepts you being here. What then? Do you have a goal? A reason for staying beyond him?" Kunu perked up. "Oh, good question. Are you just gonna follow him around forever?" Yoriichi remained quiet for a moment. Then, "I have no future." His words were spoken so simply, so matter-of-factly, that both Yusaka and Kunu stilled. Kunu's ears twitched. "Huh?" Yoriichi looked toward the koi pond, his brown eyes reflecting the gentle ripples of water. "I have already lived my life," he continued. "I had my purpose. I fulfilled what I could." A slow breath. "And I failed where I could not." His voice remained gentle, yet there was something beneath it. Something old, something buried. "I do not seek a future. I do not expect one." His fingers lightly grazed the hilt of his sword. "I am only here because my brother is here." Yusaka's eyes narrowed. "That's it." Yoriichi nodded. "That is enough." Yusaka exhaled sharply. "You don't want to live your own life? Make your own choices?" Yoriichi shook his head. My choices were made long ago. Kunu frowned. That's kinda sad. Yoriichi's lips curled slightly, almost in amusement. Perhaps. Yusaka watched him carefully, her gaze unrelenting. What about your past? Do you regret it? Kunu tilted her head. Yeah. Do you have, like, a family? A wife? Kids? Yoriichi paused. For the first time, his fingers tensed ever so slightly against the table. Yusaka immediately noticed. Kunu, too young to understand the weight of her own question, simply waited for an answer. Yoriichi finally spoke. I had a wife. Yusaka's sharp golden eyes caught the way his voice softened. How, for the first time, there was something almost fragile in his tone. Kunu perked up. Oh. What was she like? A long pause. Then, Yoriichi's eyes lowered. She was kind. A silence stretched between them. Kunu blinked, waiting for more. But Yoriichi did not continue. That was all he said. She was kind. Yusaka, however, saw everything in those 3 simple words. His posture, always so perfect, had shifted ever so slightly. His fingers, always relaxed, were now lightly curled against the table. This was the first time he had shown something human. The wound that had never healed. Kunu tilted her head, still not fully understanding. What happened to her? Yoriichi did not answer. Yusaka exhaled softly, her gaze gentler now. She's gone, isn't she? A pause. Then. Yoriichi nodded. Kunu's ears flattened slightly. Oh. She fidgeted in her seat, suddenly feeling guilty. Sorry. Yoriichi shook his head. It is alright. Yusaka watched him for a moment longer before speaking again. And your child? For the first time. Yoriichi stiffened. Kunu blinked. Wait. You had a kid? A long pause. Then. Yes. His voice was quiet, steady, yet somehow fragile. Kunu, still young and full of curiosity, smiled. That's great. Where are they now? Yoriichi closed his eyes. And Yusaka knew. She knew the moment he hesitated. The moment he did not answer. Kunu's excited expression slowly faded. Yusaka inhaled. They're gone too, aren't they? Yoriichi did not nod. He did not speak. But the way his fingers curled ever so slightly against his lap was all the answer she needed. Kunu's ears flattened. Oh. She shifted uncomfortably, guilt creeping into her small frame. I'm sorry. Yoriichi exhaled, shaking his head. It is alright. Yusaka, still watching him carefully, leaned forward slightly. How did it happen? Yoriichi hesitated. Then. My wife was with child. Kunu blinked, confused. Huh? Yoriichi's voice remained soft, but the weight behind it was immeasurable. They were not yet born. A pause. And yet, they were taken from me. Yusaka's eyes widened. Kunu's small hands clutched the fabric of her kimono. By who? Yoriichi's brown eyes darkened. By the very demon I was meant to slay. Silence. Heavy. Suffocating. Kunu's hands trembled slightly. That's not fair. Yoriichi's lips curled into a small, sad smile. No. It is not. Yusaka inhaled, steadying herself. So you lost them before you even had the chance to hold them. Yoriichi nodded. Kunu's small fists clenched. That's not fair. She repeated, her voice louder this time. You were supposed to be a hero. You were supposed to win. Yoriichi looked at her, his brown eyes soft with understanding. Heroes do not always win, child. Kunu froze. Yusaka felt something tighten in her chest. Because despite his serene expression, despite his compass tone, there was something deeply broken about the way he said those words. And you still kept fighting after that? Yusaka asked. Yoriichi nodded. Yes. Kunu looked at him, eyes brimming with frustration. But why? Yoriichi turned his gaze toward the pond. Because if I had stopped, their deaths would have meant nothing. Silence. Yusaka studied him, trying to find anything. Anger, regret, hatred. But there was none. Just an endless quiet sadness. Kunu wiped at her eyes. That's so unfair. Yoriichi smiled softly. Perhaps. Yusaka sighed, leaning back slightly. So if Kokushibo disappeared tomorrow, what would you do? Yoriichi's eyes remained calm, unwavering. Then I would disappear with him. Kunu's breath hitched. Yusaka clenched her jaw. A man without purpose. A man without reason. A man who had already accepted that he had no place in this world. And for some reason. That bothered her. A lot. Yusaka's fingers curled slightly against her lap. This man. No, this legend. Sat before her with the presence of someone who had lived beyond his years. A man who had given up on the idea of a future. And yet, he was still here. Still breathing. Still existing. But only because Kokushibo was here too. Kunu, who had been wiping her eyes, looked up, her golden gaze filled with frustration. You can't just say that. She muttered, frowning. You can't just disappear because your brother does. Yoriichi turned his gentle brown eyes to her. Why not? Kunu's tails twitched. Because that's dumb. Yusaka exhaled, rubbing her temple. Kunu. But Kunu wasn't done. You're alive, aren't you? You're here. You get to walk around, eat, drink, exist. She pointed at him. So why are you talking like you're already dead? Yoriichi remained silent, watching her with patient eyes. Kunu's fists clenched. You had a wife, you had a kid. She stopped, hesitating for a second before pushing forward. And yeah, they're gone. And yeah, that sucks. But, she huffed, ears twitching in frustration. But that doesn't mean you have to act like nothing else matters. Yoriichi exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. It is not that nothing else matters, child. His voice was as soft as ever. But for a man who has already lost everything, what else is there to seek? Kunu gritted her teeth. I don't know. Maybe. I dunno, anything. Something new. Isaka let out a slow breath, placing a hand on Kunu's shoulder, silently telling her to calm down. But she understood. For once, she understood what her daughter was feeling. Because she, too, felt an unfamiliar frustration bubbling inside her. She looked at Yoriichi, her golden eyes sharp. You think you don't deserve to live, don't you? Yoriichi blinked, his brown eyes meeting hers. Then, after a long pause. Perhaps. Kunu slammed her hands on the table. That's so stupid. Yoriichi's lips curled slightly, almost amused. I suppose it is. Yusaka inhaled deeply, her expression unreadable. You fought for centuries to save others. You lived for nothing but duty, sacrifice, and war. She narrowed her eyes. And now that it's over, you think you have no right to anything else. Yoriichi remained silent. Yusaka's golden gaze didn't waver. That's why you're clinging to Kokushibo, isn't it? Because if he's still here, then you still have a reason to exist. A pause. Then. Yes. Kunu groaned loudly, throwing her arms up. This is so annoying. Why are you guys so dramatic? Yusaka smirked slightly. They're swordsmen, dear. That's just how they are. Kunu huffed, crossing her arms. First, Kokushibo's all I don't deserve happiness, and now you're all I don't deserve a future. She pointed at Yoriichi. Why can't you guys just be normal? Yoriichi chuckled softly. Kunu's ears twitched. Wait, was that a laugh? Yoriichi smiled slightly. I suppose you are amusing, child. Kunu squinted at him. Then laugh again. Yoriichi chuckled once more, but softer. Yusaka had not expected the conversation to take such a turn. She had been so focused on understanding Yoriichi. On trying to make sense of how he existed, what he wanted, and why he still remained in this world. That she had not anticipated what came next. Laughter. Soft. Subtle. But real. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The man who had suffered, the man who had lost everything, the man who had spoken as though he had no reason to live. Laughed. It wasn't much. A quiet chuckle. Barely a breath of amusement. But it was there. Yusaka blinked. And for some reason. Her face suddenly felt warm. What? She hadn't even noticed it at first. But as Yoriichi smiled. A small genuine smile, one that softened his entire expression. She felt her heart skip slightly. Kunu gasped dramatically, pointing at him. I made him laugh twice. Mother, did you see that? Yusaka snapped out of her daze, quickly regaining her composure. Yes. She said, clearing her throat. I saw. Kunu grinned. That's it. New mission. Make the quiet swordsman laugh more. Yoriichi chuckled again, shaking his head slightly. You are an interesting one. Kunu puffed out her chest proudly. That's what I keep telling people, but they never listen. Yusaka tried not to look at Yoriichi. But her golden eyes flickered back to him, just for a second. And to her absolute frustration, her face warmed again. No. This is ridiculous. She was the leader of the Kyoto Yakai faction. A woman of power. A mother. She had met gods, devils, and beings of immeasurable strength. So why was she reacting to a simple smile? She exhaled quietly, compassing herself. Yoriichi then turned to her, his brown eyes warm, calm. You may think I have no future, Yusaka. Her breath hitched at how smoothly he said her name. But he continued. But if I really hear, then maybe it's time I found one. His gaze held hers for a moment, steady and thoughtful. And that was when Yusaka realized. Her heart was beating faster. Her face felt hot. Oh no. She was blushing. The shadows of the koi pond house. Beneath the swaying branches of a towering maple, a lone figure stood. Unmoving. Silent. 6 glowing eyes watched from the darkness. Laughter drifted across the koi pond. Soft, warm, distant. The lantern's glow illuminated the figures beyond the water. A quiet gathering. Smiles exchanged. Words spoken. A moment that did not belong to him. The wind stirred, rustling the leaves, yet he remained still. Watching. From the rooftop above, Issei watched him. Michikatsu. No Kokushibo. He had expected resistance. He had expected anger. But not this. Not the stillness. Not the way his creation stood there, watching. Not the absence of hatred in those 6 glowing eyes. A smirk tugged at Issei's lips as he leaned back against the tiles, satisfied. As planned. Next day. The morning sun shone brightly over the mountain shrine, casting golden light through the trees. Birds chirped, and the gentle rustling of leaves filled the air as Yusaka and Kunu strolled through the temple grounds. Kunu, happily munching on a stick of dango, looked up at her mother. "So, where do you think Kokushibo went?" Yusaka sighed, adjusting the sleeves of her kimono. "Most likely sulking somewhere." Kunu snickered. "He totally heard you call him old, huh?" Yusaka smirked. "Most definitely." But as they walked closer to the shrine's open training grounds, they suddenly froze. A heavy pressure filled the air. Not suffocating. Not hostile. But immense. Kunu's fox ears twitched. "Whoa. This feels." Then. A powerful shockwave blasted through the clearing, rustling the trees, as 2 figures clashed in the center of the training ground. Isaka's eyes widened. Kunu gasped. There, in the middle of the open field, Kokushibo and Yoriichi stood facing each other. Swords drawn. But this was no ordinary fight. Their movements were so fast, so fluid, that even Yusaka, who had seen many powerful beings fight, could barely keep up. Kunu gripped her mother's sleeve. "Mother. Are they sparring?" Yusaka's golden eyes flickered. "No." A pause. "They are communicating." Kunu blinked. "Huh?" Isaka's voice was quiet, her gaze locked onto the 2 warriors before her. "This is not just a battle of strength," she murmured. "This is a conversation between swords." Kunu tilted her head in confusion. But then. Kokushibo moved. His 6 glowing eyes sharpened as he gripped his enormous jagged blade. Moon breathing, 8th form. Moon dragon ringtail. A sweeping arc of crescent-shaped slashes erupted from his sword, spiraling toward Yoriichi with terrifying speed. But. Yoriichi took a single step forward. Sun breathing, 7th form. Beneficent radiance. His sword moved once. A golden, sunlit arc cut through Kokushibo's crescent slashes, dissolving them like mist in the morning sun. Kunu's jaw dropped. What the hell was that? Yusaka didn't answer, her sharp eyes watching intently. Kokushibo snarled, stepping in once more. Moon breathing, 14th form. Catastrophe, 10th crescent moon. A storm of crescent blades surged forward, tearing through the air like a celestial onslaught. But Yoriichi's expression remained calm. He inhaled. Sun breathing, 9th form. Dragon sun halo head dance. His sword moved in flawless circular motions, deflecting every single crescent slash with precision. Then. With one step forward. He closed the distance. Kokushibo's eyes widened. A single strike was aimed directly at him. Sun breathing, 13th form. A strike without flaw. A technique meant to kill. But. Yoriichi's blade stopped. Just a hair's width from Kokushibo's throat. A silence stretched between them. Kunu held her breath. Kokushibo's jaw clenched. His 6 eyes burned as his grip on his sword tightened. Then. "Why do you hold back?" Kokushibo growled, his voice low and dangerous. Yoriichi exhaled, lowering his blade. "Because I am not your enemy, Michikatsu." Kokushibo's entire body tensed. Kunu whispered. "Mother." Kokushibo's mad. Isaka nodded, arms crossed. He hates that Yoriichi still refuses to kill him. Kunu tilted her head. "But. Why doesn't he?" Yusaka sighed. "Because he still sees his little brother, not a monster." Kokushibo gritted his teeth. "You are a fool, Yoriichi." Yoriichi smiled softly. "Perhaps." Another silence. Then. Kokushibo huffed and turned away. "This conversation is over." He sheathed his blade, stepping past Yoriichi toward the shrine. Kunu blinked. "Wait, that's it. He just leaves." Yusaka chuckled. "That's the Kokushibo way." Yoriichi, still standing in the training field, turned toward them. His brown eyes softened as he saw Yusaka watching. For a moment, Yusaka felt that same warmth from yesterday creep up her neck. Then Kunu ruined it. Kunu grinned, nudging her mother. "Mother. You're staring." Yusaka bonked her lightly on the head. "Hush." Yoriichi smiled. And, hidden in the shadows. Kokushibo walked away from the training field, his jagged blade now sheathed at his hip. His 6 eyes narrowed as he felt Yoriichi's presence still lingering behind him. A soft chuckle reached his ears. Kokushibo slowed his pace, his 6 eyes shifting slightly. Yoriichi was laughing. He turned his head just enough to see Yoriichi standing near the koi pond, Yusaka and Kunu beside him. Kunu was talking excitedly, waving her arms around as she mimicked the fight they had just witnessed. "And then you were like whoosh." And then Kokushibo was all bam. "But then you just." Kunu mimicked a single perfect sword swing. And then everything exploded. Yoriichi let out a soft, genuine laugh. Kunu grinned, looking up at her mother. "See? I told you I'd make him laugh again." Yusaka smirked, crossing her arms. You do seem to have a gift for it. Yoriichi chuckled once more, shaking his head. It is rare to meet someone with such energy. Kunu puffed out her chest proudly. That's me. Energy incarnate. Kokushibo, still standing near the shrine's entrance, watched from a distance. His 6 eyes studied the scene before him. Yoriichi, smiling, happy in a way Issei had not seen in after Yoriichi disappeared from his mind. His gaze lingered on Yoriichi, on the warmth in his eyes, on the way he smiled so effortlessly. For a brief moment, he wondered. Would the real Yoriichi, my uncle, be like that? Or is this just the image I want him to be? The thought settled in his mind, quiet but persistent. He did not have an answer. Not yet. So instead, he gave a small smile. Night. The wind whispered softly through the trees, carrying with it a sound long thought lost to time. A flute. A melody. Gentle, sorrowful, yet somehow familiar. Yoriichi stopped in his tracks. Kunu and Yusaka nearly bumped into him as he froze, his body tense, his breathing unsteady. The melody drifted through the night air, weaving between the rustling leaves and the soft glow of the lanterns. A song pulled from a memory buried beneath centuries of blood and regret. And from a distance, unseen, unnoticed, Issei watched. Not with his own eyes, but through Yoriichi's. Through the stillness in his stance, the tightening of his fingers, the slight tremble in his breath. Through the moment Yoriichi recognized that sound. The flute's melody carried on, guiding them through the trees, up the worn stone path leading toward the mountain's edge. And then, they saw him. There, resting against the trunk of an ancient maple tree, was Kokushibo. He sat on a thick, sturdy branch, his posture relaxed, his long, dark hair swaying slightly in the wind. His 6 glowing eyes were half-lidded, his fingers steady as they played the flute. A simple flute. That flute. Through Yoriichi's eyes, Issei saw it. And the sight struck something deep within him. His own breath hitched, though he wasn't sure why. You wish to wield the blade, yet your mind is untempered. The voice echoed in the vast emptiness of his mind. Issei turned, finding himself once more in that old familiar space. The depths of his own soul, where the past and present blurred. A lone figure stood before him. Kokushibo. Not the clone he had created, but the real one. Etched into his very existence. He stood as he always did, towering and unshaken, his long hair flowing like ink in the void. His 6 eyes gleamed, not with anger, nor with hatred, but with something heavier. A burden that never left him. Issei had been here before. In this space. Training beneath the watchful gaze of a man long turned into a monster. And beside him, watching just as intently, was Drag. The dragon, usually full of booming confidence, had been silent that day. Listening. Watching. Because that was the day Kokushibo spoke of something beyond technique. Beyond strength. The flute. Issei had asked, confused as the demon samurai held up the simple wooden instrument. It is meaningless now. Kokushibo had said, staring at it in his hands. A relic of a past I long severed. But his grip had tightened. And yet, it remains. Issei had never asked why. Not then. Not when he was still too caught up in the fight, in the power, in the path he was carving for himself. But now. Watching through Yoriichi's eyes, feeling that same moment unfold before him. He understood. The melody ended. The final note carried away by the wind. Kokushibo lowered the flute from his lips, exhaling slowly. How long do you intend to stand there? His voice was calm. Steady. As if none of this meant anything at all. But Issei knew better. Even if Yoriichi couldn't see it. Even if Yusaka and Kunu couldn't sense it. He could. Because he had shaped them to be like this. These 2 men. Yoriichi and Kokushibo. Were born from him. Crafted from his hands, given form by his will. And yet. As Issei watched Kokushibo sit beneath that ancient maple, the flute resting gently in his hands. For the first time, he wondered. Was I truly the one who shaped them? Or had they already been like this all along? The wind carried the scent of pine and earth, rustling the leaves around them. The moon cast its glow over the vast landscape of Kyoto, its silver light stretching endlessly into the horizon. Kokushibo remained still. The flute rested lightly in his grasp. His 6 glowing eyes stared forward, his expression unreadable. And yet. He did not move away. He did not tell Yoriichi to leave. He simply let him be. Kunu tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mother. I don't get it. Yusaka glanced down at her daughter. What don't you get? Kunu frowned, looking between the 2 men. They were just fighting. Like, seriously fighting. And now they're just. Sitting there. Yusaka exhaled softly. Sometimes. Words aren't needed, Kunu. Issei heard all of it. Watched all of it. And still, his attention remained locked onto Kokushibo. To the flute. To the weight behind that single moment. The choice to keep it. Not as a reminder of his brother. Not as a symbol of their bond. But because, no matter how far he had fallen. It was the last thing he had before everything changed. Before he became Kokushibo. Before he severed himself from Michikatsu. Issei leaned back slightly, staring up at the night sky. He exhaled, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. Would the real Yoriichi, my uncle, be like this? Or is this simply the image I want him to be? The thought settled in his mind, quiet but persistent. He did not have an answer. Not yet. So instead, he gave a small smile. Next day in backfield. The midday sun hung high in the sky, casting warm light over the shrine's training grounds. The wind was calm, the rustling of leaves barely heard over the rhythmic clash of swords meeting in battle. This time, it was not a fight filled with hatred. It was not a test of vengeance. It was pure. It was brotherhood. Kokushibo and Yoriichi stood facing each other, swords drawn, their breathing steady. Gunu and Yusaka watched from the sidelines, seated beneath the shade of a cherry blossom tree, their golden eyes locked onto the two men as they danced across the battlefield. Kokushibo was the first to move. Moon breathing, fifth form. Moon Spirit Calamitous Eddy. With a single swing of his jagged blade, spiraling crescent slashes tore through the air, surging toward Yoriichi in an unpredictable whirlwind. But Yoriichi. He exhaled softly, stepping forward. Sun breathing, second form. Clear blue sky. His blade spun in a full circular motion, his movement fluid, effortless. Deflecting every crescent-shaped arc as if he had already seen them before they were even made. Kunu gasped. Did he just? Yusaka smirked. Effortless. Kokushibo's 6 eyes narrowed, a small huff escaping him. Good. Yoriichi still refused to falter. He moved again, his large blade blurring as he charged forward. Moon breathing, 10th form. Drilling slashes, moon through bamboo. His blade struck forward in rapid succession, each swing precise and unrelenting, a series of piercing crescent slashes designed to overwhelm. But Yoriichi. He remained calm. Sun breathing, 5th form. Setting sun transformation. In a single step, his body pivoted, avoiding the deadly strikes with grace before countering with a downward strike, red flames trailing behind his blade like the setting sun itself. Kokushibo's 6 eyes flashed, his blade twisting at the last second. Moon breathing, 7th form. Mirror of misfortune, moonlit. He bent his body at an unnatural angle, slashing upward at the exact moment Yoriichi's blade came down. The impact sent a shockwave through the training ground, leaves and dust blasting away as the two men locked blades. For a moment, there was stillness. Then, a sound. A low chuckle. Yoriichi was smiling. You have improved. Kokushibo scoffed. TCH. Do not speak as if I was ever lesser. Yoriichi shook his head slightly. You were never lesser, brother. Kokushibo's eyes flickered for just a moment before he pressed forward. Moon breathing, 14th form. Catastrophe, Tenman Crescent Moon. A storm of slashes rained down upon Yoriichi, a celestial onslaught of crescent-shaped attacks. The air hummed with power, each slash cutting through the battlefield like a falling star. Kunu yelped, hiding behind Yusaka. That's so not fair. That's like 100 attacks at once. Yusaka's golden eyes gleamed. Watch him. Yoriichi did not hesitate. Sun breathing, 12th form. Flame dance. With a step forward, his sword danced. The first movement. A flaming horizontal slash. Carved through Kokushibo's lashes, splitting them apart as if the sun itself had burned them away. The second movement. An upward swing. Came so fast that Kokushibo barely had time to react. Their blades met once more. The air was still. Yoriichi smiled. You're smiling too. Kokushibo blinked. Then immediately scowled. I am not. Yoriichi chuckled softly. But he was. Just slightly. Yusaka smirked, crossing her arms. It looks like they're enjoying this. Kunu huffed. I told you they were dramatic. Kokushibo exhaled, taking a step back, his 6 eyes steady. Again. Yoriichi nodded. And so, the brothers clashed once more. But this time. For the first time in centuries. It was not war. It was joy. The wind settled. The echoes of clashing steel faded. 2 swords. One jagged and monstrous, the other simple and refined. Were carefully sheathed. The battle had ended. Not because one had defeated the other, but because, for the first time in centuries, it was enough. Kokushibo exhaled deeply, his 6 eyes steady as he turned away from the battlefield. His body was covered in faint cuts, nothing deep, nothing lasting. But enough to remind him that Yoriichi had always been his better. And yet, he was not angry. He was not filled with the same bitterness that had consumed him for so long. Not this time. Yoriichi, his brown eyes warm yet unreadable, stepped beside him, his posture still perfect, as if the battle had not affected him at all. Kokushibo clicked his tongue. Even now, you hardly sweat. Yoriichi chuckled softly. You're the same, brother. Kokushibo scoffed. HMPH. Without another word, they both made their way to the wooden bench at the edge of the training grounds. It was old but sturdy, overlooking the shrine grounds and the mountain beyond. A place meant for warriors to rest. Neither hesitated to sit. Neither questioned why they sat together. For now, there was no need. The silence between them was comfortable. Kunu and Yusaka watched from a distance, still seated beneath a cherry blossom tree. Kunu tilted her head. Wait. They're just sitting there? Yusaka chuckled. It seems that way. Kunu squinted. That's so weird. Yusaka smirked. Not really. Back at the bench, Kokushibo stared up at the sky, his 6 glowing eyes thoughtful. It has been a long time since I have fought without hatred. YoriYanagami glanced at him. Did you enjoy it? Kokushibo was silent for a long moment. Then. Yes. YoriYanagami smiled. I see. Another pause. The breeze carried the scent of fresh earth and faint incense from the shrine, the warmth of the noon sun settling comfortably around them. Kokushibo exhaled. I will never surpass you, will I? YoriYanagami shook his head. No. Kokushibo huffed. You could at least hesitate. YoriYanagami chuckled. Kokushibo sighed, leaning back against the bench. But I no longer care as much. YoriYanagami's brown eyes softened. Kokushibo rested his arms on the back of the bench, glancing at his brother from the corner of his vision. You are still insufferable. YoriYanagami smiled. And you are still dramatic. Kokushibo scoffed but said nothing. The two brothers sat in silence once more, the weight of centuries between them. But for once, neither carried it alone. The warmth of the midday sun lingered over the training grounds, casting a golden hue over the two swordsmen resting on the old wooden bench. For the first time in centuries, Kokushibo and YoriYanagami sat side by side. No blades drawn, no hatred boiling between them. Just silence. Not tense. Not strained. Simply peaceful. But, of course, such peace was short-lived. The sound of soft footsteps and a playful hum reached their ears. Kokushibo turned his 6 glowing eyes slightly, already sensing the approaching presence. Kunu. And behind her. Yusaka. The two foxes made their way toward the brothers, their golden eyes filled with curiosity. Kunu had the biggest grin on her face. Suo, what are you two talking about? YoriYanagami, still as serene as ever, simply smiled. Nothing much. Kunu puffed her cheeks. Boo, that's boring. You guys were just fighting, like 5 minutes ago. You should be talking about cool stuff. Yusaka chuckled, crossing her arms as she approached. Maybe they don't feel the need to talk. Men are simple creatures. Kokushibo scoffed. TCH. Kunu plopped herself down right between YoriYanagami and Kokushibo on the bench, kicking her legs. Well, I do want to know something. YoriYanagami turned his gaze toward her, waiting patiently. Kunu smirked. Mother kept staring at you earlier, YoriYanagami. Yusaka froze. Kokushibo tilted his head slightly, his lips curling into an almost amused smirk. YoriYanagami blinked, his expression still unreadable. Did she? Yusaka, who had been admiring YoriYanagami's movements during the sparring match, felt an uncharacteristic warmth creep up her neck. She quickly coughed into her fist. I was analyzing your technique, that's all. Kunu's grin widened. Suur you were. Kokushibo turned fully now, his 6 eyes flickering with something close to amusement. You're flustered. Yusaka immediately glared at him. I am not. Kokushibo smirked. Kunu giggled. Don't worry, mother. If you won't take him, I will. A moment of silence. Then. Kokushibo, YoriYanagami and Yusaka all turned to stare at Kunu in absolute shock. YoriYanagami blinked once. Kunu, that is. Yusaka snapped her head toward her daughter. Excuse me. Kokushibo, for the first time in his immortal existence, was visibly stunned. His entire body stiffened, his 6 eyes widening slightly as he processed what had just been said. Child. His voice was dangerously serious now. You. What? Kunu grinned. Don't worry, Grandpa Shibo. I'll grow up first, obviously. Do not call me that. Kunu completely ignored him, turning toward Yusaka with a determined expression. Mother, I've decided. I'll marry Kokushibo one day. Yusaka's eye twitched violently. You will do no such thing. Kokushibo gritted his teeth. I refuse. Kunu huffed. Wow. At least pretend to be flattered. YoriYanagami, watching this entire exchange, closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, as if suppressing a laugh. Kokushibo turned toward him sharply. Do not say a word. YoriYanagami simply smiled. Yusaka, still processing everything, rubbed her temple in frustration. Kunu, you are too young to be saying things like that. Kunu pouted. Mother, it's called planning ahead. Kokushibo visibly shuddered. Do not plan me into your future. Kunu gave him a cheeky grin. Too late. Kokushibo sighed, shaking his head. I should have never come here. Yusaka agreed. YoriYanagami simply enjoyed the chaos. Back in the cavern of Issei's mindscape, deep within the mountain, as the echoes of the chaotic exchange reverberated in the background, Issei sat alone in the quiet of his sacred gear, watching through Kokushibo's eyes as the scene unfolded. He sat back, contemplative. If these two fought me together, who would win? The thought lingered in his mind. Would Kokushibo and Yoriichi, working together, be enough to challenge him? Drake's voice, casual and familiar, cut through the silence. You know the answer, partner. Issei's lips twitched into a faint smile. Yes, but it's hard not to wonder. Two brothers working in sync with that kind of power. It would be quite the challenge. Drake let out a low chuckle, his deep voice rumbling through the cavern. Yeah, I get what you mean. But let's be real, partner. You've got them beat. They've got heart, sure, but you've got everything else. Issei leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the vision before him. Kokushibo and Yoriichi, a distant part of himself. I suppose that is true. But there is something fascinating about the potential they could achieve together. If they combined their strength, they might present an interesting challenge. Drake laughed again, more lightly this time. Oh, I get it, you're thinking of the what-ifs, huh? Well, I'd love to see it, but I still reckon you've got the edge, partner. They'd put up a good fight, but in the end, you're the one who'll walk out on top. Issei's gaze softened for a moment, considering Drake's words. Perhaps. But it is a thought worth contemplating. The vision of the brothers began to fade, but Issei's thoughts lingered, sharp and focused. Would the real Yoriichi and Kokushibo stand against me if they were together? Drake's voice, full of confidence and a touch of amusement, echoed in his mind. Well, I've got my Drake's cave. The cave was silent, save for the soft crackling of embers that barely clung to life along the walls. Deep within the hidden sanctuary, past the cascading waterfall and the treasure hoards of ages long past, a transformation was taking place. Steam rose in slow, deliberate waves from Issei's body, curling into the cold air like the breath of a slumbering beast, stirring from its long rest. His posture was calm. Unnaturally calm. His breathing steady, controlled, as if he had long since mastered every fiber of his being. And yet, the sheer weight of his presence was suffocating. The cave trembled under an unseen force, the very air thick with an overwhelming pressure. It was not power in the conventional sense. It was mastery. A state that few in existence had ever reached. Before him, collapsed against a pile of shattered stone, lay Drake. The once mighty Red Dragon Emperor was wounded. His scales were cracked, deep gashes adorned his massive form, and yet, despite the pain, he was smiling. A deep rumbling chuckle echoed through the cavern. You did it. His golden eyes, still burning with pride, flickered toward Issei. You finally surpassed it. Mastery. Issei remained still. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he exhaled slowly, the steam from his body growing denser, swirling around him like an ethereal cloak. His golden eyes gleamed beneath the dim torchlight, their intensity sharper. Clearer. For a long moment, he simply observed Drake, as if analyzing his own achievement. Then, I see. His voice was measured, steady. Drake chuckled once more, his massive form shifting slightly. That's all you have to say. You surpassed what most can't even comprehend, and all you say is I see. Issei's expression did not change. Power alone was never my goal. Drake huffed. Maybe not. But you can feel it, can't you? A pause. Issei slowly raised his hand, flexing his fingers. The air around him hummed. It was not magic. It was not raw physical strength. It was absolute refinement. Every movement, every breath, every thought was honed to perfection. He had reached a state beyond mere skill. Beyond mere experience. A state where his very existence was the blade itself. I may have reached the peak. His golden eyes flickered toward Drake, unreadable. But now, I must surpass it. Drake let out a slow exhale, the weight of those words settling between them. Then, he smirked. You're already thinking ahead, huh? Issei remained silent. Drake closed his eyes briefly, his massive chest rising and falling with slow breaths. I wonder if you truly grasp what you've become. A long pause. Then, for the first time since his awakening, Issei acknowledged it. I may stand as off. He stopped himself. No. He had not tested it yet. Not fully. But the thought lingered, deep in his mind. Perhaps. Perhaps he had finally reached her level. Perhaps. He was equal to office. Drake cracked a weak grin. Ha. You're thinking it, aren't you? Issei's expression did not change. It is a possibility. Drake sighed, shaking his head slightly. You're terrifying, you know that. He coughed slightly, adjusting his position. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Issei finally looked away, his gaze drifting toward the cavern's exit. The distant sound of the waterfall echoed beyond the stone walls, a constant reminder of the outside world. They will come soon. Drake's eyes half-lidded. Yeah. The Chaos Brigade. The gods. The dragons. All of them. For better or worse, the world would not leave him in peace. And yet, Issei Tsujikuni, the reincarnation of Kokushibo. did not fear them. Because now, he stood beyond mere strength. He had reached something far greater. And soon, they would all come to understand that. Scene changed to Kyoto Shrine. The morning air was crisp and filled with the scent of cherry blossoms. The sun bathed Kyoto in a golden glow, its light gently illuminating the sacred grounds of the shrine. Birds sang their morning hymns, the wind carrying whispers of tranquility through the temple. And then, a divine presence descended from the sky. A figure, graceful and radiant, emerged from the heavens, slowly descending like a falling petal. As her feet touched the shrine's entrance, the very air seemed to hum in recognition of her arrival. Amaterasu, the Shinto sun goddess. Her presence alone was enough to command respect. She stood tall, adorned in a magnificent kimono of crimson and gold, patterned with the intricate designs of the sun's rays. The silk shimmered with each movement, reflecting an ethereal light. Unlike Yasaka's golden hues, Amaterasu's colors burned like an eternal flame. Warm, yet untouchable. Her long flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders, pinned back by an ornate golden hairpiece shaped like a rising sun. Her expression was poised. Elegant, yet distant. Her piercing amber eyes, filled with centuries of wisdom and scrutiny, flickered across the shrine's surroundings as she approached. The yokai present immediately took notice. Their ears twitched, their tails flicked in nervous anticipation. One of the elder fox spirits, a noble-looking kitsune, quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply. Amaterasu-sama. His voice was respectful, yet cautious. We are honored by your presence. How may we serve you? Amaterasu's gaze remained unreadable as she studied the shrine grounds. I have come to see Yasaka. Her tone was calm, yet carried undeniable authority. The elder fox spirit nodded. Of course, my lady. Please, follow me. As she walked through the shrine, the yokai whispered among themselves. It was rare for Amaterasu herself to visit. Though she was their patron deity, she rarely involved herself in the affairs of yokai directly. Her presence here today meant that something important had transpired. And yet, she sensed nothing unusual. No divine aura beyond her own. No presence that resembled the sun. Amaterasu had not yet noticed Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The shrine. Yasaka's chamber. Yasaka sat inside her chamber, elegantly sipping a cup of warm tea as she gazed over the koi pond through the open sliding doors. The water reflected the golden morning light, the gentle ripples of the fish creating mesmerizing patterns. She had expected many things to happen today. But she had not expected the arrival of Amaterasu. As the doors slid open, she calmly turned to see her divine guest enter the chamber. A small, knowing smile touched Yasaka's lips. Amaterasu-sama. Yasaka set her teacup down, bowing her head slightly. It has been some time. Amaterasu studied her for a moment before stepping forward. Yasaka. Her voice was formal. Polite, but distant. She moved with effortless grace, taking a seat across from Yasaka at the low wooden table. Yasaka, ever the perfect host, gracefully poured another cup of tea and placed it before the goddess. Amaterasu's amber eyes flickered toward the cup, then back to Yasaka. I see Kyoto remains standing. She mused, her gaze scanning the chamber. Despite recent conflicts. Yasaka sighed softly, lifting her own teacup. Barely. But yes, we are still here. Amaterasu delicately picked up the cup, taking a small sip. Her movements were measured. Controlled, as if every action was dictated by divine precision. The Chaos Brigade has grown bolder. She stated, setting the cup down. Their attacks have become more calculated. More frequent. Yasaka's golden eyes darkened slightly. Yes. The silence stretched between them. Then. And yet. Amaterasu's gaze lingered on Yasaka. You seem remarkably calm. Yasaka chuckled lightly, though there was a hidden sharpness to it. Would you prefer I be shaking in fear? Amaterasu studied her. No. She picked up her tea once more. But I do find it curious. Yasaka exhaled, tapping a finger against the rim of her cup. I have my reasons. Amaterasu raised an eyebrow. Reasons you have yet to share. Yasaka met her gaze evenly. I will, in time. Another pause. Then, shifting the conversation, Yasaka leaned forward slightly. And what of you, Amaterasu-sama? You did not come here simply to discuss my troubles. There is something else on your mind, is there not? Amaterasu's fingers traced the edge of her teacup, her expression remaining unreadable. Yes. Yasaka waited patiently. After a moment, Amaterasu spoke again, her voice quieter this time. The world is shifting. She murmured. Balance is being disrupted in ways that I do not yet fully understand. She looked past Yasaka, out toward the mountains beyond Kyoto. The Chaos Brigade's actions. The resurgence of forgotten warriors. And whispers of something greater lurking beyond mortal sight. Her amber eyes flickered with something close to uncertainty. Even I cannot predict where this path leads. Yasaka's lips pressed into a thin line. She knew what Amaterasu was talking about. The world was moving towards something. But whether it was destruction, salvation, or something in between, none of them could say. "And what do you intend to do about it?" Yusaka finally asked. Amaterasu took another sip of her tea. "For now." She set the cup down gently. "I observe." Her gaze sharpened slightly. "But I will act when the time comes." Yusaka nodded slowly, absorbing her words. Then, Amaterasu's amber eyes flickered toward her. "Tell me, Yusaka." Her voice was calm, yet pointed. "Have you encountered any unusual beings as of late?" Yusaka's fingers tightened slightly around her cup. She knew who Amaterasu was asking about. Kokushibo. Yoriichi. The two swordsmen who should not exist. Yet stood here, walking through her shrine as if fate itself had willed them back into reality. But Yusaka did not answer immediately. Instead, she simply smiled. "I suppose that depends on what you define as unusual." Amaterasu narrowed her eyes slightly. Yusaka took another sip of her tea. For now, she would keep her secrets. The gentle rustling of leaves filled the air as a cool breeze drifted through the shrine. The tension that had settled between Yusaka and Amaterasu during their conversation slowly faded into something more familiar. Something lighter. Amaterasu, despite a regal presence and divine authority, had always held a complicated relationship with people. Even those close to her. But with Yusaka, it was different. There was no obligation. No need to maintain divine formalities. Just two women who had known each other for centuries. The corners of Amaterasu's lips curled slightly. A subtle shift, but one Yusaka caught immediately. "You're smiling." Yusaka noted, smirking slightly. "How rare." Amaterasu huffed softly. "I do smile, Yusaka. I am not as cold as you make me out to be." Yusaka chuckled, resting her chin in her palm. I'm sure your followers would find it quite the revelation." Amaterasu shook her head but did not refute it. Then, a high-pitched voice echoed through the shrine. "Anti-Amaterasu." Before the sun goddess could even react, a golden blur crashed into her. Amaterasu stiffened slightly as a small pair of arms wrapped around her waist, a fluffy tail swishing excitedly behind her. Kunu beamed up at her, her golden fox ears twitching with excitement. "You're here. You're actually here. You never visit. Mother says you're too busy being all important and divine and stuff, but you're really here." Amaterasu blinked, caught off guard. Yusaka smirked, taking a slow sip of her tea. "Oh. And here I thought you were all about dignity, Amaterasu-sama." Amaterasu sent her a pointed glare before returning her attention to Kunu, who still had not let go. "Hello Kunu." Kunu grinned. "Hi. Are you staying long? Are you gonna eat with us? Do you want to see my new tricks? I've been practicing with my foxfire. Watch." Before Amaterasu could respond, Kunu pulled away slightly, her little hands glowing with golden flames. She concentrated for a moment. Then, poof. A small floating flame took the shape of a fox, flickering excitedly as it spun in the air. Kunu turned back to Amaterasu, grinning proudly. See. I'm getting stronger." Amaterasu tilted her head slightly, observing the tiny construct with mild interest. "Your control has improved." Kunu's ears perked up. "So you do think it's cool?" "It is adequate." Yusaka laughed. "Oh, come now. That was practically praise." Kunu huffed, puffing out her chest. "One day, I'll be as strong as you." Amaterasu arched an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Kunu nodded enthusiastically. Yusaka leaned in, a playful glint in her golden eyes. "Careful, Amaterasu. She might surpass you one day." Amaterasu let out a soft breath. Not quite a sigh, not quite amusement. "Perhaps." She admitted, placing a gentle hand on Kunu's head. "If she works hard enough." Kunu's entire face lit up. Yusaka smiled warmly, watching the rare moment of softness from Amaterasu. For all her rigid beliefs, her distrust of men, and her divine responsibilities, she still cared. Even if she wouldn't always say it outright. Kunu suddenly grabbed Amaterasu's hand. "Come on. Let's go eat. You have to try mother's cooking. And we have new guests too." Amaterasu blinked. "New guests?" Isaka's smirk returned. "Oh, just some travelers passing through." Amaterasu's amber eyes narrowed slightly. But before she could question it further, Kunu dragged her forward, laughing excitedly. Amaterasu, a literal goddess, was being led around by an overly enthusiastic fox child. Yusaka chuckled to herself as she followed behind them. For now, she would let things play out. As Kunu excitedly dragged Amaterasu toward the dining area, her golden tail swishing with enthusiasm, Yusaka followed behind, calm but calculating. Amaterasu's arrival was unexpected. And it complicated things. It was no secret that Amaterasu held deep mistrust toward men, especially those who sought power. Given her views on the male-dominated supernatural world, Yusaka had no doubt that the revelation of Kokushibo and Yoriichi's existence would create a problem. And worse. Amaterasu did not sense the sun in YoriYanagami, which meant she had no idea what she was standing next to. For now, Yusaka needed to keep it that way. But first, she had to leave without raising suspicion. She slowed her pace slightly, pressing a hand lightly against her forehead with a quiet sigh. Kunu immediately noticed. "Mother." Yusaka smiled faintly. "I'm fine, dear. Just a slight headache." Amaterasu glanced at her, unreadable. "A headache?" Yusaka nodded, bringing a hand to her temple. "It's nothing serious. Just the stress of recent events catching up to me." Kunu frowned. "Do you need to rest?" Yusaka chuckled, placing a reassuring hand on her daughter's head. No. I just need some air." She turned to Amaterasu. "Please, enjoy the meal with Kunu. I'll join you shortly." Amaterasu studied her for a long moment. Then, she simply nodded. "Take your time." Yusaka gave her a grateful smile before gracefully excusing herself. The moment she stepped away from the shrine, her warm expression faded into one of determination. She moved quickly. But not urgently. If Amaterasu was paying attention, she needed to make it seem as if she truly was just taking a walk. The hidden courtyard. She found them near the bamboo grove behind the shrine. A secluded area, away from the prying eyes of Kyoto's inhabitants. Kokushibo and YoriYanagami stood side by side. A rare sight. Kokushibo had his arms crossed, his 6 glowing eyes staring off into the distance. YoriYanagami stood with his usual composure, his hands resting lightly on the hilt of his blade. They both turned when they sensed her approach. YoriYanagami spoke first. "Yusaka." Kokushibo narrowed his 6 eyes slightly. "You seem troubled." Yusaka exhaled, placing a hand on her hip. "I am troubled." She looked between the two of them, her golden eyes serious. "Amaterasu is here?" YoriYanagami asked. "Who?" Yusaka sighed. "No time. All you need to know that she is a god and my friend." Kokushibo's expression didn't change, but Yusaka caught the slightest tension in his posture. YoriYanagami remained calm. "I see." Yusaka glanced at him. "She does not sense you, YoriYanagami." YoriYanagami blinked, silent for a moment. "That is unexpected." Yusaka nodded. "Which means, for now, you are safe." Then, she turned to Kokushibo, her expression grim. "But you." Kokushibo's 6 eyes gleamed. "You are too obvious." Kokushibo let out a slow breath through his nose, clicking his tongue. "Tch." Yusaka crossed her arms. "You're far too distinct. If she senses you, it's over." And given her views on men, especially ones with immense power, she would not take your presence lightly. Kokushibo remained silent for a moment. Then, he let out a small huff of irritation. "Hiding is beneath me." Yusaka's golden eyes narrowed. "I don't care. You don't have a choice." Kokushibo clenched his jaw, his fingers curling slightly at his side. YoriYanagami, ever the voice of reason, turned to his brother. "It is only temporary, brother." Kokushibo exhaled sharply through his nose. Then, his body began to change. His 6 glowing eyes faded, shifting back into 2 deep golden irises. His pale, unnatural skin darkened, returning to the warmth of normal human flesh. The monstrous features that had long defined Kokushibo the demon vanished. And in his place, stood a man. A man who now bore an uncanny resemblance to YoriYanagami. Human once more. The transformation was flawless. And yet, when Kokushibo opened his now human eyes, the sharpness remained. The weight of centuries did not leave him. He still radiated presence, even without his demonic traits. Yusaka observed him carefully. She hated to admit it. But like this, he was handsome. She quickly pushed the thought away, shaking her head. "Good. This will do," she said, nodding in approval. Kokushibo huffed, adjusting the sleeves of his robes. "This is unpleasant." YoriYanagami smiled softly. "You look well, brother." Kokushibo glared at him. "Do not mock me." YoriYanagami chuckled lightly. "I would never." Yusaka sighed. "Alright. That should be enough to keep her from questioning you. As long as you don't speak much." Kokushibo clicked his tongue. "Tch. Unnecessary." Yusaka smirked. "Oh, completely necessary." She then turned, motioning for them to follow. "Come. We need to act natural. And if Kunu sees you like this, she'll probably try to marry you again." Kokushibo visibly flinched. YoriYanagami covered his mouth, holding back a small laugh. Yusaka's grin widened. "Let's go, handsome swordsman." And with that, they returned to the shrine. Their secret, for now, safe. Issei remained still, deep in thought. Amaterasu. He pondered again, wondering about the goddess who had Yusaka on edge. The fact that she had arrived unannounced stirred something in him. Who is she really? Drake's voice broke the silence in his mind. "Ah, Amaterasu." Issei furrowed his brow. "You know her?" "Of course." Drake continued, his tone casual but informative. "She's one of the strongest goddesses out there. You could say she rivals Nyx herself." A smirk crossed Issei's lips as he processed the information. Arrival to Nyx. He mused aloud, intrigued. Then we're certainly in for a bit of fun. Let's see if she's up for a challenge. Drake chuckled in his mind. Oh, you're already thinking about a fight. Typical. But you're right, partner. With a goddess like her, it'll be a show to remember. Issei leaned back, his eyes still fixed on the scene unfolding before him. Let's see how this all plays out. The moon hung high above Kyoto, casting its silver glow upon the land. The shrine, once bathed in the warmth of day, now shimmered under the cool embrace of the night. Fireflies danced lazily above the koi pond, their golden flickers reflecting in the still water, adding to the serene atmosphere. Yusaka, walking side by side with Amaterasu and Kunu, led them through the secluded pathways of the shrine grounds. The soft chirping of crickets accompanied their footsteps, blending into the night's quiet symphony. Kunu, ever curious, tilted her head. Mother, why are we going to the koi pond house? Yusaka smiled. I thought it would be a nice change of scenery. The air is fresh, and I've arranged for a meal to be prepared there. Amaterasu, ever observant, glanced at her. You seem to have put a great deal of thought into this. Yusaka's golden eyes gleamed playfully. One must always be a good host, especially when entertaining a goddess. Amaterasu huffed lightly, but there was a trace of amusement in her eyes. Then, as they stepped closer, a faint rhythmic sound reached their ears. The crackling of fire. The subtle hiss of ingredients touching a hot pan. A rich mouthwatering aroma drifted through the cool night air, teasing their senses. Kunu's fox ears twitched. That smells amazing. Yusaka smirked knowingly. It should. They stepped through the last row of trees. And then they saw them. Cooking by the fire. Near the koi pond, just beneath the glow of hanging lanterns, two men stood side by side. Yoriichi and Kokushibo. Both dressed in simple robes, their long hair swaying slightly in the evening breeze, they moved with an effortless grace that made even the simplest action seem mesmerizing. Their hands worked with precision and skill, their movements almost too perfect. Yoriichi, standing by the fire, carefully turned over pieces of sizzling fish in a cast iron pan, the golden brown skin crisping perfectly under the controlled heat. His fingers moved with delicate ease, as if he had done this 1,000 times before. Beside him, Kokushibo stood with his arms crossed, watching. Yet, despite his usual imposing presence, he was not still. With an almost lazy flick of his wrist, Kokushibo lifted a wooden ladle, stirring a simmering pot of broth. The way he handled it. Calculated, smooth, deliberate. Made even the simple act of cooking look like an art form. The contrast between them was striking. Yoriichi. Calm, gentle, unwavering. Kokushibo. Intense, controlled, effortlessly imposing. Yet here they were. Not as warriors, but as men, sharing a simple task beneath the stars. The silent impact. Yusaka smirked. She had planned to introduce them naturally. But now, she didn't need to say a word. Because the scene spoke for itself. Kunu's mouth hung open slightly, her golden eyes wide. Whoa. Amaterasu, who had always viewed men as power-hungry, selfish, and cruel, stopped. Her amber gaze, sharp and scrutinizing, observed the two brothers carefully. She had seen warriors fight. She had seen men command nations. But this was different. There was no need for dominance. No words of arrogance. No competition. Just effortless unity. For the first time in centuries, Amaterasu found herself without words. And Yusaka. Oh, she noticed. The Fox Queen leaned in slightly, her golden eyes twinkling mischievously. Are you enjoying the view? Amaterasu blinked, snapping out of her thoughts. Her expression immediately hardened. I was merely observing, she said, voice composed. Yusaka chuckled, clearly not believing her. Kunu, however, had no restraint. They look so cool. She practically bounced in excitement. It's like watching a scene from a storybook. Mother, do you see how smoothly they move? It's like a dance. Yusaka finished, smiling. Kunu nodded vigorously. Amaterasu said nothing, but her amber eyes flickered toward the two once more. Something about the way they moved. The way they worked together without words, without commands. It unsettled her. It intrigued her. And for the first time in a long while, Amaterasu felt something she did not expect. Curiosity. The brothers noticed. As if sensing their gaze, Yoriichi turned first. His warm brown eyes landed on Yusaka and Kunu, his gentle smile appearing almost instantly. You've arrived. His voice, as always, was soft yet strong. Kokushibo, standing beside him, lifted his gaze as well, his now human golden eyes flickering toward them. Yusaka couldn't help but smirk. Did we interrupt something? She teased. Kokushibo exhaled sharply through his nose. TCH. Hardly. Yoriichi, ever compassed, simply gestured toward the food. You arrived at the right time. It is almost ready. Kunu beamed. Can we eat here? Please, please, please. Yusaka chuckled. I don't see why not. Then, she turned to Amaterasu. Unless, of course, you'd rather not join us. Amaterasu hesitated. She had come here with no expectations. But now she was seeing something she had never witnessed before. Two men. Strong, powerful, disciplined. Yet they were not boasting. Not seeking control. They simply were. I will stay. She said finally. Yusaka smirked. Good choice. Yoriichi nodded. Then please, have a seat. And as the night stretched on, beneath the gentle glow of lanterns and the quiet ripples of the koi pond. The night air was crisp and cool, the lanterns by the koi pond flickering softly. The table had been set with precision. Bowls of steaming rice, plates of perfectly cooked fish, and a fragrant pot of broth, its aroma rich with depth. The setting was peaceful. Serene. Yet, Amaterasu did not feel at ease. She sat with perfect posture, her crimson and gold kimono elegantly draped around her. Isaka sat beside her, while Kunu sat excitedly across from her, next to the two men who had unsettled her without even trying. Yoriichi and Kokushibo. They ate calmly, their movements deliberate and controlled, as if even the simple act of dining was part of their discipline. Their every motion was effortless, as if they had no need to impress. No desire to seek validation. And that irritated her. She had expected something different. All men pursued power. All men, at their core, were selfish. Yet here they were. Two of the strongest warriors she had ever seen. And they sat in silence, eating without fanfare, without ego, without even acknowledging her presence. She clicked her tongue. Strange. She murmured, idly swirling the tea in her cup. Yusaka, who had been taking a sip of her own tea, glanced at her. Oh. What is? Amaterasu's amber eyes flickered toward the two brothers. They lacked the usual arrogance of men. She said bluntly. It is. Unexpected. Kunu, already mid-bite, paused. Huh. Kokushibo didn't even blink. Yoriichi calmly finished chewing his food before looking at her. Arrogance is unnecessary. His voice was soft yet absolute. Kokushibo, without even looking up from his bowl, added. Confidence without discipline is merely ignorance. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes slightly. HMPH. She had expected some form of rebuttal. Perhaps even mild offense. Instead, they simply ate. Unbothered. Not debating. Not defending themselves. Just accepting. That irked her. She gracefully picked up a small piece of fish with her chopsticks, examining it. At the very least, you are skilled in cooking. A rare trait for men. Most prefer to have women do such things for them. Kokushibo's expression did not change. Yoriichi simply nodded. Cooking is a necessity. Kokushibo spoke after a pause, his voice as calm as ever. Fire and steel are not so different. Both require patience. Control. Awareness of timing. Amaterasu stared. They really didn't care. She had mocked them. If only slightly. She had implied their gender was inferior. And they simply agreed. Yusaka, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying this. She smirked behind her cup, watching Amaterasu struggle to get a reaction out of them. Kunu, on the other hand, was too busy shoveling food into her mouth. This is so good. Auntie, aren't you gonna eat? Amaterasu hesitated. She had already judged them. But this meal. This perfectly prepared dish. Was hard to ignore. She took a bite. The flavors melted on her tongue. Rich, balanced, cooked with precision. She refused to show satisfaction. It is adequate. Yusaka nearly burst out laughing. Yoriichi nodded. I am glad it is to your liking. Kokushibo, not even looking up, simply muttered. TCH. Unnecessary comment. Amaterasu blinked. Did he just call her out? She frowned slightly, setting her chopsticks down. You speak as though my opinion is irrelevant. Kokushibo, finally meeting her gaze, did not hesitate. It is. Silence. Yusaka almost dropped her cup. Kunu nearly choked on her food. Amaterasu's eyes narrowed. Yoriichi, sensing the tension, calmly set his bowl down. He means no offense. He said, glancing at his brother. Only that whether you approve or disapprove does not change what is. Kokushibo nodded. Your view does not alter my actions. His golden eyes, still sharp despite his human form, met hers evenly. I cook because it is necessary. Not because I seek praise. Amaterasu stared. This man. This warrior. Did not care for her validation. Not in the way all other men did. He was not seeking to prove himself. And that, more than anything, unnerved her. HMPH. She picked up her tea, taking a slow sip to mask her irritation. Yusaka, meanwhile, was thriving in this moment. She leaned in slightly, grinning. Amaterasu, you seem tense. Would you like more tea? Amaterasu ignored her. Kunu, still confused by all of this, blinked between them. Can I have more fish? Yoriichi smiled. Of course. He gracefully picked up another piece with his chopsticks, placing it onto her plate with the same care he put into everything. Amaterasu watched him closely. Yoriichi. Even when she scrutinized him, he remained gentle. Not weak. Not submissive. Simply unwavering. Kokushibo, on the other hand, was a storm contained within a man. His intensity never wavered. But neither did his self-control. They were unlike any men she had ever met. And she didn't like it. Because if these two were real, then perhaps her view of men was flawed. She refused to accept that. So, instead, she simply sat in silence. Letting them be. Letting them exist. Without her judgment affecting them. And that was the most infuriating thing of all. The moon hung high, casting its silver glow over the koi pond house. The once sizzling pans had been set aside, the plates mostly empty save for a few stray grains of rice. But the meal was not yet complete. Kokushibo and Yoriichi had not moved from their stations. Kunu, already stuffed from dinner, leaned forward eagerly, her tails wagging. Dessert too. Yoriichi gave her a soft smile as he stirred a pot filled with warm milk and fragrant tea leaves, the steam rising in delicate swirls. The gentle aroma of black tea, honey, and brown sugar filled the air. Kokushibo, on the other hand, stood before a flawlessly baked sponge cake, his golden eyes focused with sharp precision as he carefully layered the final touches. Kokushibo's cake. A masterpiece in simplicity. The cake itself was a perfect golden brown, soft yet structured. The icing. A smooth velvety vanilla cream. Was pale lavender in color, its faint hue achieved by a careful blend of blueberries and cream. Each stroke of his spatula was deliberate. Controlled. Then. The fruits. Sliced strawberries were arranged in a circular pattern, their vibrant red standing out against the soft lavender icing. Blueberries and blackberries were placed carefully, adding depth to both the color and flavor. A few thin slices of peaches glowed under the lantern's light, their golden hue, a soft contrast to the cool tones of the berries. Kokushibo stepped back, his sharp gaze scanning his work for any imperfections. There were none. Satisfied, he set the cake aside. Yoriichi's milk tea. The perfect balance. While his brother worked on the cake, Yoriichi had been preparing something of his own. A rich creamy milk tea, infused with the deep earthy flavors of black tea and sweetened with just the right amount of honey and brown sugar. And at the bottom of each cup. Soft, chewy black pearls. The tapioca pearls had been carefully boiled and soaked in dark brown sugar syrup, ensuring a perfectly chewy, sweet texture with every sip. Kunu practically vibrated in excitement. Boba. You made boba tea? She gasped, eyes sparkling. Mother never lets me have too much of this. Yoriichi chuckled softly. It is best in moderation. Kokushibo, finishing his cake, scoffed. TCH. Moderation is irrelevant if it is properly made. Kunu nodded furiously. Yeah. That. He gets it. Isaka sighed, giving Kokushibo an amused look. Are you trying to make my daughter more stubborn? Kokushibo merely shrugged. Kunu, eager, grabbed her cup and took a big sip. Immediately, her eyes widened and her ears twitched. It's so good. She whispered, as if in awe. Yoriichi smiled. Amaterasu, still watching everything with scrutiny, took a slow sip of her own tea. Her expression did not change. But she did not complain. Kokushibo, setting down a perfectly sharpened knife, gave a small nod. The cake is ready. He lifted the knife and with flawless precision, cut perfectly even slices. Not a single crumb fell out of place. Kunu took the first bite. And immediately melted. MMMGH. It's so fluffy. She squealed, kicking her legs under the table. It's like eating a cloud that's full of yummy cream and fruit. Yusaka, taking a bite of her own, hummed in appreciation. It's well balanced. The lavender icing isn't too sweet and the fruit adds just enough tartness. Amaterasu, despite herself, took a forkful. As the soft sponge melted on her tongue, paired with the delicate vanilla cream and the burst of fruit, she found herself not disliking it. She did not praise it. She did not comment. She simply ate. And for Kokushibo. That was enough. The two brothers. Unbothered by judgment. As the night stretched on, the koi pond house was filled with the soft clinking of forks against plates, the occasional hum of satisfaction, and the gentle flickering of fireflies. Amaterasu, despite her continued judgment of men, had fallen silent. Not because she had changed her mind. But because, for the first time in a long while, she had no argument to make. She could not call them arrogant. She could not call them reckless. She could not call them anything at all. Because these two men, these two warriors, these two brothers, did not care. They did not cook to prove anything. They did not serve to impress. They simply existed. Unmoved. Unshaken. Unbothered. And that, more than anything, frustrated her. Reflecting the soft glow of the lanterns hanging from the wooden beams. The air was peaceful. Too peaceful. And Drake hated it. Perfect timing, he thought, watching the two brothers exchange their playful shoves, knowing full well what this was about. Partner. Drake's deep booming voice echoed in his mind, full of amusement. This is your chance. The goddess is watching closely. You should make use of the clones now. Issei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean? Have the clones fight. Let them put on a show, make it dramatic. If we're to deceive Amaterasu, we must play the role of foolish men. Loud, reckless, and without control. That will make her believe we are no threat. The chaos will throw her off the scent. A grin spread across Issei's face as the idea formed in his mind. He nodded slightly, then glanced at the clones in his mindscape, observing their reactions. A distraction, huh? Issei mused aloud, watching the brothers start their mock battle. Let's see if she buys it. Exactly. Drake responded with a chuckle. It'll be fun watching the goddess squirm a little. Let's make sure we give her a good show. Issei gave a slight smirk, turning his attention back to the fight unfolding in front of him. And so, with a flick of his thoughts, he set the stage for the clones to start their mock battle. Ensuring that Amaterasu's suspicions would be further clouded. The scene would play out just as he had planned. Without another word, he shoved Yoriichi's shoulder. Yoriichi barely moved, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Was that necessary? Kokushibo smirked. TCH. I thought you had faster reflexes. Yoriichi blinked. I do. Kokushibo shoved him again. Yoriichi sighed. Then, with effortless speed, he flicked Kokushibo's forehead. Smack. Kokushibo paused. A slow breath left his lips. Then, he swung. The fight began. The fists of sun and moon. In an instant, the air shifted. Kokushibo's first punch came fast, aimed straight for Yoriichi's jaw. Yoriichi leaned slightly to the side, dodging effortlessly before bringing up his elbow to counter. Kokushibo barely blocked in time. The force sent a shockwave through the wooden deck. Kunu gasped. Wow. Yusaka's ears twitched. Oh no. Amaterasu, on the other hand, smirked. HMPH. So, they're just like every other man after all. She took a slow sip of her tea. Violent. Brainless. Unable to control themselves. Yusaka sighed, rubbing her temple. Kunu looked up at her mother. Aren't you gonna stop them? Yusaka took another sip of tea. Not yet. Kunu blinked. Meanwhile, the brothers continued. Kokushibo grabbed Yoriichi by the shoulder, attempting to throw him. But Yoriichi twisted mid-air, landing perfectly before retaliating with a palm strike. Kokushibo blocked, but the force sent him skidding back. He clicked his tongue. TCH. Yoriichi, despite the situation, remained expressionless. Are we done? Kokushibo grinned. No. The breaking point. Their movements were flawless. Not a single wasted motion. Every dodge, every strike, every counter. Perfectly calculated. Amaterasu watched, unimpressed. Typical. She scoffed. Nothing but barbarians with strength. Kunu scowled. They're not barbarians. Amaterasu didn't even look at her. Look at them. They fight without speaking. Without strategy. Just mindless instinct. Yusaka chuckled. You really think they aren't thinking? Amaterasu frowned slightly. Then, just as she was about to say something, the fight stopped. A tiny fox appears. Right in the middle of the battlefield. A small fluffy creature sat. The brothers, mid-strike, froze. It was a fox. But not just any fox. It had 9 tiny tails. Its fur was vibrant orange, glowing faintly under the moonlight. Its ears were slightly larger than normal, twitching cutely. And its golden eyes shimmered with intelligence. It looked exactly like a miniature version of Kurama from Naruto. Kunu gasped. Wow. The tiny fox flicked its tails, tilting its head before letting out a soft little bark. Then, it jumped onto Kunu's lap. Kunu froze. Her ears twitched. Her eyes widened. Mother. Yusaka smiled warmly. Kokushibo dusted off his robe. HMPH. That took longer than expected. Yoriichi straightened, his gaze softening. But it arrived. Kunu, still staring at the tiny fox in her lap, slowly looked up. Wow. Kokushibo crossed his arms. TCH. You have forgotten already? Yoriichi, ever patient, smiled. Happy birthday, Kunu. Kunu's mouth fell open. What? The tiny fox nuzzled into her arms. Kunu's eyes sparkled. Yusaka giggled. I did say I had a surprise for you, didn't I? Kunu gently picked up the tiny fox, holding it up as its 9 little tails wagged. Is it? For me? Kokushibo sighed. TCH. I wouldn't have wasted my time otherwise. Yoriichi chuckled softly. It is yours to care for. Kunu's entire face lit up. She squeezed the tiny fox, her tails wagging furiously. Best birthday ever. Amaterasu, who had been completely silent, stared. You were fighting to stall time for this? Yusaka grinned. Of course. Amaterasu's eye twitched. She had spent all that time thinking they were nothing but foolish men. And yet this entire battle was an act. For a birthday surprise. I despise you all. She muttered, rubbing her temple. Yusaka giggled. Oh, don't be like that. Have some more tea. Amaterasu sighed. Kunu hugged her tiny fox. Yoriichi smiled. Kokushibo smirked. And as the night stretched on, the koi pond house was filled with warmth. And the laughter of a very happy birthday girl. As the tiny fox nuzzled into Kunu's arms and she exclaimed, her joy echoing throughout the koi pond house, Issei couldn't help but chuckle quietly. So, that's what they were stalling for, he thought, watching through Kokushibo's eyes as Kunu held the fox up, her excitement infectious. The playful tension of the fight evaporating in the blink of an eye. Braig's voice rumbled in his mind, full of amusement. Ha. And here I thought these two were simply having a row for no reason. The old man and the demon. No, wait, these two aren't exactly old, Issei chuckled to himself. But seriously, a birthday surprise. That was the plan all along. Oh, no doubt about it, partner. Draig said, a mischievous edge to his tone. Those two are as crafty as they come. Stalling Amaterasu with a fight while planning a surprise. Truly a classic move. I'd call it brilliant if I didn't find it a little amusing. Issei smirked as he continued to observe Kokushibo and Yoriichi, their faces calm as ever, despite the chaos they just orchestrated. Yeah, I've got to admit. Issei thought that was a good play. They really know how to keep their cool. Draig chuckled in response. I think Amaterasu would agree. She'll be fuming about this for a while, but it's hard to argue with the results. A gift, a show, and complete misdirection. It's almost too perfect. Issei chuckled again. Yeah, but it's all in the fun. They sure know how to throw a good curveball. Indeed. Draig rumbled. It makes me wonder if there's anything these two can't do, partner. But hey, let's enjoy the moment. Kunu's joy is infectious. Even I'm smiling at this one. Issei leaned back slightly, smirking as the scene unfolded. I'm definitely enjoying this. Can't wait to see Amaterasu's reaction once she realizes she's been played so well. As Kunu squeezed her tiny fox, her happiness filling the air, Issei couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The night was full of laughter, warmth, and a touch of mischief. One that could only be pulled off by those two legendary brothers. And for a moment, everything felt just right. The night had grown late, and the lingering warmth of the evening's events had settled over the shrine. The koi pond house still glowed softly under the lantern light, the gentle ripples of the water reflecting the stars above. Amaterasu, however, had seen enough. Standing at the entrance to the shrine grounds, she adjusted her crimson and gold kimono, her amber eyes flickering toward Yusaka with a familiar disapproval. You surround yourself with unusual company, she remarked. Yusaka, ever unbothered, smiled. And yet, you stayed longer than expected. Amaterasu scoffed, her long black hair swaying as she turned away. Only because I was observing. Kokushibo, standing off to the side with his arms crossed, let out a faint tch. Yoriichi, ever patient, gave a slight bow. Safe travels, Amaterasu-sama. Amaterasu did not acknowledge him. Instead, she gave one last glance at the two brothers before flicking her sleeve and vanishing into the sky in a streak of golden light. The shrine returned to silence. The realization. Kunu, still hugging her tiny fox, watched the sky for a moment before sighing. Finally. She's so grumpy. Yusaka chuckled. She's just cautious. Kokushibo huffed. She is bothersome. Yoriichi, in contrast, simply said. She has her reasons. Kunu rolled her eyes. She's just like one of those strict teachers who doesn't know how to have fun. Then, finally relaxing, she looked up at Kokushibo properly. And then. She froze. Her fox ears twitched. Her golden eyes widened. Wait a minute. Kokushibo raised an eyebrow. Kunu stared. She stared hard. Mother. She whispered, her grip on her tiny fox tightening. Yusaka, sensing where this was going, gave an amused smile. Yes, dear. Kunu pointed directly at Kokushibo. Why does Grandpa Shibo look human? Silence. Kokushibo blinked. Yoriichi sighed softly. Yusaka took another slow sip of tea. Kunu kept pointing. Wow. What happened? His skin. His eyes. He doesn't look all scary anymore. Kokushibo tch''D. Scary? Kunu ignored him, turning to her mother. Did he evolve or something? Did he use some kind of super secret fox magic? Is he okay? Yusaka chuckled. He's fine, Kunu. Kunu gasped. Did you turn him into a human? Yoriichi chuckled lightly. No. Kunu squinted. Then. Why? Kokushibo sighed heavily. Tch. Because it was necessary. Kunu's ears twitched. What do you mean? Yusaka smirked, setting her cup down. Let's just say. We had to make sure Amaterasu didn't get too suspicious. Kunu gawked. Wait. Wait. She turned back to Kokushibo, grabbing his sleeve. Can you change back? Kokushibo stared at her. Yes. Kunu leaned in, eyes sparkling. Can you do it now? Kokushibo glared. No. Kunu pouted. Why not? Kokushibo tch''d again. It is troublesome. Kunu huffed. But you look so normal. Yoriichi smiled softly. Is that bad? Kunu blinked, then crossed her arms. No, but. She turned back to Kokushibo, her tail swishing behind her. Then, after a long moment. You do kinda look cooler this way. Kokushibo paused. Tch. Yusaka, seeing her chance, smirked. Oh. So you like this version of him? Kunu nodded. Yeah. It makes him look more like a mysterious warrior from a storybook. Yoriichi chuckled lightly. I suppose that is a compliment, brother. Kokushibo sighed, rubbing his temple. Enough of this. Kunu grinned. Nope. This is my new favorite Grandpa Shibo form. Kokushibo glared at Yusaka. This is your fault. Yusaka took another slow sip of tea, smirking. I know. The morning mist rolled over Kyoto, cool and crisp as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon. The shrine grounds were peaceful, the faint chirping of birds the only sound accompanying the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. The koi pond reflected the golden morning light, its surface undisturbed. Until. The low, reverberating hum of power disrupted the tranquility. A presence. Dark, immense, and undeniable. At the center of the shrine courtyard, standing beneath the shade of the cherry blossoms, Kokushibo had returned to his true form. His 6 glowing eyes opened slowly, their eerie, unnatural radiance flickering like candle flames. His skin, once warm and human-like, was now pale and unnerving, an ethereal contrast to the dark patterns running along his face. His demonic aura, restrained the night before, now flowed freely, pressing against the shrine like a heavy storm, shifting the air itself. Kokushibo flexed his fingers, the familiar sensation of his true body settling over him. Tch. It felt better. More natural. The human form had been suffocating. Restricting, dulling his senses in ways he despised. Now, he was himself again. Yoriichi's arrival. Footsteps approached without hesitation. Yoriichi. Unlike anyone else, he was completely unaffected by the suffocating aura Kokushibo radiated. His red haori fluttered slightly in the morning wind as he stepped onto the stone path leading to the courtyard. His calm brown eyes settled on Kokushibo. You've returned to your form. Kokushibo exhaled sharply through his nose. Of course. I do not enjoy deception. Yoriichi tilted his head slightly. It served its purpose. Kokushibo scoffed, folding his arms. Tch. That does not mean I have to like it. Yoriichi chuckled softly. You never did enjoy constraints. Kokushibo narrowed his many eyes, but did not argue. The fox child reacts. A small gasp suddenly broke through the conversation. Kunu. Standing a few steps away, clutching her tiny fox in her arms, her golden eyes wide with realization. You changed back. Kokushibo turned his 6 glowing eyes toward her. Yes. Kunu pouted. Oh. I like the other form better. Kokushibo twitched. Tch. That is irrelevant. Kunu stomped forward, standing directly in front of him, looking up at his towering form. But the other form made you look like a cool swordsman. Now you look all creepy again. Yoriichi covered his mouth, holding back a chuckle. Kokushibo gritted his teeth. I am not here for your amusement. Kunu, completely unbothered by his demonic presence, crossed her arms. I wasn't making fun of you. I just think you looked nicer before. Kokushibo stared. Kunu blinked. Then. She smirked. I get it. Kokushibo narrowed his 6 eyes. Get what? Kunu's smirk widened. You turned back because you were too handsome and it made you uncomfortable, didn't you? Silence. Yoriichi blinked. Kokushibo visibly twitched. Yusaka, who had just stepped onto the scene, laughed. Oh, I like this theory. Kokushibo clicked his tongue loudly. Enough. Kunu giggled. It's okay, Grandpa Shibo, I understand. Being too good looking is a lot of responsibility. Kokushibo turned away, exhaling sharply. Yoriichi, unable to hold it in anymore, let out a soft laugh. Kokushibo glared at him. Do not encourage this. Kunu giggled again, clearly very pleased with herself. Yusaka smirked, crossing her arms. Well, regardless of how you look, I suppose it's good to have you back to your usual terrifying self. Kokushibo scoffed, his 6 eyes flickering toward her. Tch. You are all insufferable. Kunu, still smirking, tugged on his sleeve. You love us. Kokushibo tch''d again but didn't pull away. Yoriichi smiled softly. For all his complaints. Kokushibo never walked away. The night was still, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the cool breeze. The lanterns hanging from the eaves of the koi pond house cast soft golden light over the wooden deck, their glow reflecting in the rippling water below. Yusaka sat near the edge, her long golden hair cascading over her shoulder, illuminated by the moonlight. The cup of warm tea rested in her delicate hands, steam curling into the air. Across from her, Yoriichi sat in silent contemplation, his expression as unreadable as ever. For a while, neither spoke. The world around them was peaceful, yet Yusaka could feel something lingering in the air. An invisible weight pressing against the quiet. Yoriichi was always calm. Always composed. But there was a difference between peace and distance. And tonight, he seemed far away. She exhaled softly. "You've been quieter than usual." Yoriichi blinked, turning his deep brown eyes toward her. "Have I?" Yusaka chuckled lightly, taking a small sip of her tea. "You may not say much to begin with, but I can tell when you're lost in thought." Yoriichi looked down at his hands, as if studying them. "I have always been this way." Yusaka tilted her head slightly, watching him carefully. "That may be true. But something is troubling you, isn't it?" Yoriichi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gazed out over the koi pond, the reflection of the moon shimmering in the water. "I do not belong here." Yusaka blinked, surprised by his words. She set her cup down gently. "What makes you say that?" Yoriichi's hands curled slightly. "I am a man displaced from time. I should not exist." Yusaka's expression softened. "And yet, here you are." "Yes." Yoriichi exhaled slowly, his posture still perfect, but there was something in his gaze. Something distant, something burdened. "The world I knew is gone," he murmured. "The people, the land, the skies I once walked under. They no longer exist as I remember them." He looked at his hands again. "I have always been a man of duty. My purpose was to rid the world of demons. And yet, even in my death, I could not complete that purpose." A pause. "And now, I am here. In a world that does not need me." Yusaka frowned slightly. "That's not true." Yoriichi turned to her, silent. She met his gaze with certainty. "You were brought here for a reason." She gestured around them. "Kyoto may not be your homeland, but it is still a place that needs protecting. And I have seen how you fight. How you carry yourself. You are not a man who walks without purpose." Yoriichi's gaze lowered slightly, as if absorbing her words. Yusaka smiled softly. "Even if you cannot see it now, you are meant to be here." A long silence stretched between them. Then, for the first time in a long time, Yoriichi smiled. A soft, small, yet undeniably warm expression. Yusaka stared. Her golden eyes widened just slightly, her heart skipping an unfamiliar beat. It was so gentle. So pure. She had seen many things in her lifetime. Fought in countless battles. Met gods and devils alike. But she had never, not once, seen a man smile like that. "You are kind, Yusaka." Yusaka blinked, suddenly realizing she had been staring. She quickly turned her gaze away, hiding the faint warmth on her cheeks behind her sleeve as she lifted her tea. "HMPH. Of course I am." Yoriichi's soft chuckle reached her ears, and for once, the weight of the world didn't seem so heavy. The soft crackling of incense filled Yusaka's office, the scent of sandalwood lingering in the air. Scrolls and documents were neatly stacked on her desk, the dim candlelight flickering softly against the paper. She had barely settled into her work when… Knock. Knock. Yusaka blinked. She recognized that knock. Firm. Impatient. Regal. "Come in." The door slid open smoothly, revealing Amaterasu. Dressed in her usual crimson and gold kimono, her long midnight black hair flowed behind her, her golden sun mark glowing faintly against her forehead. Her expression was unreadable, but Yusaka immediately noticed something off. There was a flicker of mild irritation in her amber eyes. Yusaka smirked slightly. Well. To what do I owe this surprise visit?" Amaterasu exhaled sharply, stepping forward. Without a word, she placed a sealed envelope onto Yusaka's desk. Yusaka raised an eyebrow, picking it up. The wax seal bore a familiar emblem. A thunderbolt. Zeus. Amaterasu nodded once. "He is hosting a celebration. Some grand gathering of deities and powerful figures." Yusaka tilted her head. "A celebration for what?" Amaterasu sighed. "Does Zeus ever need a reason?" Yusaka chuckled. "Fair point. Zeus was a known reveler. If there was an excuse to throw a grand feast, he would take it." Yusaka carefully opened the invitation, skimming its contents. A large gathering of the supernatural. Olympians, Norse, Hindu, and more. An opportunity for alliances. Or a breeding ground for tension. She set the parchment down. "I assume you're attending." Amaterasu's expression remained calm, but there was a flicker of annoyance. "Yes." Yusaka smirked knowingly. "Are you inviting your brothers?" Amaterasu closed her eyes briefly, as if gathering patience. Then, she sighed. "Unfortunately, I have no choice." Yusaka raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Amaterasu's fingers curled slightly against her sleeves. Despite their insufferable behavior, Susanoo and Tsukiyomi's presence is necessary. Her tone was reluctant, as if the very thought exhausted her. Zeus specifically requested a full representation of the Shinto pantheon. Yusaka chuckled. You sound thrilled. Amaterasu scowled. Do not mock me. Yusaka smirked, resting her chin on her hand. Oh, but I must. It's rare to see you so bothered. Amaterasu clicked her tongue sharply. TCH. Yusaka, still amused, casually tapped the invitation. Can we bring guests? Amaterasu's gaze snapped toward her. Yusaka smiled innocently. Surely, the great Zeus wouldn't mind a few extra attendees. Amaterasu studied her carefully. You mean them? Yusaka didn't need to clarify. She did. The brothers. Yoriichi and Michikatsu. Amaterasu exhaled through her nose, her expression unreadable. Zeus only requested gods and key supernatural figures. Yusaka shrugged. They are powerful enough to be considered key figures. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes. She could already feel the headache forming. Bringing two mysterious swordsmen to an event filled with egotistical gods. It was a recipe for disaster. And yet, something held her back from outright denying it. She hated to admit it. But they had proven themselves. Michikatsu, despite being insufferable, carried an unwavering strength. Yoriichi, despite being soft-spoken, held a presence unmatched. She clicked her tongue again. If they cause problems, it is on your head, Yusaka. Yusaka smirked, already pleased with the answer. Noted. Amaterasu sighed one last time. She had a feeling the celebration was about to become a lot more chaotic. Present time. The gentle hum of a breeze passed through the open courtyard, carrying the faint scent of cherry blossoms. The sky had begun shifting into the warm colors of the late afternoon, bathing the shrine in hues of gold and red. Yusaka stood with her arms crossed, her golden eyes flickering between the two men before her. Yoriichi and Michikatsu. The two brothers sat across from her on the wooden veranda, listening in silence. So. Yusaka exhaled, placing her hands on her hips. That's that. She had just finished explaining the invitation. The grand celebration hosted by Zeus. The gathering of powerful gods and supernatural figures. The fact that Amaterasu reluctantly agreed to let them attend. Now, all that was left was their response. Yoriichi, as always, was calm. Michikatsu, as expected, was unimpressed. A long pause stretched between them. Then. No. Michikatsu's voice was flat, final. Yusaka raised an eyebrow. No. Michikatsu clicked his tongue. TCH. I see no reason to waste time entertaining the delusions of arrogant gods. Yusaka sighed. She had expected this. She turned to Yoriichi instead. And you? Yoriichi remained silent for a moment, his golden eyes thoughtful. Then, with a slow nod. I will go. Michikatsu's head snapped toward him. Yusaka smirked slightly. Michikatsu scowled. You would willingly subject yourself to their games. Yoriichi's expression did not change. It is an opportunity. Michikatsu clicked his tongue again. TCH. An opportunity to do what? Listen to gods boast about themselves. Yusaka sighed again, rubbing her temples. You know, for someone who was once a samurai, you're awfully dramatic about social gatherings. Michikatsu's eye twitched slightly. I see no value in meaningless conversation. Kunu, who had been eavesdropping from the side, giggled. Grandpa Shibo doesn't want to go to the party. Michikatsu glared at her. Kunu stuck her tongue out. He's scared. Michikatsu's brow twitched. TCH. Hardly. Yusaka smirked. So, you're coming, then? Michikatsu stared at her, then at Yoriichi, then back at her. The irritation in his gaze was undeniable. Then. No. Deep within a secluded cavern, hidden from the eyes of gods and men, Issei Haidu sat in silence. The soft glow of the boosted gear pulsed against his arm, its crimson hue casting faint reflections across the cave walls. The air was cool, damp, the distant sound of dripping water echoing softly through the underground chamber. Before him, Drake's massive form loomed, his emerald eyes watching with quiet intensity. But Issei's focus was elsewhere. His golden eyes flickered with distant visions. Through Michikatsu's eyes, he watched the scene unfold at the shrine. Yusaka. Yoriichi. Kunu. He could hear them speak. Could feel Michikatsu's irritation. Could see his own clone sitting there, responding to Yusaka's invitation. And as he watched, a small smirk formed on his lips. So. They're going to Zeus's little party. Drake grumbled. You seem amused. Issei leaned back slightly against the cave wall, exhaling slowly. It's interesting, that's all. Drake narrowed his glowing eyes. And what will you do? Issei's smirk faded, his expression turning calm, unreadable. I'll simply watch, thought Yoriichi. Drake exhaled, a low rumble vibrating the cavern. And the other clone. Issei's golden eyes flickered as he shifted his gaze toward the distant cave entrance. It will stay at the shrine. Kunu must be protected. Drake hummed. A wise choice. Issei closed his eyes briefly, his expression unreadable. Drake studied him for a long moment before letting out a deep chuckle. Heh. Then let's see how the gods handle this. A faint smirk returned to Issei's lips. He would test the god's power. The afternoon in the shrine. The golden glow of the afternoon sun bathed the shrine, casting long shadows across the wooden veranda where Yusaka stood, arms crossed, her golden eyes narrowed at her daughter. Kunu, ears twitching and tail swishing, was staring up at her mother with wide pleading eyes. No. Yusaka said firmly. Kunu puffed up her cheeks. But why? You are not coming to Olympus. Yusaka continued, her tone absolute. Kunu's fox ears drooped. But. No. Kunu flinched at her mother's sharp tone. Yusaka rarely got this firm with her. Yusaka exhaled, trying to stay patient. Kunu, Olympus is no place for a child. This is a gathering of powerful gods and beings. It is not a festival. It is not a playground. It is dangerous. Kunu fidgeted. But Uncle Yoriichi and Grandpa Shibo will be there. Yusaka deadpanned. That does not help your case. Kunu stomped her foot. That's not fair. I want to go too. Yusaka sighed, rubbing her temples. This was going to take a while. The escape to Yoriichi. Kunu, realizing she wasn't winning this fight, did the next best thing. She turned on her heel and ran. Kunu. Yusaka called after her, but the little fox had already dashed across the courtyard. She rushed toward Yoriichi, who was sitting peacefully near the koi pond, calmly watching the water ripple. She practically threw herself at him, grabbing onto his sleeve. Uncle Yoriichi. She whined. Mama is mad at me. Yoriichi blinked. Slowly, he turned his head toward her, his calm golden eyes meeting her distressed ones. Yusaka arrived moments later, placing her hands on her hips. Kunu. But before Yusaka could say anything else, Yoriichi knelt down to one knee, leveling himself with Kunu. He placed a gentle hand on her head, smiling softly. Kunu. His voice was gentle, steady. Your mother is not angry with you. Kunu sniffled. She sounds mad. Yoriichi shook his head. She is only firm because she loves you. Kunu blinked. Yoriichi continued, his tone calm and patient. Do you remember when you first learned how to jump across the stepping stones by the pond? Kunu nodded slowly. Yeah. Yoriichi smiled softly. At first, you almost fell into the water. But your mother held your hand, didn't she? Kunu nodded again, her ears perking up slightly. Aha. Yoriichi's expression remained warm. She let go when she knew you could do it by yourself. But she stayed close, ready to catch you if you needed her. Kunu's eyes widened slightly. Yoriichi gently tapped her forehead. This is the same. You are not ready to jump this distance yet. And your mother is keeping you safe. Kunu's ears twitched. She looked at Yusaka, who was completely frozen in place. Yusaka's mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Kunu turned back to Yoriichi, slowly processing his words. Then. She sighed. So I really can't go. Yoriichi smiled kindly. Not yet. Kunu pouted, but nodded. Okay. Yusaka blinked. That's it. That easily. She had spent 10 minutes arguing with Kunu, and Yoriichi calmed her down in 10 seconds. Kunu turned to Yusaka and smiled brightly. Sorry mama. I get it now. Yusaka's eye twitched. She had been arguing in circles, trying to explain this logically. Only for Yoriichi to say one thing and suddenly become the hero. Kunu skipped away happily. I'll stay and watch the shrine with Grandpa Shibo. Yusaka deadpanned. She turned to Yoriichi. You. She exhaled, rubbing her temples. You planned that, didn't you? Yoriichi simply smiled. Yusaka groaned. I hate how good you are at that. Kokushibo, watching from a distance, smirked. Yusaka snapped her head toward him. And you. Wipe that smirk off your face. Kokushibo took a slow sip of his tea. I refuse. Yusaka pinched the bridge of her nose, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Kunu had completely accepted her fate of staying behind. Just like that. And it was all because of one conversation with Yoriichi. Meanwhile, Kokushibo sat nearby, smugly sipping his tea, his smirk barely hidden behind his cup. Yusaka exhaled sharply, giving him a glare. Are you enjoying this? Kokushibo lowered his cup, his golden eyes glinting with quiet amusement. Yes. Yusaka's eye twitched. Kunu, still happily humming to herself, grabbed Kurama and skipped off toward the shrine. Yusaka watched her go, then sighed, shaking her head. I swear, sometimes that girl is too easy to manipulate. Yoriichi, still kneeling, tilted his head slightly. It is not manipulation. Yusaka raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then what would you call it? Yoriichi's expression remained gentle. Understanding. Yusaka stared at him for a moment. Then she sighed again, rubbing her temples. Ugh. You're too nice. Yoriichi simply smiled softly. Kokushibo scoffed. It is pathetic. Yusaka turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Oh? And what would you have said to her? Kokushibo's expression remained flat. The truth. Yusaka rolled her eyes. Oh, right. Because you're the expert on talking to children. Kokushibo took another sip of tea. I was a father once. Yusaka froze. Even Yoriichi paused. The air grew still. Kokushibo placed his cup down with absolute precision, his expression unreadable. But I was not a good one. Yusaka blinked. She had expected him to say something cold, something dismissive. But instead, his words carried an undeniable weight. A weight that lingered between them. Yoriichi's golden eyes softened just slightly. Yusaka didn't know what to say. The moment stretched on. Then, Kunu's voice suddenly called out from the shrine. Mother. Uncle Yoriichi. Grandpa Shibo. Come help me make food. The tension snapped. Yusaka exhaled, shaking her head. Grandpa Shibo. Kokushibo clicked his tongue. TCH. Yoriichi chuckled quietly. Kunu called out again. Hurry up or I'll make it all myself. Yusaka sighed, then turned back to the brothers. Well. She smirked slightly. You two coming? Yoriichi nodded. Of course. Kokushibo glanced away. I see no reason to waste time in the kitchen. Yusaka grinned. Oh. So you're fine with whatever Kunu makes? Kokushibo paused. Kunu's cooking. The last time she had attempted something alone, the entire shrine had been filled with the smell of burnt rice and miso soup that tasted like seawater. A long silence stretched between them. Then, without a word, Kokushibo stood up. Yusaka smirked in victory. And with that, the three of them headed toward the shrine, where Kunu awaited them. A long day indeed. The shrine in trance. Sundown. The shrine stood peaceful beneath the golden hues of the late afternoon sky. The scent of cherry blossoms and incense filled the air, carrying the soft hum of wind chimes swaying with the breeze. Yusaka, standing in the courtyard, had been preparing for their departure when a sudden shift in the air. The atmosphere warped, rippling like disturbed water. Then, a silver light flashed. A tall figure emerged first, stepping through the distortion with an aura of cold elegance. Tsukiyomi, the moon god. Draped in midnight blue robes adorned with silver patterns, long black hair cascading over his shoulders, Tsukiyomi appeared like the embodiment of the night sky. His expression, as always, was unreadable. Calm, distant, unbothered. His sharp piercing silver eyes flickered briefly across the shrine before settling on Yusaka. He took a single step forward and exhaled slowly. It has been some time. Yusaka arched an eyebrow. It has. Before she could say anything else. Another presence surged forth. A strong gust of wind burst through the area as a man of wild, untamed energy strode out from the teleportation light. Susanoo, the storm god. A towering warrior, clad in a loose open robe, muscular and rugged, his long untamed black hair flowed freely behind him. His fiery crimson eyes held a fierce playful glint, and a massive sheathed sword rested across his back. Unlike Tsukiyomi, who carried an aura of quiet cold, Susanoo exuded an overwhelming, storm-like presence. He stretched his arms with a loud yawn, smirking. Finally. You took your time, Tsukiyomi. I thought I'd suffocate in that damn teleport. Tsukiyomi, still calmly composed, merely glanced at him. You talk too much. Susanoo grinned. And you talk too little. Then, the last figure stepped through. A golden radiance filled the air. Amaterasu, the sun goddess. Dressed in her flowing crimson and gold kimono, her long midnight black hair cascading elegantly, Amaterasu stepped forward with quiet authority. The mark of the sun on her forehead glowed faintly, and her amber eyes, sharp and calculating, immediately locked onto Yusaka. There was a long pause. Then, she exhaled sharply. I already regret this. Yusaka smirked. So do I. Susanoo grinned. Heh. Come on, Amaterasu, lighten up. It's a party. You need to have some fun. Amaterasu shot him a cold glare. You are the last person to lecture me on responsibility. Susanoo chuckled. Responsibility? Nah, I leave that to you and the moon boy over there. He slapped Tsukiyomi's back. Only for Tsukiyomi to sidestep effortlessly, causing Susanoo's hand to hit nothing but air. Tsukiyomi sighed. Must you always be a fool? Susanoo smirked. Must you always be boring? Yusaka chuckled quietly. Some things never changed. Then, Amaterasu turned back to her. Are you ready? Yusaka exhaled, folding her arms. Yes. But before we go, I should inform you. She gestured behind her. Yoriichi and Michikatsu stood near the shrine entrance, waiting. Michikatsu, in his human disguise, arms crossed, was clearly not thrilled. Yoriichi, as always, remained calm and unreadable. Susanoo whistled, eyeing the two swordsmen with clear intrigue. Oi. Who are the warriors? Before Yusaka could respond, Amaterasu sighed heavily, crossing her arms. Unwanted guests. The words hung in the air. A flicker of irritation crossed Michikatsu's golden eyes. Yoriichi, as always, remained calm and polite, offering a small bow. But Michikatsu. He slowly turned his head toward Amaterasu, his gaze steady, his voice cold. Unwanted. His tone was smooth, not mocking, but carrying an edge sharper than any blade. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes. Did I stutter? Michikatsu simply tilted his head. No. He replied. But I find it amusing. Amaterasu's brow twitched. Amusing. Michikatsu nodded once, his face unreadable. Yes. It is rare to meet someone whose presence is even less desired than mine. A beat of silence. Then. Susanoo erupted into laughter. PFFT. Bahaha. Oi, oi, I like this guy. He clapped Michikatsu hard on the back, grinning ear to ear. Amaterasu's eye twitched dangerously. She folded her arms tighter, her sharp amber gaze burning into Michikatsu. You must have some nerve to speak to me like that. Michikatsu's expression did not change. And you must have a fragile ego to be this easily rattled. Yusaka choked on her laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Even Tsukiyomi, usually stone-faced, exhaled through his nose slightly, his version of amusement. Susanoo, meanwhile, was having the time of his life. Oi, oi. Michikatsu, right. Susanoo grinned. I think I just found my new drinking buddy. Michikatsu exhaled slowly. I do not drink. Susanoo shrugged. Then I'll drink for the both of us. Amaterasu rolled her eyes. I have no patience for this. Michikatsu smirked slightly. Then leave. Amaterasu snapped her head toward him so fast it nearly cracked. What? Michikatsu continued, his tone infuriatingly calm. If my presence offends you so much, then simply go on without us. No one is forcing you to stay. Amaterasu's fists curled tightly at her sides. Yoriichi, sensing the tension, finally spoke. Brother. He said gently. That is enough. Michikatsu clicked his tongue. TCH. Amaterasu took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain composed. Enough games. She turned to Tsukiyomi. Let's just leave. Tsukiyomi lifted a hand, his expression as blank as ever as a portal of shimmering moonlight began forming before them. The portal shimmered, signaling their imminent departure. Tsukiyomi stood, calm and composed, maintaining the spell. Susanoo looked entertained. Amaterasu. She was visibly irritated. She crossed her arms, let out a sharp sigh, and cast a glare toward Michikatsu. Well. She scoffed, tilting her chin. At least one good thing came from all of this. Yusaka raised an eyebrow. Oh. Amaterasu smirked, voice dripping with mock relief. At least he's not coming with us. Michikatsu, who had remained silent until now, finally turned his golden gaze toward her. There was a pause. Then. His lips curled into a smirk. Indeed. A beat of silence. Then. He struck. Well, I suppose that makes sense. He mused, voice calm. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes. And why is that? Michikatsu sighed, tilting his head. Well, the sun doesn't really like being next to anything that shines brighter than it. Boom. Susanoo collapsed. Bahahaha. Bro, what? He slapped his knee, gasping for air. Yusaka's eyes widened as she choked on her own breath. Kunu froze mid-giggle, then shrieked. Oh my god. Tsukiyomi twitched. His lip curled slightly. Then. The quiet PFFFFT escaped. His shoulders started trembling. He immediately turned away, gripping his chest. Amaterasu's eye twitched dangerously. Are you laughing, Tsukiyomi? Tsukiyomi did not turn around. He couldn't. His entire existence was quaking. Susanoo, rolling on the ground, was wheezing uncontrollably. Michikatsu, completely unbothered, simply took a slow sip of tea. TCH. But he wasn't finished. In fact. He continued, completely composed. I always assumed a sun goddess would have a radiant personality. Amaterasu huffed. And I do. Michikatsu slowly set down his cup. Really? He paused, tilting his head slightly. Then why is talking to you the emotional equivalent of microwaving ice? Susanoo was kicking the air, wheezing like he was on his last breath. Kunu was banging the floor with her fists, tears streaming down her face. Yusaka turned away, gripping the railing as she shook violently. Amaterasu looked like she was about to detonate. Susanoo. Tsukiyomi was barely holding in. Michikatsu watched Tsukiyomi with mild amusement. But he wasn't finished. No, truly. He said, his voice smooth. I'm glad I'm not going. I'd hate to interfere with your brilliance. Amaterasu smirked smugly. At least you understand that. Michikatsu nodded. Yes. Because the last time the sun was this full of itself, dinosaurs went extinct. Tsukiyomi immediately collapsed. His legs buckled, his hand slammed against the shrine pillar, glowing with blue energy as he tried to hold himself together. His face contorted, his teeth clenched as he wheezed for air. He was quaking. Sweating. Fighting for his life. Amaterasu snapped. Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi did not turn around. He couldn't. If he looked at Michikatsu, he would actually die. Amaterasu clenched her fists, eyes glowing with pure rage. Open the portal. Tsukiyomi, trembling violently, waved his hand toward the portal. It is ready. Amaterasu stormed through without another word. Susanoo, still wheezing, patted Michikatsu's back. You need to come next time. Please. Michikatsu simply exhaled calmly. TCH. Yosaka smirked. Try not to miss us too much. Michikatsu, taking a slow sip of tea, blinked. Then, with a genuine look of mild confusion. Oh. Wait, 5 of you are leaving. Susanoo raised an eyebrow. Yeah. What about it? Michikatsu blinked, tilting his head slightly. Strange. I thought we were just sending off a giant fireball that's only useful for half the day. Tsukiyomi. Full. Stopped. Breathing. A wave of pure black energy irradiated from him, engulfing the entire shrine. The sky darkened. The trees trembled. The shrine walls cracked. Tsukiyomi gripped the shrine pillar, his body shuddering violently. His breathing was ragged. His hands were trembling. He was on the verge of spiritual collapse. Susanoo was dead on the ground, clutching his stomach, wheezing. Kunu had fallen off the steps, clutching her sides. Yosaka was turned away, her whole body shaking. Amaterasu. She was seething. And then. Michikatsu looked at Tsukiyomi. His expression shifted. Completely blank. As if he genuinely didn't understand what just happened. What? He asked, confused. Tsukiyomi collapsed. His hand slammed into the ground. The entire shrine shook. The wooden flooring shattered beneath his grip, spiderweb cracks exploding outward. His breath came out in sharp trembling gasps. He bit his lip, his body twitching violently. He had lost. Michikatsu, still compassed, took another sip of tea. TCH. Amaterasu, glowing with pure rage, stormed through the portal. Susanoo, still gasping for breath, patted Michikatsu's back as he staggered forward. Bro. You need to come next time. Please. Michikatsu simply exhaled calmly. Why would I? I already forgot the sun goddess existed. Just like everyone does the moment the clouds show up. Tsukiyomi gripped the ground again. A loud crack split the air as more of the shrine's flooring fractured under his strength. His entire body trembled, his aura seething with barely contained destruction. And then. Michikatsu blinked, tilting his head. His expression softened into something innocent. As if he was genuinely curious. Wait. He pointed at Amaterasu, his brows slightly furrowed. If you're the sun goddess. A pause. Then. He tilted his head slightly. Why is everyone always happier when you leave? Tsukiyomi fully collapsed. The ground below him gave out completely. The wooden planks caved inward as his aura finally broke. Susanoo let out one last wheeze and fell face first onto the floor. Kunu let out a final scream laugh and rolled away. Yosaka bit her knuckles so hard she almost bled. The portal snapped closed. And then. Silence. Kunu, still giggling, looked up at Michikatsu. Uncle Michikatsu. I think you just made Aunt Amaterasu your eternal enemy. Michikatsu took another slow sip of tea. Then. Completely unbothered. Good. Olympus Grand Courtyard. A golden light flashed across the sky, and in an instant, the divine figures of the Shinto deities and Yosaka materialized onto Olympus's grand courtyard. However. They did not land gracefully. They collapsed. The Greek gods, who had been waiting to receive them, blinked in confusion as their guests lay scattered across the polished white marble of Olympus. The moment was silent. Then. Chaos. Amaterasu. She stood first, regaining her composure immediately. She fixed her kimono, squared her shoulders, and lifted her chin as if nothing had happened. As if she hadn't just been verbally incinerated mere moments ago. Her face was neutral. Her aura. Burning. But beside her. It was an absolute disaster. Susanoo. He was wheezing. The storm god of the Shinto pantheon was kicking his legs against the ground, his fist slamming against the marble as he gasped for air. Holy. Bahaha. How did he? Bahaha. That bastard. His voice cracked, his entire body trembling from the sheer force of laughter. Tsukiyomi. He was frozen. His entire body trembled violently. A dark aura flickered around him. His hands clenched into tight fists. His chest rose and fell rapidly. Struggling. His teeth were bared. His lips were quaking. His entire existence was dedicated to one thing. Not laughing. Because if he did, he would die. His face was darkened, his eyes squeezed shut as he pressed his knuckles against his lips. He could still hear it. Michikatsu's last words. Why is everyone always happier when you leave? Torture. This was divine torture. The laughter was clawing at his soul, trying to break free. He needed to breathe. He needed to compose himself. He was a god. He could handle this. And yet. His entire being was on the verge of betrayal. Meanwhile, the Greek pantheon watched. The Greek gods, standing in formation, had absolutely no idea what was happening. Zeus, standing at the center of the divine welcome, raised an eyebrow, arms crossed. What in the name of Olympus did we just witness? He muttered. Hera, standing beside him, glanced down at the barely functioning Tsukiyomi, then at the still dying Susanoo. I have no idea. She admitted. Apollo, the literal Greek sun god, narrowed his eyes at Amaterasu. Did you just get roasted? Amaterasu's jaw tightened. A vein popped in her temple. No. Apollo squinted. You sure? Amaterasu closed her eyes, took a slow breath, and said nothing. Meanwhile, in the back, the biblical faction was watching. Standing beside the Olympians, Azazel, Cerziches, and Michael had also been waiting for the Shinto gods to arrive. They had not expected to be witnessing a war crime. Azazel, standing arms crossed, tilted his head slowly. Did they just come from a battlefield? He muttered. Cerziches, calmly observing, exhaled lightly. No. He turned toward Amaterasu's barely contained rage. Something much worse. Michael, the leader of heaven, frowned slightly as he gazed down at Tsukiyomi's trembling form. Is he alright? Ares, standing with the Greek gods, pointed at Susanoo. He's definitely not okay. Yusaka, sighing, adjusted her robe. He'll be fine. Meanwhile, Tsukiyomi's internal struggle continued. He tightened his fists further. His shoulders shook. The laughter. It was there. Lurking. Waiting. He couldn't let it win. He wouldn't. Not here. Not in front of the Olympians. Not in front of her. Not after. PFFT. A small noise escaped. Tsukiyomi's eyes widened in sheer horror. He stiffened. His entire body turned to stone. Amaterasu snapped her head toward him immediately. Her eyes glowed dangerously. Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi squeezed his lips shut instantly. No. 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 Not here. Not now. He gathered every ounce of divine willpower in his being. He would not break. He would not laugh. But then, Susanoo, still dying on the floor, gasped out through his wheezing. That bastard. Really. Erased. Her. From existence. Tsukiyomi collapsed. His legs gave out. His knees slammed into the marble. His entire body shook. His head fell forward, his hand pressing against his face. He had lost. The laughter had won. The Olympians and biblical faction were invested. Zeus slowly turned toward Amaterasu. Watching as her divine aura flickered violently, her hands shaking at her sides. I don't know what's happening. Zeus admitted. But I am very invested. Hera nodded. Same. Ares crossed his arms. This is better than war. Apollo smirked. Okay, now I need to know who did this. Meanwhile, Azazel, grinning like a devil, leaned slightly toward Cerziches. Wanna bet on how long before Amaterasu kills someone? Cerziches smiled calmly. I give it 10 minutes. Michael sighed, shaking his head. This is unholy. Azazel shrugged. I like it. Yusaka, done with everything, sighed. She massaged her temples. This. She looked at the absolute mess before her. Is going to be a long night. Olympus. The grand celebration begins. The chaos in the courtyard had finally begun to settle. Though the faint sounds of Susanoo still wheezing and Tsukiyomi fighting for his life could be heard. Amaterasu, still burning with silent rage, forced herself to focus on the reason they were here. The grand celebration hosted by Zeus. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her posture and turned toward the Greek gods. Let's get this over with. Zeus smirked. Now that's the spirit. With a wave of his hand, the golden doors of the grand hall opened. The wave of divine energy surged out, revealing the magnificent interior of Olympus. Golden chandeliers illuminated the massive marble hall, intricate carvings of myths and battles decorating the walls. Long banquet tables lined the room, filled with divine delicacies, golden goblets, and rare ambrosia. The air was thick with the scent of wine, roasted meats, and the faint spark of Olympian magic. The celebration had already begun. Gods and goddesses from various pantheons were gathered, exchanging conversations, laughter, and, most importantly, assessing the new arrivals. Whispers and suspicion. Yoriichi's presence. As the Shinto god stepped inside, many of the Olympians and their guests turned to observe. However, one figure in particular drew many curious gazes. A tall warrior clad in a simple yet elegant crimson and black haori. His deep red hair cascaded over his shoulders, his golden eyes holding a warmth that contrasted the absolute stillness of his presence. There was no divine aura. No overwhelming pressure. Only a calm, unreadable strength. Yet, something about him felt different. The gods whispered. Who is he? I don't recognize him. He carries himself like a warrior. But I can't sense a trace of divinity. Is he mortal? One particularly bold deity stepped forward. Hermes, ever the curious one. He approached Yusaka, offering a charming smile. Lady Yusaka, always a pleasure. he greeted smoothly. Yusaka, still exhausted from earlier events, gave a polite nod. Hermes. Hermes glanced at Yoriichi, his sharp eyes filled with curiosity. And? Who might this be? Before Yusaka could answer, Apollo, still smirking from earlier, stepped forward as well. Yeah, I'd like to know too. The way you carry yourself. You don't seem like an ordinary warrior. The room went silent. Many gods now focused on Yoriichi, awaiting his response. But Yoriichi merely bowed slightly. Then, in a calm, respectful voice. I am simply a swordsman. Silence. Hermes raised an eyebrow. That's vague. Apollo crossed his arms. I don't buy it. Yusaka sighed internally. She had anticipated this. Carefully, she stepped forward. He is an old friend of mine. She stated smoothly. A warrior who has long since walked his own path. Yoriichi remained silent, offering no further explanation. The gods studied him carefully. But despite their curiosity, none of them could sense anything unusual. He was just a warrior. A calm, respectful, and strangely serene presence in a hall full of powerful deities. Hades, who had been observing from his seat, smirked slightly. Interesting. Zeus finally waved a hand, dismissing the tension. Well, whatever he is, he's a guest now. He smirked. Let's enjoy the night. The room slowly resumed its energy. The celebration continued. But Yusaka knew better. There would be more questions later. And she could only hope that Yoriichi would remain as unreadable as ever. Meanwhile, Tsukiyomi and Susanoo were still recovering. Susanoo, grinning, nudged Tsukiyomi, who still had a haunted look in his eyes. Hey, brother, you think we should drink to Michikatsu's absence? Tsukiyomi exhaled sharply. I need something stronger than alcohol. Susanoo snickered. Same. Yusaka, overhearing them, muttered. I should have stayed in Kyoto. As the celebration continued, the pantheon halls filled with divine figures from across the supernatural world. Gods and goddesses from every myth, every nation, every corner of the world had gathered. The Norse. The Egyptians. The Hindus. The Celts. The Chinese. All had come to Olympus for this grand occasion. And yet, despite the overwhelming divine presence, despite the countless powerful deities gathered in one place, one presence stood apart. It was not loud. It did not demand attention. Yet it commanded it. Athena senses it first. The goddess of wisdom and war, clad in her golden armor and flowing white robes, stood among her fellow Olympians. Her storm-gray eyes, always sharp, always analytical, swept across the hall. For a long time, she had stood in silence, simply observing. And then, she felt it. A force. Not of power, but of presence. She turned sharply, her gaze locking onto a single figure. The tall man, dressed in simple crimson and black robes. His posture relaxed, yet absolute. His golden eyes warm, yet distant. A warrior. Yet his presence was not one of violence. Athena narrowed her eyes. Strange. Beside her, another goddess had noticed something as well. Aphrodite feels it too. The goddess of love and beauty, dressed in flowing silks, had long since learned to sense emotions. It was her nature. She could see the way power shifted in a room. The way emotions ebbed and flowed like an endless tide. She could feel the desires of gods, the hunger for power, admiration, dominance. Yet, this man, this warrior, she felt none of that from him. Instead, she felt something far greater. A warmth, a presence so gentle yet so immense, it made her heart pause. Pure kindness. It was unshakable. Unbreakable. A kindness that had no expectations. No arrogance. No ego. Just a presence. Aphrodite blinked. She turned to Athena. You feel it too, don't you? Athena nodded slowly, still staring. Yes. Aphrodite's brows furrowed. But why? He does not carry divine energy. And yet, he feels stronger than most of us. Athena finished. A moment of silence stretched between them. And then, Buddha smirked. Across the room, a man in golden robes, beads hanging from his neck, leaned back against a column. His serene, ever-smiling face tilted slightly, watching Yoriichi with an expression of knowing amusement. Unlike the others, he knew. He had felt it the moment Yoriichi arrived. Not divine power. Not overwhelming might. But something far beyond that. Enlightenment. A state of being so pure, so absolute, it made even the gods themselves feel lesser. Buddha chuckled softly, exhaling from his nose. Interesting. He murmured. Shiva, the Hindu destroyer, standing beside him, raised an eyebrow. You sense it too? Buddha nodded. Oh, yeah. Shiva, ever the warrior, studied Yoriichi carefully. Is he dangerous? Buddha grinned. He's more than that. Shiva narrowed his eyes. Explain. Buddha let out a deep chuckle. He's someone even gods should be careful around. Shiva paused. For someone like Buddha to say such a thing. That was not something to be ignored. Meanwhile, the gods whispered. From the Egyptian pantheon, Ra, the sun god, narrowed his golden eyes. From the Norse pantheon, Odin, seated with his ravens, stroked his beard in thought. From the Chinese pantheon, Guan Yu, the god of war, let out a thoughtful hum. And from the Mayan pantheon, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, smiled faintly. One thought passed through all their minds. Who is this swordsman? And yet, YoriYanagami remained unfazed. He had noticed their stares. He had felt their curiosity. But he did not react. He simply stood, observing. And then, he took a sip of tea. Calm. Unbothered. Yusaka noticed the attention. She sighed deeply, already knowing this was going to lead to more questions. One she wasn't sure how to answer. But for now, she simply said, "He is a friend." A simple response. Yet, none of the gods believed her. Because a man like that, a warrior who carried no divine power, yet commanded more respect than gods themselves. That was not just a friend. That was something else entirely. The celebration continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. Music played. Golden goblets were raised. Laughter echoed through the halls. Yet, despite the grandeur of the event, despite the gathering of gods from every pantheon, many eyes remained locked on one man. YoriYanagami Tsujikuni. The warrior without a divine aura. The swordsman without a title. The man who stood calmly in a hall of gods, yet carried a presence that even they could not ignore. The gods watched. Athena observed him like a puzzle to be solved. Aphrodite felt the warmth of his presence, but could not comprehend why it was so. Asked. Shiva, the Hindu destroyer, watched him with subtle intrigue, wondering if this man was a warrior even he would find worthy. Odin, seated with his ravens, stroked his beard. His one eye filled with thought. Ra, the Egyptian sun god, examined him with silent curiosity. Even Thor, who had been drinking heavily, turned to take a second look, furrowing his brows. And Buddha. Buddha just smiled. Because he already understood. But YoriYanagami. He did not care. The swordsman remained as he was. Calm. Silent. Drinking his tea with absolute serenity. Yusaka knew this was going to be a problem. Sitting beside YoriYanagami, Yusaka sighed internally. They're all watching him. She could feel it. Their eyes, their curiosity. She had anticipated this the moment she brought YoriYanagami here. But now, she realized. She might have underestimated just how much attention he would draw. Taking a slow sip of her own tea, she glanced at him. "You're making them nervous," she murmured quietly. YoriYanagami, as composed as ever, slowly blinked. Then, "Am I?" His tone was calm. As if this was nothing more than a passing breeze. Yusaka resisted the urge to rub her temples. "This man is impossible." Athena finally spoke. After what felt like an eternity of silence, the goddess of wisdom finally leaned forward. She addressed Yusaka first. "This friend of yours." Athena's storm grey eyes locked onto YoriYanagami. "Where does he come from?" Yusaka had expected this. She had prepared for this. And so, without hesitation, she answered smoothly. "He is a warrior from my land." A vague yet technically true statement. Athena's eyes narrowed slightly. "A warrior?" Yusaka nodded. "One of great skill." Athena examined YoriYanagami carefully. "You do not carry the aura of a god," she said plainly. YoriYanagami did not respond. Athena continued. "You do not carry the power of a king." Again, silence. Athena's brows furrowed slightly. And yet. She leaned slightly closer, studying him as if trying to see through his very soul. "You do not feel like a mortal either." The table grew quiet. Even the other gods, who had been feigning disinterest, suddenly turned their ears toward the conversation. But YoriYanagami. He simply set his tea down gently. Then, in a voice that was neither defensive nor prideful, he spoke. "I am a swordsman. Nothing more. Nothing less. Just a swordsman." Athena searched his face. His golden eyes held no deception. No arrogance. No hidden agenda. Just. Absolute truth. And that bothered her. Because she had studied warriors her entire existence. She had seen those who sought power. Those who sought glory. Those who wanted to carve their names into history. But this man. He sought nothing. And that made him even more dangerous. Meanwhile, Aphrodite smiled. The goddess of love had been watching the exchange with great amusement. Athena, ever the strategist, was trying to analyze YoriYanagami like a battlefield. But YoriYanagami. He was unshakable. And, more importantly, he was genuine. Aphrodite, sipping her wine, chuckled softly. My, a man like you is quite rare," she mused. YoriYanagami turned his gaze to her. Aphrodite smiled. "Tell me, swordsman." She leaned slightly closer. "What do you desire?" The table grew quiet again. Desire. Aphrodite could see it in all beings. Love. Power. Lust. Greed. Ambition. Every being wanted something. But YoriYanagami. He simply blinked once. And said. Nothing. Aphrodite's smile faltered slightly. Nothing. Yoriichi took another sip of tea. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I have already lost everything I ever desired. The room stilled. Aphrodite's breath hitched slightly. Athena, watching carefully, felt a strange weight in those words. Even Buddha's smirk faded slightly, his expression turning thoughtful. Shiva narrowed his eyes. He speaks with the tone of a man who has nothing left to lose. But before the tension could grow heavier, Yoriichi gently set his tea down, looking at Yusaka. This is very good. Yusaka, caught off guard, blinked. Then, she let out a small laugh. It was so like him to end a heavy moment with something so simple. I'm glad, she said softly. And with that, the atmosphere lightened once more. But the gods did not forget. Even as the celebration continued. Even as drinks were poured and feasts were shared. One thing was certain. Every god in the room wanted to know more about this swordsman. And Yoriichi. He remained as unbothered as ever. Sipping his tea. Watching the stars. And carrying the weight of a past no god could ever hope to understand. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. A name they did not know. A presence they did not understand. And yet, they all felt it. The Greek gods remained seated at their grand tables, feasting and drinking. The Olympians were always ones to enjoy themselves first and ask questions later. But the other gods. The beings of different pantheons, the deities who had seen countless warriors rise and fall throughout time. They were not content with just observing. They needed to know more. And so, away from the main celebration, a gathering formed. A meeting of the gods. In a secluded section of the grand hall, away from the feasting Olympians, a circle of deities stood together. They came from different lands, different cultures, different faiths. But all had gathered for one reason. To speak of the silent warrior among them. Seated upon a stone bench, Buddha exhaled slowly, spinning a golden bead between his fingers. His usual smirk was gone. His eyes, though half-lidded, were calm, sharp. Shiva, standing with arms crossed, exhaled. You all felt it, didn't you? He muttered. Odin, his ravens perched nearby, gave a slow nod. Not divine. He mused. Not mortal, either. Ra, the Egyptian sun god, spoke next. There is no arrogance in him. He said. No hunger for power. That alone makes him different. Guan Yu, the Chinese god of war, stroked his beard thoughtfully. He is a warrior. He said simply. But not like any I have seen. Hachiman, the Japanese god of war and samurai, narrowed his eyes. There is something familiar about him. He murmured. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god of the Mayans, chuckled softly. Perhaps he is simply a humble man. He suggested. Not all power must be overwhelming. Buddha, still absent-mindedly spinning his prayer beads, finally spoke. It's not power. The gods turned to him. Buddha lifted his gaze slightly, watching Yoriichi from across the hall. It's something far greater. Shiva raised an eyebrow. Explain. Buddha exhaled through his nose. He is at peace. A moment of silence. Then, Ra narrowed his golden eyes. What do you mean? Buddha tilted his head slightly. There is no ambition. No ego. No desire for victory or domination. His fingers stopped spinning the bead. He has already found his answer. The gods exchanged glances. This was strange. Even the most noble of warriors, the most disciplined of monks, carried something within them. A desire. A goal. A reason to fight. But this man. He carried nothing. A challenge is suggested. The gods remained silent for a moment, absorbing Buddha's words. Then, a chuckle. Shiva smirked. Well then, he said. If he truly is at peace, he will not mind proving himself. Hachiman, arms crossed, gave a nod. A warrior must be measured. Odin grunted in agreement. He wields a blade. It is only right that we see it in motion. Guan Yu smiled slightly. A demonstration would be educational. Ra exhaled. Then it is decided. He said. A sparring event. A test of skill. They all turned toward the grand hall. Toward the silent swordsman. He did not know it yet. But soon. The gods would see him fight. The event begins. The gods spar for sport. Word quickly spread. The Olympians, hearing of the proposed sparring matches, eagerly agreed. Nothing entertained them more than a good show. Zeus, grinning, immediately approved. What better way to celebrate than with a contest of skill? He laughed. And so, the courtyard was prepared. A grand arena was formed, a space large enough to withstand the might of the gods. Weapons were summoned. Rules were established. It was not a battle to the death. Only a test of skill. For now, the gods take the stage. The first challengers stepped forward. Thor, the Norse thunder god, faced off against Ares, the Greek god of war. Their battle was intense, filled with the clash of steel and the roar of thunder. The arena shook with each strike, lightning flashing through the sky. Next came Guan Yu versus Hachiman. Two war gods of different lands, testing their strategies against one another. Then, Odin faced Ra, their battle one of wisdom and experience, each testing their divine might in a calculated exchange. One by one, the gods stepped forward. Some battles were fought with weapons. Some with pure hand-to-hand combat. Each was a display of skill, power, and divine strength. The crowd roared with excitement, the gods cheering for their champions. Yet, despite the spectacle before them, many of the gods had their attention elsewhere. They were waiting. For one man. For the swordsman with no divine aura. For Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The moment arrives. Magnificent. A fine display of skill. He declared. But I believe there is still one among us who has yet to step forward. Silence. Then, every gaze turned. Toward him. Yoriichi, seated beside Yusaka, did not react at first. He simply finished his tea. Then, slowly, he set the cup down. The gods watched carefully. Waiting. Yusaka, exhaling slowly, turned to him. You do not have to do this. She said quietly. Yoriichi remained silent for a moment. Then, he smiled gently. It would be impolite to refuse. He rose from his seat. And the gods held their breath. The time had come. The swordsman would take the field. The arena fell silent. The moment Yoriichi Tsujikuni rose from his seat, the gods felt it. A presence. Not overwhelming power. Not divine authority. But something calm. Something unshakable. As he walked toward the center of the arena, the air shifted. The gods observed carefully. Every warrior who had fought before had announced themselves with their presence. Lightning, fire, divine auras flaring as they took the field. But Yoriichi. He simply stepped forward. And yet, that alone made the world feel smaller. The gods react. Athena's storm gray eyes narrowed. He walks as if he has already won. Shiva, standing with arms crossed, watched closely. He carries no aggression. Yet he moves like battle itself. Ra, his golden eyes burning, muttered. That is no normal warrior. Meanwhile, Buddha simply smiled. Odin, stroking his beard, narrowed his eye. There is no hesitation. No uncertainty. Guan Yu, the Chinese god of war, slowly nodded. He fights as if the battle has already played out in his mind. Even Amaterasu, seated above, felt a shiver crawl down her spine. What is this feeling? Tsukiyomi, still recovering from the earlier humiliation, found himself staring. Susanoo, his usual grin gone, muttered. I don't think we should be watching this as entertainment. The first challenger. Zeus, ever the host, clapped his hands together. Well then. Let us see what this swordsman is capable of. A figure stepped forward. A warrior of renown among the gods. One who wielded a spear set to pierce the very heavens. Ares, the Greek god of war. He grinned, twirling his weapon, eyes filled with anticipation. I'll test you first. Ares smirked. Let's see if you can handle an actual battle. Yoriichi simply nodded. He placed a hand on the hilt of his blade. Not drawing it. Not moving. Just waiting. Ares, seeing this, clicked his tongue. You won't attack first. Fine. He lunged forward. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he thrust his spear, moving at incomprehensible speeds. The gods watched intently. This was Ares. A war god. A warrior of bloodshed and destruction. And yet, what happened next defied logic. A sight only the fastest could see. For many gods, it was over in an instant. But for those with the fastest reflexes, those who could see beyond mortal perception, they saw it. Ares lunged. But before the tip of his spear could even glimmer in the light, Yoriichi had already moved. It was not a step. It was not a dodge. It was something entirely different. His form shifted just slightly, and suddenly, he was behind Ares. The spear had been parried. A simple, effortless motion. But what stunned the fastest gods was not just that he had moved. It was that he had moved before Ares had even finished attacking. He had read the motion. Predicted the path. And acted as if time itself had slowed for him. The reaction. Athena's breath hitched. That wasn't speed. Apollo's golden eyes widened. He already knew where Ares would strike. Hades, sipping his wine, muttered. Fascinating. Even Zeus, for the first time that night, leaned forward. Meanwhile, Ares, realizing he had already lost, clenched his teeth. You. He turned, swinging his spear with all his might. But before the attack could connect, Yoriichi finally spoke. A technique revealed. Sun breathing. Second form. His voice was calm. Absolute. Then, clear blue sky. Yoriichi finally drew his blade. And in that single moment, the world shifted. A perfect full rotation. A circular arc of light, faster than any god could process. The air sang. Ares' spear shattered. Not from force. Not from power. But from a cut so clean, so absolute, that the weapon ceased to exist in its previous form. A single slash that defied comprehension. Ares staggered back, stunned. The gods, who had been cheering and laughing before, fell completely silent. The aftermath. For a long moment, no one spoke. The arena was utterly still. Then, Ares, gripping the broken remains of his spear, let out a low breath. I yield. A single match. One strike. And the Greek god of war had surrendered. The gods react once more. Odin exhaled slowly. That was not just skill. Shiva, his arms still crossed, narrowed his eyes. That was something beyond mere combat. Athena, still processing, muttered. He ended the fight before it even began. Ra clenched his fist. The way he moves. It is not battle. It is inevitability. Even Amaterasu, who had watched many great warriors in her time, felt a cold shiver run down her spine. This. She turned to her brothers. Tsukiyomi and Susanoo were both staring. Not with mockery. Not with amusement. But with something close to disbelief. Susanoo muttered. The hell did I just watch? Tsukiyomi exhaled slowly, a rare moment of actual contemplation in his eyes. That was not normal. The ones who understood it best. Among all the gods. Only a select few truly understood what had just happened. Buddha, watching from his seat, smirked slightly. I see now. Zeus, still silent, finally leaned back with a grin. Well. That was something. He chuckled. Tell me, swordsman. Do you plan on stopping there? The gods turned back to Yoriichi. The man who had just defeated a god with a single stroke. Yoriichi simply tilted his head. Then, with the same calm, unreadable tone, he responded. I do not mind continuing. Silence. Then. The gods roared in excitement. The sparring had only just begun. The arena was still buzzing from the last match. A single strike. And Ares had surrendered. A battle that lasted less than a moment. But the effect it left behind. Unshakable. The gods spoke in hushed tones. Some still couldn't comprehend what had happened. Others. They were excited. Eager. They wanted to see more. And then. A booming laugh echoed through the hall. One filled with raw confidence, battle-hardened excitement, and undeniable power. A chair scraped across the floor as a towering figure rose to his feet. Thor, the Norse god of thunder. Clad in thick Asgardian armor, his red cape flowing behind him, he grinned widely as he rested Mjolnir on his shoulder. Well now. His voice rumbled, eyes locked on Yoriichi. I have to admit. I didn't expect Ares to fall so easily. Ares, still holding the remains of his broken spear, scoffed. TCH. Try standing where I was, then talk. Thor chuckled, stepping forward toward the arena. I think I will. He pointed Mjolnir at Yoriichi. I've seen many warriors in my time. Many swordsmen. But you. He exhaled, his storm blue eyes flashing with something between excitement and challenge. You remind me of a certain all-father I know. Odin, still seated, let out a deep chuckle. Thor continued, rolling his shoulders. I'll be honest. Gods are strong. We're faster, stronger, and more durable than mortals. He cracked his neck. But you? You're something else entirely. He took another step forward, his entire presence growing heavier. I've fought giants. Another step. I've fought dragons. Another. I've fought gods who thought they were unbeatable. Mjolnir crackled with lightning. But a man who can defeat a god in a single stroke. His grin widened. That's someone I just have to fight. The atmosphere shifted. The gods leaned forward. This was a battle they wanted to see. The gods speak. Zeus smirked, resting his chin on his fist. This should be interesting. Athena, still studying Yoriichi, muttered. I wonder how he'll handle Thor's strength. Ra, arms crossed, glanced at the two warriors. One wields the power of the sun. He murmured. The other, the fury of thunder. Guan Yu stroked his beard. It will not be a battle of brute force. He said. It will be a battle of will. Hachiman, the Japanese god of war, exhaled. I wonder which fire burns hotter. That comment made several gods pause. Ra's golden eyes flickered. Shiva, who had remained silent for a while, opened his eyes slightly. Even Amaterasu, who had been watching quietly, felt a twinge in her chest. Which fire burned hotter? The sun of Amaterasu. The storm of Thor. Or the flames of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Susanoo and Tsukiyomi react. Susanoo, who had been casually drinking, nearly choked. PFFT. What? Tsukiyomi exhaled sharply, crossing his arms. This is ridiculous. He muttered. Comparing him to gods. He's just a swordsman. Susanoo smirked. You're still mad about earlier, huh? Tsukiyomi twitched but said nothing. Amaterasu watches closely. Her golden eyes remained locked onto one man. Yoriichi. He had not spoken. Not reacted. Even as Thor, the Norse god of thunder, issued a challenge. He remained still. Yoriichi's response. Finally, after a long silence. Yoriichi's golden eyes lifted. And then. He simply nodded. As you wish. No hesitation. No arrogance. Just acceptance. Thor's grin widened. Good. He slammed Mjolnir into the ground, lightning crackling. The gods cheered. This fight. This was going to be legendary. The arena was silent. Not out of boredom. Not out of hesitation. But out of sheer anticipation. The gods had seen many battles. They had seen wars that shook the heavens. They had witnessed champions rise and fall. But now, they were about to witness something different. A battle between a god and a man who moved beyond gods. Thor versus Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The god of thunder versus the swordsman of the sun. A battle no god would ever forget. Thor's excitement. Thor rolled his shoulders, his massive frame crackling with divine lightning. Mjolnir, humming with ancient power, rested against his palm. A weapon that had felled giants. A hammer that had crushed the skulls of countless foes. And yet, for the first time in centuries, Thor felt something he had not felt in an eternity. Excitement. His heart pounded. His blood boiled. This was not just another fight. This was a battle he had been waiting for. Yoriichi. Thor murmured, gripping Mjolnir tightly. He grinned. For the first time in centuries. He exhaled, lightning surging across his body. I feel alive. Yoriichi simply placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Then let us begin. Boom. The ground shattered. Thor launched forward, Mjolnir raised high. Lightning tore through the air, splitting the heavens apart. The gods held their breath. Would Yoriichi dodge? Would he counter? Would he? Shing. The sound of a blade unsheathing. In a single motion, Yoriichi stepped forward. And then. He swung. Sun breathing, third form. A crescent arc of pure fire erupted from his blade. Flame dance. The attack curved upward, clashing directly against Mjolnir. Boom. The impact shook the heavens. Lightning and fire collided, sending shockwaves across Olympus. The gods shielded their eyes, the sheer power of the clash blinding. And when the dust settled, Thor grinned wider. Heh. Mjolnir hummed with power. You're strong. The speed of the sun. Thor charged again. This time. Faster. Lightning surged through his veins, his movements blurring through the air. The strongest Norse warrior, moving at full speed. But Yoriichi had already moved. Sun breathing, fifth form. Setting sun transformation. A blazing step backward. A downward slash, precise and controlled. And then. Thor's attack missed. No. It was redirected. Mjolnir's trajectory shifted, sent crashing into the ground instead of Yoriichi. The force tore the arena apart. But Yoriichi. He was already standing behind Thor. A perfect counter. The gods react. Athena exhaled sharply. He redirected Thor's attack. Without even stopping it. Shiva's eyes glowed faintly. His footwork is perfect. Ra clenched his fists. He fights as if battle itself is merely an extension of his will. Even Zeus. The rarely acknowledged warriors beyond gods. Felt a chill. This man. He muttered. Moves like inevitability. Thor laughs. The battle truly begins. Thor, despite missing his strike, began laughing. A deep booming laugh. He turned, grinning like a madman. Ha ha ha. Good. His aura erupted, storm swirling violently around him. Strong. Faster than anything I've seen. He gripped Mjolnir tighter. But can you withstand this? He threw Mjolnir. Not as a simple attack. Not as a test. But at full divine speed. The hammer vanished. No god. Not even the fastest among them. Could see it move. But Yoriichi could. Sun breathing, seventh form. A deep inhale. Beneficent radiance. A single step. And suddenly. The world moved around him. Yoriichi vanished from sight. And when Mjolnir reached where he should have been. It struck nothing but air. The attack that shook the gods. Thor, seeing this, felt pure adrenaline course through his veins. He called Mjolnir back. But Yoriichi was already there. The instant Thor grabbed the handle. The swordsman attacked. Sun breathing, ninth form. A deep breath. Dragon sun halo head dance. The world exploded in fire. A flurry of slashes. Not wild. Not reckless. But precise. Each stroke. Aimed at vital points. Each movement. Calculated. Thor blocked 1, 2, 3. But there were too many. A slash carved across his chest. Another across his arm. A final cut. Across his cheek. The Norse god of thunder. Had been wounded. The arena falls silent. The gods. Who had been cheering before. Were speechless. Thor staggered slightly. Then, he looked down. Blood. His own. His own divine blood. Something that had not been drawn in centuries. Heh. He grinned. Ha ha ha. The sky thundered. The storms raged. Lightning crackled across his body. And then. Thor raised Mjolnir high. His battle hunger ignited. Yoriichi. His voice boomed across the heavens. This is the greatest battle I've had in centuries. He slammed Mjolnir into the sky. And then. Lightning fell like divine punishment. The final exchange begins. Yoriichi. Calm as ever. Lifted his blade. He inhaled. And then. He moved. Sun breathing, 11th form. The fire of the sun met the fury of the storm. And Olympus shook under the might of their battle. Olympus. A battle of legends. Lightning and fire clashed in the skies above Olympus. The roar of thunder shook the heavens. The blaze of the sun carved through the storm. This was not just a battle. It was a legend in the making. Thor, the strongest Norse warrior, was no longer holding back. Mjolnir crackled with divine power, each swing carrying enough force to shatter mountains. The gods watched in awe. Never before had they seen Thor so alive. Never before had they seen a battle that felt like destiny itself. And YoriYanagami. He stood unshaken. His blade burned with the fire of the sun, his golden eyes locked onto his opponent. He was not afraid. He was not overwhelmed. He was simply there. Facing the storm head-on. The clash that shook Olympus. Thor lunged. Mjolnir, now fully charged with divine lightning, swung toward YoriYanagami with impossible speed. The gods gasped. This was Thor's full strength. This was an attack that could crush even the mightiest of warriors. But then. YoriYanagami exhaled. Sun breathing, 10th form. A deep focused stance. Fire wheel. His blade twisted through the air. Spinning in a perfect fluid arc. And then. Boom. The moment Mjolnir met his blade, the sky split apart. Lightning erupted outward. Fire shot toward the heavens. The arena trembled, the force of their clash sending shockwaves across Olympus. The gods had to shield their eyes, the sheer brilliance of the impact almost blinding. And then. It happened. The impossible feat. Mjolnir slowed. Thor's unstoppable attack. Halted. Not through raw strength. Not through divine power. But through absolute skill. YoriYanagami had not blocked the strike. He had redirected it. The angle of his sword, the precision of his movement. It was perfect. Thor staggered. His grip on Mjolnir tightened. But before he could counter. YoriYanagami had already moved. Sun breathing, 4th form. Burning bones, summer Sunday. A downward slash. Not reckless. Not wild. A single focused stroke. Aimed directly for Thor's chest. Thor barely had time to react. He lifted Mjolnir to block. But it was too late. A clean burning cut sliced across his armor. His body jerked. For the first time in centuries. Thor was bleeding. The gods react. The arena fell silent. Athena's hand gripped her seat. That level of precision. It's beyond anything I've ever seen. Shiva, arms still crossed, muttered. He fights as if he has seen every outcome before it happens. Zeus, for the first time in centuries, was speechless. Even Amaterasu, who had mocked the idea of a mere swordsman standing among gods, felt a strange weight in her chest. This is no ordinary warrior. She murmured. Even Tsukiyomi and Susanoo, usually unimpressed, were silent. The gods were witnessing something they had never seen before. A battle between thunder and sun. And the sun was winning. Thor laughs. A warrior's joy. Thor, despite the pain in his chest, despite the fact that he was bleeding, smiled. No. He laughed. A deep thunderous laugh that echoed through Olympus. Ha 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 ha. He staggered, wiping the blood from his mouth. And then. He grinned. It's been too long. His battle lust ignited. Mjolnir crackled with raw, divine power. This is what I've been waiting for. He stomped his foot. And the sky obeyed. Lightning tore through the heavens. Storm clouds swirled above. And then. Thor raised Mjolnir high. I'm going to use everything I have. He slammed Mjolnir into the ground. And then. The arena disappeared. The sky turned into a storm. The gods gasped. A storm unlike any before had consumed the battlefield. Lightning rained down from the sky. The ground split apart, the force of Thor's divine fury shaking even the highest of heavens. And yet. YoriYanagami stood still. His golden eyes locked onto his opponent. And then. He exhaled. Very well. He lifted his blade one last time. The final exchange. A battle to be remembered. Thor charged. Mjolnir burned with divine power. A single strike. Strong enough to destroy anything in its path. The gods leaned forward. And then. YoriYanagami moved. Sun breathing. 1st form. A deep inhale. Dance. His blade flashed. A single arc of flame. And then. It was over. Boom. The impact shook the entire realm. The gods gasped. The storm vanished. The fire died down. And when the dust settled. Thor stood still. Mjolnir. Held tightly in his grip. But. A deep gash burned across his chest. A cut so precise, so clean. That even divine flesh struggled to heal. The god of thunder, mighty and unshaken. Fell to one knee. Breathing heavily. Drained. Defeated. The aftermath. A god kneels. The arena was silent. The gods. Speechless. And then. Thor, still kneeling, let out a deep breath. Ha. He chuckled. Then, slowly, he looked up. He met YoriYanagami's gaze. And then. He grinned. You. He muttered. You're the strongest warrior I've ever fought. YoriYanagami simply sheathed his blade. Thank you for the battle. Thor laughed again. And then. He bowed his head. A god. A being of legend. A warrior who had never knelt before anyone. Now bowed before a single swordsman. The gods. Watching from above. Felt something unshakable settle in their souls. They had just witnessed history. A battle that would be spoken of for eternity. And YoriYanagami Tsujikuni. The man with no divinity. The swordsman with no title. Had just defeated one of the greatest warriors in all the heavens. The thunder had faded. The flames had died down. And yet. The weight of the battle still hung in the air. The gods, beings who had witnessed countless wars, battles and duels throughout history. Could not speak. They had watched Thor, the mightiest of warriors, pour everything into this battle. They had seen YoriYanagami, a swordsman without divinity, stand before that power. And surpass it. The god of thunder knelt. Breathing heavily, Mjolnir still clutched in his grip. And across from him. YoriYanagami stood. His sword was sheathed. His golden eyes were calm. As if he had already known how this battle would end. The gods react. Zeus, who had once held his arms crossed in amusement, now sat completely still. Impossible. Athena, who had spent her existence analyzing and predicting wars, exhaled slowly. It wasn't power. She turned to Shiva, who had been watching with a quiet intensity. He never fought with strength. She whispered. He fought with inevitability. Shiva nodded slowly. He did not just attack. He clenched his fist. He corrected. Ra, his golden eyes flickering, muttered. No wasted movement. No wasted energy. Guan Yu, the god of war from China, stroked his beard. A swordsman who does not seek battle, yet one who cannot be defeated in it. Even Odin, Thor's own father, watched with an unreadable expression. The battle was over. And the gods knew it would be remembered forever. Amaterasu and the Shinto reactions. Amaterasu, for the first time that night, had nothing to say. She had come to Olympus thinking this was just another political gathering. She had assumed warriors would battle, drink, and celebrate. But now. She realized she had witnessed something more. The Shinto sun goddess, the embodiment of Japan's divine authority, was forced to admit something. This man. YoriYanagami. He was something she could not understand. Tsukiyomi exhaled sharply, still watching YoriYanagami closely. No man should be this powerful. Susanoo, his usual grin absent, muttered. He just beat a god. No. He outmatched him. He folded his arms. And he didn't even struggle. Thor rises. A warrior's honor. A slow breath. Then. A deep booming chuckle. Thor, still kneeling, wiped the blood from his mouth. And then. He grinned. Ha. He exhaled deeply, his storm blue eyes meeting YoriYanagami's. I've fought for centuries. He murmured. He planted Mjolnir into the ground, using it to stand. I've battled gods, monsters, demons. A low, thunderous chuckle. But you. Thor grinned wider. You're the strongest warrior I have ever faced. The god stirred. The Norse god of thunder, the son of Odin, had just admitted defeat. And yet. His eyes burned with joy. I don't think I've ever had this much fun. Thor laughed, rolling his shoulders despite the pain in his chest. And damn it. He stretched his neck, his bones cracking. I want to fight you again. YoriYanagami, his expression unreadable, simply nodded. I would be honored. A night Olympus would never forget. The gods, who had once watched the fight in disbelief, now felt something else. Respect. Even Zeus himself smirked slightly, tapping his fingers against his throne. Well. He mused. That was certainly the best fight I've seen in centuries. He turned to Thor. Did you enjoy yourself, Thunder God? Thor let out another booming laugh. I haven't felt this alive in years. He admitted, grinning like a child who had just found his favorite game again. Zeus chuckled. Well then. He turned toward YoriYanagami. Welcome to Olympus. The gods cheered. Even those who had once doubted him. Even those who had once questioned why a mere swordsman was here. They had their answer now. And they would never forget it. The aftermath. A warrior's legacy. As the celebration resumed, some gods continued talking about the battle. Others simply processed what they had seen. But a select few. A small group of the wisest and most powerful gods stood off to the side. Watching. Thinking. Buddha, still spinning his prayer beads, smirked. Interesting. Shiva, arms crossed, muttered. He did not just win. He looked toward YoriYanagami, who was now sitting beside Yasaka, quietly drinking tea. He did not fight to win at all. Athena, still deep in thought, murmured. He fought because it was required. She exhaled. As if he already knew how the battle would end before it even started. Even Hades, who rarely joined conversations, finally spoke. A mortal who surpasses gods. He tilted his head slightly. I wonder. The other gods turned to him. Hades' voice was low. What purpose does such a man have? Silence. Then, Buddha chuckled. We'll just have to wait and see. And so, as Olympus continued its celebration, one thing was clear. This night, this battle, would never be forgotten. The celebration roared on. Gods drank, laughed, and praised the fight they had just witnessed. Thor, despite losing, was in the best mood he'd had in centuries. He clapped Yoriichi on the back so hard the table shook, laughing like a man reborn. You have to fight me again. Thor bellowed, chugging a mug of golden mead. I haven't felt this good in 1,000 years. Yoriichi, calm as ever, simply nodded. I would be honored. Zeus, grinning, leaned toward Yusaka. Are all your friends this strong? Yusaka smirked. Only the ones worth knowing. Susanoo, already on his third bottle of Olympus's finest sake, snickered. You think he's strong? He grinned. He's got a brother. Silence. Tsukiyomi froze. The gods blinked. Thor paused mid-drink. Even Yoriichi raised an eyebrow. Susanoo, completely unaware of what he had just done, took another sip. Yeah. Michikatsu Tsujikuni. Tall guy. Scary aura. Sharp tongue. Tsukiyomi's entire body locked up. Amaterasu's eyes twitched. Then, a loud crack. The goblet in Amaterasu's hand shattered. The table split. The air burned. Susanoo, finally noticing the deathly silence, blinked and looked around. What? Amaterasu stood up so fast the room tilted. Her voice shook with rage. Don't even mention him. The five who had witnessed the verbal annihilation of Amaterasu, the crime scene at Kyoto Shrine, all froze. Tsukiyomi. His breathing stopped. His pupils shrank. He was having war flashbacks. He could still hear Michikatsu's voice. Why is everyone always happier when you leave? Susanoo. His brain short-circuited. He suddenly remembered that moment. The pure destruction. The black aura. The shattered floorboards from Tsukiyomi trying not to laugh. Even Yusaka, who shouldn't have been entertained by this, was covering her mouth to hide a smirk. Susanoo, finally realizing his mistake, quickly grabbed his drink and took a long sip. So anyway, Yoriichi, tell me more about your sword techniques. Amaterasu glared daggers. But before she could explode again, Zeus, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, clapped his hands. Well, as much as I would love to watch you all kill each other over a single man's existence. He smirked. I believe it's time for you to return home. Yusaka nodded, stretching. Yes, we do need to return to Kyoto. I have a shrine to run, after all. Amaterasu, still seething, scoffed. Fine. Zeus smirked at Yoriichi. You, though? You're welcome here anytime. Yoriichi simply bowed. I appreciate the hospitality. Thor, despite still being winded, grinned. I'll be coming to Kyoto for that rematch. Yoriichi nodded. I will be waiting. Tsukiyomi's internal struggle continues. As Tsukiyomi prepared the teleportation, he kept his eyes glued to the floor. He could feel Amaterasu's rage. He could hear Susanoo suppressing a chuckle. And worst of all, Michikatsu wasn't even here. And he was still winning. Kyoto Shrine, the return. The portal flickered, the golden light of divine energy illuminating the shrine's grand entrance. As the Shinto god stepped through, the first thing they saw was him. Michikatsu sat calmly at the shrine gate, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. Kunu slept peacefully on his lap, her tiny hands curled into his robes, her foxtails twitching slightly. Beside her, Kuruma, the small fox resembling a miniature Kikbi, was curled up, sleeping soundly. Michikatsu's golden eyes were half-lidded, his expression unreadable. But the moment he saw them, the first thing he did was glance at the sky. The awkward realization. The gods who had never met him before immediately stiffened. Some whispered amongst themselves. Athena's eyes narrowed. Wait. That's Hades, who had overheard stories from Zeus, exhaled. It seems we have found that the Michikatsu Tsujikuni Susanoo was talking about. Even Buddha, who had remained mostly indifferent throughout the trip, smirked slightly. Interesting. Susanoo, exhausted, just groaned. Yep, that's him. Yusaka, already mentally preparing for disaster, sighed heavily. Yes. That's Michikatsu. Amaterasu and Michikatsu. A long-awaited rematch. For a long moment, there was silence. Michikatsu and Amaterasu's gazes locked. A tense atmosphere formed. The moonlight shone down on Michikatsu's face. His human form still active, his 6 demonic eyes reduced to 2 golden ones. Amaterasu's divine aura flared slightly, her presence radiating heat despite the cool night air. Michikatsu, completely unbothered, slowly tilted his head. Then he spoke. Oh. You're back. His voice was calm, neutral. As if she had just gone out to buy groceries. Amaterasu's eye twitched. She crossed her arms. Obviously. Michikatsu looked up at the sky. His gaze lingered. A small hum escaped his lips. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes. What? Michikatsu exhaled slowly. Then, with a deep sigh. He shook his head. Nothing. It's just. His golden eyes remained locked onto the night sky. The moon is so peaceful when the sun is gone. Silence. Dead silence. The gods collectively inhaled. Yusaka froze. Susanu's entire body locked up. Tsukiyomi's soul left his body. Amaterasu stared. The temperature rose. What did you just say? Michikatsu, still looking up, clicked his tongue. TCH. I was just saying. He gestured toward the stars. Look. The world finally gets a break from all the burning. Susanu bit his lip so hard it bled. Tsukiyomi felt a heart attack coming. The gods from Olympus, who had only just recovered from his last verbal assault, were already bracing for war. Amaterasu threatens divine wrath. A flame ignited in Amaterasu's hand. Her golden eyes glowed dangerously. You really have no self-preservation instinct, do you? She growled. Michikatsu blinked. Then, he smirked. Self-preservation. He hummed. Oh, you misunderstand. His voice remained calm, but the next words that left his mouth would haunt everyone in that shrine. The final blow. Verbal fatality. Michikatsu lowered his gaze from the sky, looking directly at her. And then he spoke. I was just appreciating the night. He exhaled. Because the only time people truly relax. His golden eyes glowed slightly. Is when the sun finally shuts up. Silence. Tsukiyomi stopped breathing. Susanu fell to his knees. Yusaka covered her mouth. Artemis turned around, pretending she didn't hear it. Athena closed her eyes, breathing slowly. Hades walked away to compose himself. Hera, normally the most disciplined, let out a quiet snort. Aphrodite, who had been sipping wine elegantly, turned away to hide her smile. Even Artemis, the coldest among them, had to bite the inside of her cheek. Athena. She exhaled slowly, whispering. I should have taken bets on this. Meanwhile, Apollo, the Greek sun god, was cackling. Oh my gods. He wheezed, gripping his sides. Did he just? Hera sighed, shaking her head. I suddenly understand why Amaterasu hates him. The Olympian gods, who had thought they had seen the peak of Michikatsu's verbal destruction, realized they were wrong. So wrong. Zeus actually covered his mouth. Hades turned away to compose himself. Athena bit the inside of her cheek to suppress laughter. Even Buddha, the embodiment of calm, exhaled sharply. Tsukiyomi and Susanu's life or death struggle. Tsukiyomi, who was already dead inside, clenched his jaw so hard it nearly cracked. He could not laugh. He must not laugh. Because if he did, he would cease to exist. Susanu, gripping the shrine gate, was visibly shaking. I can't. I can't. His hand clawed at his chest. The pressure. It was too much. Too powerful. He needed air. But, if he laughed, he would not survive. Amaterasu. A living supernova. Amaterasu's aura erupted. The air distorted. The shrine's wooden beams groaned under the pressure. Michikatsu. Michikatsu sipped his tea. Then, completely unbothered, he exhaled calmly. TCH. And looked up at the sky again. See? Even the stars don't care. Absolute chaos. A pillar of fire exploded from where Amaterasu stood. The entire shrine shook. Tsukiyomi collapsed onto his knees, gripping his chest. Susanu wheezed so hard he passed out. Yusaka, gripping the nearest support beam, tried to contain her smirk. And failed. The Olympian gods were crying. Thor was on the ground. Zeus was clutching his stomach. Hades, barely holding himself together, muttered. I am so glad I live in the underworld. Athena, wiping a tear from her eye, muttered through a shaking breath. I have never seen a man court death so willingly. Buddha, still composed, simply smiled. Enlightening. Meanwhile, Michikatsu sipped his tea again. Kunu, still sleeping, murmured in her sleep. Grandpa Shibo. Warm. Michikatsu patted her head. Amaterasu's rage grew. You. Before she could explode, Yusaka clapped her hands together. Well, that's enough for today. She quickly grabbed Amaterasu's shoulder. Time for some rest. Long trip. Tired, right? Amaterasu's eye twitched violently. Yusaka. Great. Let's go. She forcefully pulled her away. Meanwhile, Tsukiyomi was still recovering. And Susanu. He was gone. Collapsed against a pillar, wheezing into oblivion. Michikatsu watched them leave, then smirked to himself. TCH. He glanced back at the peaceful night sky. And muttered. The moon really is peaceful, isn't it? The morning after the verbal annihilation. The morning sun peeked over the mountains, casting a warm glow across Kyoto. The birds chirped, the breeze was gentle, and the shrine stood in perfect tranquility. It was, by all accounts, a peaceful morning. Except, inside the shrine. I still can't believe he said that. Tsukiyomi, sitting in the shrine's dining hall, looked traumatized. He had spent the entire night replaying the verbal devastation in his mind. Susanoo, on the other hand, had finally recovered from passing out. He was grinning. "I can believe it," he cackled, slapping the table. "It's Michikatsu. I should have known he'd say something like that." Yusaka, sipping her tea calmly, sighed. "I was going to stop him." She took another sip. "But then I didn't." Tsukiyomi ran a tired hand over his face. "I still don't understand how he's even alive after that," he muttered. The tension in the air from last night had been deadly. Amaterasu, still fuming, sat across from them, arms crossed. She had barely spoken all morning. She had barely even eaten. Which, to Yusaka, was more terrifying than when she was yelling. Kunu, munching on breakfast beside Michikatsu, looked between them all, confused. "Why does everyone look tired?" Michikatsu, calm as ever, simply patted her head. "They're just remembering something unpleasant." Kunu tilted her head. "But it was funny, right?" The entire room froze. Tsukiyomi tensed. Susanoo covered his mouth, shaking. Yusaka hid her smirk behind her tea. "And Amaterasu." A small flame erupted in her palm. "Kunu?" Her voice was dangerously calm. "Who taught you that?" Kunu blinked, confused. She looked up at Michikatsu. "Uncle Michikatsu?" Dead silence. Tsukiyomi grabbed his cup and took the biggest sip of tea he had ever taken. Susanoo wheezed into his hands. Yusaka quickly turned away to hide her shaking shoulders. Michikatsu, unbothered, simply finished his tea. "TCH. And Kunu?" She just smiled innocently. Amaterasu stood up so fast the entire table shook. "Yusaka." Yusaka quickly raised a hand. "Breakfast first. Murder later." The rest of the morning. After recovering from the morning conversation, the gods slowly went about their day. Amaterasu, still radiating frustration, had stepped outside for fresh air. Tsukiyomi, who was still trying to regain his dignity, had gone to meditate. Susanoo, on the other hand, had found Michikatsu leaning against the shrine gate. And with a grin. He walked over. "You know." Susanoo smirked, standing beside him. "You might have actually broken her this time." Michikatsu exhaled slowly. "Good." Susanoo laughed so hard he almost fell over. Meanwhile, Yusaka and Amaterasu. Yusaka, watching Amaterasu pace back and forth, finally sighed. "You need to calm down." Amaterasu shot her a glare. "He compared me to a heatwave, Yusaka." Yusaka blinked. "Well, he's not wrong." Amaterasu's eye twitched. "I will incinerate this entire shrine." Yusaka sighed again. "Just don't give him a reason to say anything else today, alright?" Michikatsu, overhearing everything. Leaning against the shrine gate, Michikatsu smirked. And whispered to himself. "She's already given me a reason." Kyoto Shrine, a quiet morning. The shrine grounds were peaceful. The warm sunlight filtered through the trees, casting golden patterns on the stone pathways. A gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers, and in the middle of the courtyard. Kunu laughed happily as she kicked a ball back and forth with Kuruma, her tiny fox companion. And beside her, Michikatsu was playing too. He wasn't using his overwhelming strength. He wasn't standing idly, watching from the side like some distant observer. No. He was fully engaged. He moved at a human's pace, running after the ball when Kunu kicked it too far. His long sleeves billowed slightly as he bent down to roll it back toward her. He wasn't annoyed. He wasn't sighing. He was simply present. And he was smiling. Amaterasu's unseen watch. From a distance, behind one of the large wooden pillars, Amaterasu watched silently. She had only intended to walk through the shrine, to clear her thoughts after last night's disaster. Yet, she stopped. Her golden eyes, sharp as ever, watched the scene unfold before her. Kunu kicked the ball too hard. It rolled away. But before she could chase after it, Kuruma dashed forward, flicking its small tails. With a single acrobatic twist, the tiny fox balanced the ball on its forehead, spun mid-air, and gently knocked it back to Kunu with a flick of its nose. Kunu gasped. Michikatsu, who had been preparing to retrieve it, froze. His eyes widened. Then, a laugh. A genuine, soft, unfiltered laugh. Michikatsu's eyes closed as a wide smile spread across his face. Amaterasu stiffened. She had never seen that expression on him before. For the first time since arriving at this shrine. She saw no malice. No cold glares. No smug remarks. No teasing insults. Just a man. Playing with a child. And he looked happy. A quiet conversation from afar. Amaterasu exhaled. She wasn't sure why, but her feet moved on their own. Without a word, she walked across the wooden veranda and sat down. Not beside him. But near enough. A distance that allowed them to hear each other's whispers. Michikatsu, who had noticed her approach, said nothing. He didn't look at her. Didn't react. Didn't taunt her. He simply sat there, his gaze still on Kunu and Kuruma. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the child's laughter and the soft rustling of the wind. Then, Amaterasu, without looking at him, muttered, "You're different like this." Michikatsu, still watching Kunu, responded calmly, "I am always like this." She turned her head slightly, eyes narrowing. "No," she murmured. "You're not." A long silence followed. Michikatsu, for once, did not argue. He simply sat there, watching the child play. The morning continued. Amaterasu did not leave. She sat there, watching, observing. And for the first time, she did not see the sharp-tongued warrior who had mocked her relentlessly. She saw something else. Something she didn't understand. And that bothered her. But she did not leave. Not yet. An unexpected invitation. The warm morning air carried the sound of Kunu's laughter across the shrine. The ball bounced across the courtyard and Kuruma dashed after it, his small form leaping into the air with perfect agility. Kunu spun on her heel, golden tails flicking. "Yes. We're the best team." She cheered, raising her arms in victory. Michikatsu, still at a human's pace, walked toward them, a rare and genuine smile still on his face. But then, Kunu suddenly turned around, her golden eyes bright with an idea. And they landed on Amaterasu. A dangerous request. Kunu tilted her head. "And Amaterasu?" Amaterasu, who had been sitting quietly, observing the entire time, raised an eyebrow. "What?" she asked flatly. Kunu, with zero hesitation, beamed. "Come play with us." Silence. Amaterasu's face remained neutral. But her entire soul froze. Michikatsu, standing nearby, exhaled through his nose. His smirk threatened to return. Tsukiyomi, who had just stepped out of the shrine to retrieve a scroll, stopped mid-step. Susanoo, watching from a shaded area, nearly spat out his drink. Yusaka, who had been walking past with a tray of tea, paused mid-stride. The entire shrine collectively held their breath. Did Kunu just ask the goddess of the sun to play? Amaterasu's immediate response. Amaterasu blinked. She stared at Kunu as if she had just spoken in a foreign language. "Excuse me?" Kunu tilted her head, confused. "You should play with us. It's fun." Amaterasu slowly looked at Michikatsu. Then back at Kunu. Then at Michikatsu again. Michikatsu, arms crossed, simply shrugged. "Tch. You heard her." Amaterasu's eyelid twitched. She turned back to Kunu. "Why would I do that?" Kunu pouted. "Because it's fun." Amaterasu exhaled sharply. "Playing is for children." Kunu gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her chest as if she had been stabbed. "You mean you don't know how to have fun?" Michikatsu let out a short breath through his nose. He was so close to laughing. Isaka, now watching from a distance, had to hide her smile behind her sleeve. Susanoo wheezed silently. Tsukiyomi, gripping the scroll in his hands, whispered under his breath. "This child is fearless." Michikatsu's silent challenge. Michikatsu, calm as ever, glanced at Amaterasu. His golden eyes flickered with amusement. "What's wrong?" he murmured. A slow smirk threatened to appear. "Afraid of losing?" Deadly silence. Susanoo slapped a hand over his mouth. Tsukiyomi closed his eyes as if preparing for divine judgment. Yusaka, now sipping her tea, muttered. "Oh no." Amaterasu slowly turned to face him. Her golden eyes burned. "What did you just say?" Michikatsu tilted his head slightly. A subtle challenge in his tone. "Are you afraid you can't keep up?" Kunu gasped. "And Amaterasu, are you scared?" Kuruma barked playfully. The shrine holds its breath. The temperature rose. The air tensed. And then, Amaterasu stood up. The entire shrine braced for impact. Tsukiyomi whispered. "May the gods have mercy on our souls." Susanoo, shaking from silent laughter, muttered. "I love this shrine." Michikatsu, still completely calm, took a slow sip of tea. Then, Amaterasu exhaled. And stepped forward. "Fine." Kunu cheered. Yusaka, now thoroughly amused, smirked. And Michikatsu. He let out a slow tch. And muttered. "This should be interesting." The ball bounced across the courtyard. Kunu laughed happily, her tails flicking as she kicked it toward Kuruma, who gracefully flicked it back with his tiny paws. Amaterasu, despite her initial reluctance, was now fully engaged. Her once rigid stance had softened. The cold edge in her golden eyes had faded as she focused entirely on the game. For the first time in a long time, she was simply playing. And Michikatsu. He was still there. Still engaged. Still at a human's pace. Not as a warrior. Not as a swordsman. Just as a man playing with a child. Kunu passed the ball to him. "Grandpa Shibo. Over here." Michikatsu stepped forward, caught it with ease, and rolled it back toward her. Then, something unexpected happened. Kunu jumped high, twisting mid-air, and landed gracefully while kicking the ball backward. A near-flawless move. Kuruma followed immediately after, spinning in a blur and bouncing the ball between his tails like a master performer. Michikatsu stopped moving. His eyes widened. A moment of absolute silence. Then, he laughed. A genuine, unfiltered laugh. Not mocking. Not sarcastic. Not cold. Just pure joy. His eyes closed, a wide smile spreading across his face. Kunu beamed. You saw that? You saw that? Michikatsu exhaled, shaking his head slightly. That was unexpected. Amaterasu, who had been watching quietly, felt something strange stir in her chest. This was not the same Michikatsu she had known. There was no arrogance here. No cruel remarks. No bitterness. Just a man. Enjoying a moment. Something changes. Then, Michikatsu's smile faded. His golden eyes flickered. Something shifted. His gaze turned toward the sky. For a brief moment, his body tensed. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away. Kunu blinked. Grandpa Shibo. Amaterasu narrowed her eyes. He was moving strangely. Not tense, but focused. Like he was searching for something. Yusaka, watching from the veranda, saw it too. Something was wrong. The shrine falls silent. Kunu, still holding the ball, frowned slightly. Where is he going? Amaterasu, her gaze still locked onto him, clenched her fist. Something had caught his attention. And whatever it was, it wasn't good. That's it guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.